Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Good morning, everyone from India. I welcome you all on behalf of Diabetes India. I am Dr. Bansi Sabu, currently the Secretary for Diabetes India. I welcome you all on this virtual platform on inauguration ceremony of World Congress of Diabetes. We know that Diabetes India was founded by Dr. Shaukat Sadikot, late Shaukat Sadikot, before 25 years. And it is the meeting which is famous not only for its international collaboration, but also for its scientific feast. We have a lot of international faculty in all previous meeting. Last meeting which we could do face-to-face was at Bangalore by our Dr. Sr Arvind. Currently, he is president of Diabetes India. Last year, we could not do the face-to-face meeting. This time, we are doing the meeting on a hybrid mode. Diabetes India is having its own journal with very high impact factor. We also have our own textbook, which we named as International Textbook of Diabetes, named as a Sadikot International Textbook of Diabetes. We do a lot of other activities, which Dr. Sr Arvind will talk in his presidential talk. Without wasting much time, I will request the event organizer to start with Ganesh Vandana.
नमामि ते गजाननम् अनन्तमोददायकं समस्तविघ्नहारकं समस्तघविनाशकं मुदाकरं सुखाकरं मम प्रियगणाधिपं नमामि ते विनायकं हृदकमलनिवासिनं नमामि ते गजाननम्.
Thank you. Now we have with us Dr. Sanjay Reddy, who is the organizing chairman of this World Congress of Diabetes India, which is 12th World Congress of Diabetes India. Dr. Sanjay Reddy is also the trustee of Research Trust of Diabetes India, which is an official body of our Diabetes India. So now I request Dr. Sanjay Reddy, who is a senior diabetologist from city of Bangalore, for his welcome address.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Dr. Bansi Sabu, for the kind words. Now, welcome all. And before we start, Diabetes India, I welcome all of you who have logged in to attend the inaugural ceremony of the 12th World Congress of Diabetes India, which is a hybrid meeting starting today. Today we have the online meeting, and from tomorrow, 2 days, we have a physical meeting. We were not able to meet for the last 2 years, but we welcome all of you who are there, who have logged in today. I extend a warm welcome to our chief guest for today's inauguration, Dr. Shashank Joshi, Padma Shri Awardee and chair of the International Diabetes Federation of Southeast Asia, and who's also the guiding force for many of us here. I welcome Dr. Vasant Kumar, President RSSDI, and Dr. Sudhir Bhandari, Vice Chancellor and Dean, Jaipur University, for their presence. We welcome my esteemed colleague, Dr. Misab Kamal, President, Diabetes in Asia Study Group, for being here for all of us. Thank you, sir. We welcome you once again. And Dr. Erika Nishimura, who's also the senior scientist at Novo Nordisk, who's in charge for insulin discovery, the recent insulin discoveries, and a guest of honors for today's function, or today's inauguration ceremony, the special invitees, Dr. Pankaj, Pankaj Kapoor and Supriya Patak, famous artists who I grew up watching the television shows, movies, and plays. They're both Filmfare awardees, great character artists, who are going to join us any moment now. The inauguration ceremony is not complete if I do not welcome a beloved president and a great friend of mine, Diabetes India, Dr. Sr Arvind, Dr. Anub Mishra, trustee of Diabetes India and editor-in-chief of our journal, as Dr. Bansi Sabu was speaking of the impact value the journal has internationally. And no words for my dear friend, dynamic Dr. Bansi Sabu, who's the Secretary of Diabetes India, and the hard work put in my another dear friend and organizing secretary of Diabetes India 2022, Dr. Manoj Chawla, scientific chair, Dr. Jyoti Dev Keshav Dev, for this meeting, and Dr. Rajiv Kovil, who's the convener for this meeting, and Mithun, who's traveling on from the airport, Dr. Mithun Bhatia, who's the National Coordinator, Diabetes India, 2022. But the most important thing is we are in Goa for the next 3 days, having a physical meeting. And the local organizing committee, Dr. Kamath, Dr. Naik, and his team, who have helped us put this program together. I welcome all the international faculty who should join us both online and share their thoughts, and all the national faculty who shall deliver the talks online and who are going to be present with us starting today for the next 2 days, both who are here at this venue, great venue in Goa physically. I welcome all the delegates for joining us online and those who are joining us physically in Goa from tomorrow. Welcome our industry partners, press, and all the other dignitaries who have joined in today to attend this inaugural ceremony. I like to acknowledge I miss the presence of our founder president, Dr. Shaukat Sadikot, who was instrumental in founding Diabetes India. Welcome one and all, and wish you all a great 3 days of learning, interaction, networking, and fun. Thank you very much. Welcome once again to Diabetes India 12th Annual World Congress in Goa. Today we are all only online. Welcome once again, all of you. Thank you very much. Over to Dr. Bansi.
Thank you, Dr. Sanjay. It's my great pleasure now to introduce our president, dynamic president, ever smiling, Dr. Sr Arvind. Dr. Sr Arvind is a very senior diabetologist, past president of RSSDA, is currently president of Diabetes India. So now I request Dr. Sr Arvind for a few words and about Diabetes India to everyone. Over to Dr. Sr Arvind.
Thank you, Bansi. Thank you so very much for that very cordial introduction. And then I would like to welcome all of you to this 12th edition of Diabetes India's International Conference. My dear dignitaries and special invitees on the virtual platform, I will try to keep my speech short, and hopefully I will try to keep it sweet because it's a digital and a virtual platform. Well, just to recollect, 77 million people with diabetes, 26 million with pre-diabetes in India, and most importantly, 44 million not diagnosed. I think we are facing an uphill task, and with Indians having a high genetic susceptibility, we are going to see this problem growing further in years to come. Genetic susceptibility, unfortunately, is something that we can't do much about. We can't change our parents, we can't change our country. So let's see what we can do. I think it's time to act, it's time to plan, it's time to shift gears. I think that's the need of the hour. And this diabetes pandemic is leading to a big morbidity and mortality. And this needs changes at all levels of care. And that is what I would like to stress upon, even in my presidential oration tomorrow. I'm sure we'll be hearing more about the scientific deliberation in the next 2 to 3 days. Diabetes India is under the umbrella of Research Trust of Diabetes India, which was started by late Dr. Shaukat Sadikot in 2001. And the intention was very clear. He wanted to make huge changes the way we look at diabetes, especially this non-communicable disease, which is striking India. This was a common platform built to bring caretakers, researchers, and stakeholders under one roof. And mission has always been to do national level epidemiological studies so that we have the national level data. It was intended to do relevant research and, most importantly, the education to all sections of the caretakers.
Sir, you're muted. Sir, you're muted.
Sir, you are muted.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. So
Ardi, ek to ऐसा
I think the important thing is this is a common platform built to bring caretakers, researchers, and stakeholders under one roof. The mission has always been to do national level epidemiological studies, which brings in the national data, the relevant research and education to all sections of the caretakers. We have been able to deliver many of this so far, and studies like PODIS and Cindy 1 and 2 have given our country the statistics related to the numbers and complications, and we'll be doing more of national level research. This is the 12th edition of the Congress. Well, COVID pushed us back by 2 years, and we had to have a virtual meeting last year, like Dr. Banshi Sabu said. And this year we have both virtual and physical, and hopefully things should ease out after this year for a face-to-face interactions. We have had over 10,000 people who have registered even during the COVID time, and even now we have over 100 global speakers and 250 faculty who will be taking part in this face-to-face meeting. An important thing to talk about Diabetes India is that it has collaborated with many great associations like EASD, ADA, ATTD, ISPAT, BAC, and many others. And this is to bring the best of knowledge to all our delegates. And we will continue to do so in years to come. We will be having monthly meetings. We will be having mid-year meetings, and once a year, our annual meetings. We will also be starting the fellowship program where the doctors will take online courses, and on passing the examinations, they get a certification. And this certification will continue to happen every 2 years. Well, I just would like to tell you all that India is a very diverse country with many languages, religions, castes, and beliefs. Habits and lifestyle surprises me because it changes every 100 to 200 kilometers in India. What's ideal to what is possible are very different in our country. And this is something the caretakers have to know. And they must realize this and plan the treatment options. You have to choose the segment and plan your treatment options. Let's work towards affordable, accessible, and accountable treatment for all with diabetes in years to come. Let's try to make India the care capital and lives of people with diabetes sweet without sugar. Thank you very much for your patient hearing. With that, I will request Banshi to take charge of the proceedings from here on. Thank you.
So well said, President, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Sr Arvind. Now we have with us scientific chairman, with us Dr. Jyoti Dev. You all know that scientific program is very big for 3 days, and how difficult it was to make a scientific program. As Dr. Arvind told that we are having already international collaboration. So we have with scientific program, which is having Diabetes India, American Diabetic Association Symposia. We have with DI and ESD Symposia. We have with DI with ATTD Symposia, and many more symposia and many more global faculties who are there. Yes, most of the global faculties are online from today, and few of our national faculty will be also online, but many of the national faculty will be there for 2 days meeting, which we are going to have here physically at Goa. So now Dr. Jyoti Dev will be talking about the scientific program. Dr. Jyoti Dev is a senior diabetologist based at Trivandrum, Kerala. He is also technology main of our country. So now I request Dr. Jyoti Dev for a few words about the scientific program. Over to Jyoti.
Thank you. Thank you, Benshi Bhai. Dear Dr. Sr Arvind, Dr. Benshi Sabu, Dr. Manu Chawla, and all my other dear friends and dignitaries. So first of all, a big thanks to Dr. Benshi Bhai for this opportunity. Let me begin remembering Dr. Shaukat Sadikot. He was the founder of Diabetes India, and I was very, very lucky to know him since 1997. And I have always seen him as a man of vision, and he was also a man of dreams. In every meeting in India and abroad, he used to express his wish. And that wish was to bring down the care of diabetes from ivory towers to ground reality. And that was his dream, to have the diabetes care, the same level of diabetes care to everyone, irrespective of their economic background. He is not with us now. But Diabetes India is very, very fortunate to have Dr. Sr Arvind and Dr. Benshi Sabu at its top. And Benshi, my dear friend and brother, he's a magician. Dr. Benshi is a magician and has got God-gifted skills and brains to fulfill all his dreams, including the original dreams and wishes of our beloved Dr. Sadikot. A couple of months ago, Benshi decided on the theme 100 years of insulin for Diabetes India 2022. And he had some discussions and meetings with a couple of us, and then many other meetings. And we were wondering, of course, I was wondering, how he can fulfill the dream of 100 years of insulin and 100 international faculty in Diabetes India 2022. But we knew that this is going to happen. And Dr. Benshi, the great visionary, with his extraordinary capabilities and international connections, he transformed this into a reality. And now in this program, we have 100 international faculty, more than 100 international faculty, and more than 150 national faculty attending this program. And this scientific feast at the 12th edition of Diabetes India, I'm sure, will be another milestone, another memorable example of Dr. Benishi's deep commitment to the science of diabetes and his deep commitment educating the healers, educating the doctors from our specialty, from other specialty, the general practitioners, not only in India, but the reach is outside India. And this scientific program, of course, contributed by many, I promise will equip everyone treating diabetes, everyone involved in the management of diabetes, including the allied healthcare professionals, with enhanced confidence in dealing with all stages of diabetes and with all kinds of diabetes. And of course, this is a hybrid model, and that is the model for the future in all the upcoming conventions. And this is to ensure that everyone, anywhere in the world, will be capable of reaping the benefits of education. And in this context, let me also acknowledge Dr. Purvi Chawla, Dr. Amit Gupta, Karthik, Dr. Rakesh Parikh, and many, many other friends who were deeply involved in the organization of the program. I thank Dr. Benshi and all my dear friends for involving and giving me once an opportunity to get associated with diabetes. I was the organizing secretary long ago in 2013 when I got closely associated to Dr. Sadikot when Dr. Benshi introduced me to Dr. Shaukat Sadikot. And once again, thank you very much. And remember, we are all here to help our patients with diabetes. And we are all here to learn and then translate the learning to help our patients with diabetes. Modern medicine is so different from indigenous systems of medicine. And we keep on innovating, we keep on advancing, and learning never ever stops in diabetes. So wish you all, my dear friends, a happy and a fruitful learning and teaching experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jyotidev. Now I will request Dr. Anub Mishra. Dr. Anub Mishra is editor-in-chief of our journal, Diabetes India Journal, which is Diabetes and Metabolic Syndrome, Clinical Research and Review. He's also the trustee of Diabetes India. And we all know in last 3 years where our journal is now. It is one of the highest impact factor journal in field of diabetes and metabolic syndrome from this part of the world. And we are really very proud of our journal and very proud of our editor-in-chief, Dr. Anub Mishra, who is also Padma Shri awardee. And now I request Dr. Anub Mishra for a few words for journal and for Diabetes India and for our Congress. Over to Dr. Anub Mishra.
Thank you, Banshi. First of all, let me thank you, Arvind, Manoj, Jyotidev, everybody who's been involved in organizing and who's so very well devoted to Diabetes India. Myself have been in Diabetes India since a very long time and had privilege to be associated with Dr. Sadikot, learned a lot from him, and under his tutelage became associate editor of Diabetes and Metabolic Syndrome Clinical Research and Review. He is the one who actually sowed the seed of international publications in this journal. So what I am doing today is only making a little more refinement and putting journal on a little higher pedestal. Now, let me just enumerate a couple of achievements of journal in the last 2 years. So while the world went down with the pandemic, our journal went up in our ranking. Our journal received more than 1,000 submissions. Second year in the row, total 1,160 submissions in 2021, which is double than 2019. We worked efficiently to take decision, and we means Dr. Bansi Shabu, Dr. Arvind, Dr. Jyoti Dev, and all in editorial board to take decision on more than 1,000 journals again second year in the row. So almost my 1 hour a day is devoted to journal in the evening, where I look at the various articles and make a very swift, we try to make a very swift decision. If it has to be rejection, within 48 hours, I reject that. And if it is something to be reviewed, I ask our reviewers to do the job in an efficient manner. 356 articles were published in 6 issues in 2021, averaging 59 articles every issue. This is one of the highest article density in any journal from not only this part, but many other parts of the world. We were, thanks to Dr. Sadikot, we were about 20 to 25% articles were from international origin in 2017-18. And I'm very fortunate that now it is 63% of submissions came from international origin and many from USA. Tremendous growth in site score. Now, site score means one particular article, how many times it is cited. And during the pandemic era, we were ahead of Annals of Internal Medicine. We were ahead of BMJ as far as citation of diabetes and COVID-19 is concerned. We were on 3rd place worldwide. Previous site score in 2019 was 4.9 and current site score is 10, which is far ahead of any journal in India and in South Asia. So other journals in India are somewhere around 3, 4, 5. We are at 10 at this point of time. And usage, readership has doubled since 2019. In 2021, our articles were used more than 800,000 times on Elsevier platform, which is Science Direct or Clinical Screens. So these are some of our humble achievements. We hope to achieve much more in future under the guidance of all of you. And I'm eternally indebted to Dr. Bansi Shabu, Dr. Arvind for guiding this difficult ship. It was a little bit, unstable because untimely device of Dr. Sadikot, but it has been firmly in grip now. And I'm very privileged to be editor-in-chief of this very, very good journal and be privileged to be part of Diabetes India. So thank you again, all of you, for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Anub Mishra. We all know he is our Kohinoor diamond of India. And as far as field of diabetes is concerned, and we know that how the journal is growing in our country. Just to inform everyone that this year we have one article as a sugar monitoring should be considered as a 5th vital sign. And that had become, on that basis only, we had done our 1 million test and our Defeat Diabetes campaign also, which ran in India for 3 months under RSSDI. I was president of RSSDI, and it was very impactful program which we have done across the country, and sugar monitoring is now started considering as a fifth vital sign in our country. So thanks to Anub Mishra and to all those who are involved in that particular article. And now we have, I would like to request Dr. Kamlakar Tripathi, but just I got the message that he is traveling, he is still in the flight, so he could not join. Dr. Kamlakar Tripathi is editor-in-chief of our International Textbook of Diabetes, the first textbook of International Textbook of Diabetes, which we named as Dr. Sadikot International Textbook of Diabetes. Very popular in our country. We were having more than 10,000 copies across the country. Many of our postgraduate students, undergraduate students, and young clinicians and diabetologists across the country who were reading this book. And now we are going to have our second edition with this. And can I request Dr. Amit Gupta, if he is there, he will be our executive editor for this, as Dr. Kamlakar Tripathi is not there, if he can talk few things about the book. Dr. Amit Gupta.
Thank you, sir. I take this opportunity as Dr. Kamlakar Tripathi sir is not there to just mention few things about the textbook. The first edition of the textbook was very highly appreciated, and more than 10,000 copies were circulated. And now the work is in progress for the second edition of the textbook. The mailers have already been sent to the international as well as the national faculties and the contributors, and we expect to come up with the edition sometimes in the December. And I'm sure the second edition will add a lot of new information. It will be a major revision to what has been published earlier, and I hope it is going to be a great academic treat for everyone in as a textbook. So this is what I wanted to say. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Our special invitee will join by 10:15. So I will request before that with Dr. Meshba. Meshba is currently president of Diabetes Asia Study Group. Dr. Meshba is very close friend of us. Diabetes Asia, what it is, how you can join. I am engaged as one of the founding member of Diabetes Asia Study Group. Diabetes Asia Study Group originally started from Middle East and across the country. I mean, across the Asia, many associations are also member, and we are also from Diabetes India as a organization. We are also the member, and many of us are as an individual member of Diabetes Asia Study Group. And those who are not the member, I will request them to join Diabetes Asia Study Group, and please see our website. I will request Dr. Meshba as our guest of honor for this Diabetes India inauguration for a few words. Over to Dr. Meshba.
Oh, thank you, Banshi. Thank you, everybody. This is fascinating and magnificent act. Actually, I have been joined to Diabetes in India many years ago, and I remembered my dear friend, late Shaukat Sadikot, and this dynamic one, Banshi Sabo, I congratulate you because as we know that the diabetes in our developing countries have many similarities, and we are facing challenges and problems, not only for diabetes care, but also for the non-communicable diseases. And I am proud to have Banshi and Shashan in our board in Diabetes in Asia Study Group, and Banshi is now the vice president of the Diabetes in Asia Study Group. Many times I came to India and meet our friends physically, and I hope that this will again be the next time we will be there, and we will negotiate what are the challenges and how we are going for. But let me express my deep gratitude and intense pleasure to join you in this prestigious one, and not only for the conference, but also for what I am seeing, how it goes in India, with a very hard work for increasing the standardized level of diabetes care through the education and through patient care. And I congratulate you, Banshi, and all the organizing committee for this fascinating program and for the continuous work for our people with diabetes in all Asia and in India, because India is a great nation and have a dense population and they have many, many challenges like the other countries in our organization, Diabetes in Asia Study Group. And my great pleasure to join you, and I congratulate you for this fascinating program and the continuous work. Thank you, Banshi. Thank you, Shashan, and wishing you all the best.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mishra. Now I'll request Dr. Sudhir Bhandari, very close friend of us, close friend of mine. Dr. Sudhir Bhandari is currently the Vice Chancellor of Rajasthan Health University. He is also very closely associated with Diabetes India. He was organizing chairman of our Diabetes India Congress, which was 9th World Congress of Diabetes India, which he has done at Jaipur. Dr. Sudhir Bhandari is a professor of medicine. He is head of Department of Medicine, then he is Dean of Medical College, SMS Medical College, and now he is currently Vice Chancellor of Rajasthan Health University. So now I will request Dr. Sudhir Bhandari for a few words for Diabetes India and for his blessings. Over to Dr. Sudhir Bhandari.
Yeah. Good morning. At the onset, I express my gratitude and compliments to Dr. Bansi Saab, who has been pillar of taking all about diabetes, the education, research, conferences, publications to another level. Diabetes India has been a brainchild of Dr. Sadikot, who leaves behind great imprints in our mind. In fact, as an academician, as a clinician, as a researcher, he was a fine gentleman. If you look at our international presence, it began with Dr. Sadikot's efforts. Look at the IDF and all our international collaborations. Probably we have taken to another level with the enthusiasm of Bansi Sabu, but beginning began during Sadikot's time. Diabetes India is a very different academic conference, academic meeting, which is more of a very class academic contents. If you look at the scientific program carved out, is wonderful. It gives us a opportunity for all of us to share our thoughts for better patient care, better clinical research, to discuss what is new about in diabetes and what best we can do to achieve the better control of diabetes in the world. Dr. Banshi Sabu's and team's endeavor of making blood sugar as a fifth vital sign has been so well accepted. I happen to interact with some of our alumni which are internationally placed. They all had accolades about this thoughtful idea. And in fact, many of people have adopted world over unofficially or in the personal capacity as sugar being one of the integral part of the vital workup of the patient. Diabetes India inspires us. Diabetes India really takes us to another level of academics, and I compliment all the team sitting here. Probably it is one of the meetings we'll always look forward to interact. I have been very closely associated with Diabetes India when it was held in Jaipur. Now, university of ours has 53 medical colleges affiliated. We will always be available to Diabetes India, RSSDI, and any diabetic forum to streamline certain courses, education programs, and to take any academic endeavor to a higher level with the help of Diabetes India. I once again thank Dr. Bansi Sabu for having invited me and all of you who have been an integral part of this academic feast. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Sudhir Bhandari, for your kind words and words of wisdom. Now I request Dr. Vasant Kumar, our current president of RSSDI, Research Society of Study of Diabetes in India. Dr. Vasant Kumar is a very senior diabetologist based at Hyderabad. Dr. Vasant Kumar is currently president of RSSDI. and I will request him for words of wisdom from Dr. Vasant Kumar on this occasion of World Congress of Diabetes India inauguration. Over to Dr. Vasant Kumar. Dr. Vasant Kumar was there. Did anyone can call him?
Yes.
Yes, he is there. He is there. Sorry. Dr. Vasant Kumar. Yes, sir. Dr. Vasant Kumar, sir. Sir, unmute yourself.
Good morning, Dr. Bansi. It was wonderful listening to all our colleagues just now.
Sir, unmute.
Thank you. So it's wonderful to be with all of you for the last 45 minutes, listening to all the seniors and trying to understand the great work that has already been done by Diabetes India ever since Dr. Shaukat started this. Dr. Anub was mentioning so many things. And today we have come to the stage where we are doing such wonderful conference, this time both physical as well as hybrid. I think it's only possible with people like Dr. Bansi Sabu, well assisted by all our great friends, Dr. Sanjay and Dr. Manoj, and so many of them under the presidency of Dr. Arvind. So we are all happy to be associated with this great event. And I wish a great success for the coming 3 days. And I'm sure it's going to be useful to this huge number of attendees, which I was told already crossed 10,000. So I hope this work will be continued in memory of Dr. Shaukat. And also, as your president has mentioned, that the ultimate goal is to provide affordable, sustainable managed treatment to all our diabetic patients. So I wish everyone all the best. And thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vasant Kumar, sir. Thank you for your kind words. Dr. RX Events, do we have the recorded video of Erica or do we have her live presence? So now I request.
Bansi,
Sorry, yes, Manoj?
Yeah, no, I think we've written her to join in, but probably we can play the video. I think she may have difficulty on joining on the Zoom platform, so we could go ahead and play the video.
Okay. So anyone from RX Events, Neelam?
Yeah, sir.
So I will request Manoj to introduce Erica and few words about the 100 years of insulin, as we have this year our theme and why we invited her. So over to Manoj for a few words, and then we will start with the video of Erica.
Thank you, Bansi. So Dr. Erica Nishimura, who is joining us from Copenhagen, is with Novo Nordisk. While we were celebrating the 100 years of insulin discovery at Diabetes India 2022, we reached out to some of the companies who've been involved in the manufacture and availability of insulin over the last 100 years. Novo Nordisk, Eli Lilly, Sanofi, many such companies. And we had the pleasure of Dr. Erica, who agreed to join us today. But we believe there's been some technical difficulties in her actual presence, but she was kind enough to record her video and send us, as she's been involved in the last few decades with the processes of new insulin discovery and the science of newer insulins that we're going to experience and give the benefit of to our patients in the coming years. So with that, let me ask RX team to play the video from Dr. Erica Nishimura from Copenhagen, Denmark. RX, Neelam, can somebody play Dr. Erica's message
No,
here?
I think there is some confusion. She had asked that she will be joining live and she had not sent her video, but unluckily we are not seeing her now, and we had again tried and we have written mail also. So I'm sorry for that. Now I will request again Manoj to introduce our special invitee. We have with us Supriya Pathak and Pankaj Kapoor. So Manoj to introduce them, and then we will have a recorded video of Supriya first, and then we will have Mr. Pankaj Kapoor for live discussion also. I mean for his live words also. Over to Manoj.
Once have they joined in? I'm not able to see if they've joined in as well. But let's move ahead in our program. So we have the pleasure of inviting and welcoming our two special invitees from the theatre and Bollywood group from India. Two of the most acclaimed artists. Gives me great pleasure to introduce Mrs. Supriya Kapoor, who's been a well-known face in both Gujarati and Hindi theatre and movie scenarios. It's extremely difficult to pick up one performance, one movie, one theatre, one play of hers that we would remember. She's a common face for all of us. And just to name a few, you would remember her character as Hansa from the popular TV serial. And of course, amongst many of her roles, she's played Ba from the movie Ram Leela, Goliyon Ki Ras Leela, Ram Leela. Extremely wonderful characterization of that the Ba, the lady Dawn, so to say, in that movie. So similarly, she's had many such performances. She's won 3 Filmfare Awards as Best Supporting Actress. And she is joining us to share with us her experience with diabetes and a message for all of us physicians who are involved in taking care of our patients and trying to improve lives of our patients with diabetes. So with that, let's start the message from Mrs. Supriya Kapoor.
Hey, I'm Supriya Kapoor, and I am here today to talk about health issues, which is very different and difficult for me to do because I'm an actor and I don't really like talking about health problems that you have. But about 10 years ago, I kind of realized that I have diabetes. And well, as everybody feels that, diabetes is a very scary thing to have, and I was also worried about it. But my doctor was a very, very sweet man, and he told me that it is something that one has to live with. And it's a very easy disease to work around if you know how to manage your life and be at peace with diabetes. I've had wonderful doctors looking after me and helping me through this whole process, and it has been a journey for me to learn what diabetes is, and I'm extremely proud of being able to be at least in control a little bit of this disease and live a life which is happy and positive. I would like to congratulate the medical community for 100 years of insulin, of giving us insulin and making our life so much more happier with this disease called diabetes, and giving us hope and looking after us. And I congratulate all the people in this in the committee and in this organization for celebrating this lovely moment of 100 years of insulin. And all the best to everybody who have been such patient and great workers towards solving diabetes as a problem, and sending so many messages of awareness and making people aware of how they can fight this disease and not be scared of it, not worry about it so much, but learn how to change your life and make a little bit of sacrifices and changes in your life to be able to live a more healthier life with all the help and advice that a doctor gives you. So thank you, doctors, for being such wonderful helpers for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Supriya ji. Friends, it gives me great pleasure.
She can join also live, and she can
welcome Yes, I think we have Mrs. Supriya Kapoor and Mr. Pankaj Kapoor who've joined us. I already introduced Supriya ji. It gives me great pleasure to welcome and introduce Mr. Pankaj Kapoor as well. As we said, many of us have grown up and enjoyed all the talent that he shared with us through different media, be it theater, serials, plays, and movies. Mr. Pankaj Kapoor is a national award winner, as well as Filmfare Award winner for many of his performances. Extremely difficult, again, just like Mrs. Supriya Kapoor, to pick one such performance over the years. I think everyone will have their own favorite ones, be it the Karamchand with the Gajar and Carrot, or the roles from Makbul, or something which strikes me again a little dark shade, and maybe Pankaj ji himself can share his thought in working on that, was Ek Doctor Ki Maut. Not something that had its own shades. But Pankaj ji again is here to share with us, and both Supriya ji in person, their thoughts about managing their diabetes and an inspiration and a celebration of the 100 years of insulin discovery through the medium of Diabetes India 2022. So over to Supriya ji and Pankaj Kapoor.
First of all, we congratulate all of you for doing such wonderful work. All the set of doctors and scientists who have worked for the last 100 years or maybe more, and you're celebrating the 100 years of insulin. So congratulations for that discovery and the refinement of that over the years, which I think for anybody who has this problem, whether you call it problem or a condition of diabetes, this is a great help that has been extended by the fraternity of scientists and doctors. First of all, many congratulations for that. Second is, I think the earliest teachings by the doctors given to us basically was that, like, to maintain your body, you require certain food. So you eat certain amount of carbohydrates, a certain amount of protein, and certain amount of other things. Similarly, if there's a deficiency in the body, it needs to be supplied by medication. Now, which is something which needs to be understood by, frankly, by a very stubborn mind like mine. It took me a while to understand that. But I was taught by my doctors and explained by my doctors that you can manage it by three ways. One is by, first of all, consulting a doctor who will tell you whether you need to be on medication or not, then start the medication. Secondly, by exercising, by keeping yourself fit. And third is by making choice in terms of the kind of food that you eat. So if you exercise all these three things, you would possibly be able to manage a completely normal life, maybe a healthier life, because most of us, if we do not have a condition, tend to overdo things in life and not tend to indulge and not take much care. But I think if I look at it from a positive point of view, what diabetes did to somebody like me, with the perspective that the doctors presented to me, was that how to lead a healthy life and how to eat healthy, how to stay healthy with the help and consultation of the doctor. And also one very important thing that I learned, don't be your own doctor. Go to a doctor, ask the doctor what needs to be done, and follow the guidance. Now over to Supriya ji.
No, I personally also quite agree with Pankaj ji about exactly what happened. And as I said earlier to all of you, but I also want to add that, if you treat it with happiness, I think it works better on you. You have to be very positive about the way you look at it. And I think especially our doctors gave us a lot of encouragement and positivity. I mean, they didn't scare us or anything about it. Everywhere else where we go, we are always scared. Oh, you've got diabetes. Oh, you're always like, so. But my doctor, I think, has always given us a perspective that, okay, it's there, it's a condition, but you can survive and survive very well. As Pankaj ji said, might be much more healthier than what we would have been otherwise. So it's just an attitude. It's just a way of looking at it. And if you have the right doctor, I think every problem is sorted.
Thank you. Okay, sorry. I said thank you so much, both of you, for joining in. I know you all are in Bias. with limited network. But before you sign off, I must ask both of you, which is that next performance of each of you that we all should be looking forward to? You're mute, both of you somehow are mute.
Pankaj ji, unmute yourself. Supriya ji, unmute.
Maybe the host has to do it, something to do with.
Yeah. Are you okay?
Yes. Now we can.
So I have one show which is going on just now on Hotstar, which is called Home Shanti, which is a nice feel-good kind of show. And I think a couple of films coming up, but a lot of my work you must have seen recently, which was Tapper on Sony Live. And, that's a work which is good fun.
So in my case, it's Jersey, which has just released. I just worked in that, and a film called Jab Khuli Kitab, which should be releasing in near future. A film called Bheed, which should release in near future. And there is a film called Happy, HAPPI, on Z5, which in case somebody wants to see, they can see. And JL50 on Sony Live. In case people have not seen it, they can see that. So that's about our work.
Thank you.
Currently.
Manoj,
yes, Dr.
One word as the president of DI. I thank you so very much to both our dignitaries who have been there, and it was great listening to you because we all grew up looking at your movies. And thanks for being there for Diabetes India. And I would love to, request both of you, if possible, to be the ambassadors to talk to the people that diabetes is easy to live with, and then it's a way of life, and then probably you will live longer. And then if you can agree to that, you can actually become the ambassadors, representing diabetes.
Actually, what you have said, doctor, is something which is very strengthening for us.
Yes, I mean, you are giving us more
You are
courage.
people who scientifically know about these things. And if it comes from you, it makes us very assured and makes us feel very good. As I said, that our doctors have always made us feel very positive about it. And I think that's so wonderful. And amazing work being done by all the scientists and all the doctors world over towards this one problem and many other problems. Many congratulations for that again.
Thank you so much. Thank you, doctors. Thank you very much.
Just before you sign off, both of you, we as doctors tell all our patients 30 minutes of exercise, 40 minutes of exercise. What is your advice? How much time should doctors spend on the television?
Well, as much as you can, so that you remain happy and sane yourself, so that you can
handle
keep
so
us
many
sane.
of us. So just for your relaxation, whatever
As
time
much.
you can afford, whatever time you can afford.
Our prescription is do what you enjoy doing. That's it.
Thank you. Wonderful.
Thank you, Supriya ji. Thank you.
can watch television while exercising.
Just to inform you that more than
nice being with all
10,000
of you.
doctors, more than 10,000 doctors from all across the country who are joined and who are the part of this meeting of Diabetes India. And we have physically more than 1,000 doctors who have come here at Goa who will be joining the meeting for this. And once again, thank you very much for joining us.
And we thank you.
Almost to get you here.
We
and
thank all you
very
doctors.
valuable
Thank
time for us. And thank you being, as a brand ambassador for diabetes in our country. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, both of you again. Wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye. Thank you.
Bansi, over to you.
Yes. Once again, thank you, Manoj, for getting Supriya ji and Pankaj ji for this show of our inauguration program. Now I request Dr. Rajiv Koval to introduce our chief guest. We have with us Dr. Shashank Joshi. I will request Dr. Rajiv to introduce our chief guest.
Thank you so much, Bansi.
Rajiv, just a minute. Sorry, sir. Just a minute. Before we introduce him, let us have the lighting of lamp and then we will introduce him. I'm sorry for that. So can I request RX Events for lighting of lamp? Request all the dignitaries to join
Bansi, Dr. Erica has also joined us.
So yes, we can ask the Erica for a few words. Erica is there. So
Yeah.
Manoj, again, you invite Erica for a few words from her.
Yeah. Dr. Erica, I had the privilege of introducing you earlier. Dr. Erica Nishimura from Copenhagen, Denmark, with the Novo Nordisk Foundation, has been involved in the work and discovery of newer insulins. She is joining us today to share her thoughts on the 100 years of insulin discovery, the journey, and what do we really expect ahead for insulins and diabetes care products, which will improve the lives of our patients with diabetes. Dr. Erica Nishimura.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely, Dr. Erica.
Yes, Erica, we can hear you.
Okay, so then I'll just share my screen. And can you tell me when you can see the screen?
We can see, yes, we can.
Okay, I'll just put it into full. Okay, so I'm really very privileged to be able to talk to you about the 100 years of insulin discovery. Just say a few words. Those of you who are interested in the topic, there's a review I can refer you to where it goes into a lot of detail. But today we're just going to do a quick review of the 100 years of insulin innovation. And we all know how momentous this discovery of insulin was for the people of having diabetes. 100 years ago. So there's a lot of background noise in the discovery of insulin gave a huge impact for people with diabetes, and it was actually a life-saving medication. And since then, there has been a lot of innovation. Even in the first 50 years where we were only using animal insulin preparations, there was a lot of work done to make more highly purified insulin so we could avoid reactions. But then in the 80s, with the availability of recombinant technology, human molecular biology technology, it was possible to make human insulin. And this was actually a big achievement. We can use the actual human hormone for therapy. And not long after that, we have been able to design new insulin analogs that were either more rapid acting or longer acting to mimic the physiological needs of insulin. So today we have a number of insulin products that can be used either as mealtime insulin or basal insulin, and also biphasic mixes. So there's a number of options for treating people with diabetes with insulin. However, we all know how difficult it still is to use insulin therapy, also with the risk of hypoglycemia and weight gain, etc. And it's not easy for the patients to use insulin. So it really still isn't optimal. And today we can envision that there are new ways of designing new generation insulin analogs that would have that would be better for the patient. So we're thinking about the patient when they have to take their insulin. So what we're doing is that we're working on in the lab, so this is still research, on ways of making insulin molecules that maybe have less hypoglycemia risk, less weight gain, better cardiovascular disease outcomes. And one way of doing this is try to design insulin molecules with tissue or pathway targeted action. So these are things that we're working on in the lab. what we have more closer to getting to the patients and to you as physicians is the possibility of a once weekly basal insulin. So being able to provide basal insulin action throughout the week with just one injection. And there are two very promising molecules currently in phase 3. One of them is the insulin FC conjugate being developed by Lilly, and the other is insulin icodec developed by us at Novo Nordisk. And these two have shown some very interesting phase 2 results. So hopefully this is something that will be available in not too long for you to use for your patients in India. So it's something to look forward to. We still have not given up on the opportunity of delivering insulin orally. So a tablet or capsule that can be used to provide insulin that would be much easier for patients instead of having to inject. So we and many other researchers around the world are actively working on trying to design oral insulin therapy. And finally, I would say what is the ultimate goal or ultimate insulin would be the smart insulin analogs that can sense when glucose is high and glucose is low. So it would only work when glucose is elevated and would have much less activity when glucose is low. So this would really prevent hypoglycemia and still being able to achieve normal glucose levels. So I think with that, I would just say that, you know, we are, now my screen is stuck. I can't get to my last slide. Anyways, the last slide was a conclusion to say that we have come a long way in the last 100 years in terms of insulin innovation, but we still have a lot that we can do to be able to provide insulin therapy that is more optimal and easier for the patients to use. And in addition to insulin analogs, we may even have the opportunity of one day being able to provide insulin producing beta cells back to the patients. This is some of the research we were doing in terms of engineering stem cells into beta cells. So with that, I'll say thank you very much. And I'm very sorry that my slides have frozen, but I hope.
Thank you, Erika. First of all, thanks for joining.
There it goes. Yeah.
Copenhagen early in the morning. And we are really thankful to you for joining for this Diabetes India inauguration. Thank you very much. Now I request.
Thank you. It's my pleasure.
Thank you. Now I request Rajiv Kovil to introduce our chief guest. Shashank is going to have flight at 12. We have his recorded video also. And if he is live, then he can talk. So Rajiv, please introduce Dr. Shashank Joshi.
Thank you so much, Bansi. Let me welcome everyone to the World Congress of Diabetes India. Dr. Shashank Joshi doesn't need any introduction. He is the IDF Southeast Asia chair. He is the past president of all association in the metabolic and the space of medicine, whether it's API, STCon or RSSDI. He has been right up there in the COVID task force of Maharashtra. And for the work that he has done, he has been conferred the Padma Shri in 2012 by the government of India. Welcome, Dr. Joshi, to the World Congress of Diabetes India. Over to you, Bansi.
Yes.
Sudhir, please allow me to say hello to Shashank and Bansi sir.
Thank you. Yes, Dr. Ajad Khan. Yes.
Yeah,
I could see you and I was. Yes. So, Shashank, should we play your recorded video or will you be speaking live?
So I think I will, I'm boarding the flight to come to Goa to meet all of you. But I want to congratulate the Research Trust of Diabetes India. And my tribute goes to late Dr. Shaukat Sadikot, He was kind of a rebel of his times, thinking ahead of times to start this movement of Diabetes India, which was committed to people living with diabetes. And having seen him very closely and being my neighbor, it has been a wonderful journey. And I think this is a conference dedicated to him. And I congratulate you, Dr. Bansi Sabu, Dr. Sr Arvind, Dr. Anub Mishra, Dr. K.M. Prasanna Kumar, Dr. Sanjay Reddy, and all the office bearers of the Diabetes India Research Trust for continuing the leading light for education, research, and caring for people living with diabetes. We have a common goal, that is to take care of people living with diabetes, and we need to ensure that they are complication-free, and we want to have a world without diabetes. And as Bansi had told in a Delhi meeting of Diabetes India, his overarching goal is to have a complication-free world with diabetes. So let us all join hands together to make lives of people living with diabetes better, longer, and more healthier and happier. That's the first goal. And we all know that type 2 diabetes is reversible. Let us aim to reverse diabetes, remit diabetes, and let us look to research to cure diabetes. Let us look for a diabetes-free world. And again, congratulate Dr. Jyotidev Kesavdev for a wonderful scientific fiesta, which is unraveling from today till Sunday. And I congratulate the entire team, which I can see here, for this wonderful extravaganza. Congratulations and Jai Hind.
Thank you, Shashank. Now I request RX events, because we have awards and function also still remaining. We asked Shashank to join early because he has to catch the flight. Now I request.
I'm there.
Yes, so Shashank is there, and we have every year Diabetes India, with the help of USV, we award few upcoming diabetologists from all across the country. We try to pick up one from each state, and we have this year also 20 awardee, which are Diabetes India Award, which we give with the support of USV. I would like RX events to announce their name, and with the I will request our chief guest, Dr. Shashank Joshi, along with our guest of honor and special invitee. We would like to felicitate them with the award, and we will be also giving them physically award when they will be here tomorrow at lunchtime. So now I request RX events to please show me the one by one the PowerPoint, and then we can give them award. Congratulations to Dr. G.K. Mittal. He is from Bilaspur. He is from Madhya Pradesh. Dr. G.K. Mittal, we congratulate you from Diabetes India to get award as a Diabetes India awardee, again with the support of USV. Next one. Congratulations to Dr. Avdesh Kumar from Bihar for getting this award from Diabetes India on this platform of inauguration. Congratulations to Dr. Avdesh. Dr. Konda Venugopal Reddy from Vijayawada, Andhra Pradesh. Congratulations to you for this award from Diabetes India. Next one. Dr. Abhishek Gupta from Rudrapur, Uttarakhand. Congratulations, Dr. Abhishek Gupta, for this award from Diabetes India Award 2022. Congratulations to Dr. Syed from Bangalore, Karnataka, for this award of Diabetes India. Dr. Deepak Agarwal from Guwahati. Congratulations for this award of Diabetes India USV Award, which we are giving to all diabetologists across the country for their great work in field of diabetes awareness as well as prevention. Next one. Dr. Surjit Kumar Patra, Bhubaneswar, Odisha, very upcoming diabetologist, and we see him regularly on our social media also. Congratulations, Diabetes India USV Award 2022. Dr. Shashi N. Chakrabarti from Durgapur, West Bengal. Congratulations for this award for increasing awareness in field of diabetes in your area, and congratulations for this. Next one. Dr. Sapnil Bhavsar from Surat, Gujarat. Congratulations, Dr. Sapnil, for this award of Diabetes India USV Award 2022. Dr. Chandni Jain Bhuwania from Mumbai, Maharashtra. Congratulations for Diabetes India USV Award 2022.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Rahul Medikar Dar from Solapur, Maharashtra. Congratulations, Dr. Rahul, for getting this award of Diabetes India USP Award. Dr. Anirban Biswas from Delhi, for congratulations you for Diabetes India USP Award 2022. Dr. J. Krishna B. Tharoor from Kerala, congratulations you for getting this award of Diabetes India USP Award 2022. Congratulations to Dr. Rakesh Parikh from Jaipur, Rajasthan. Congratulations for this award of Diabetes India USP Award 2022. Dr. Saurabh Mishra from Kanpur, Uttar Pradesh. Congratulations, Dr. Saurabh, for getting this award from Diabetes India USP Award 2022. Dr. Kuppuswamy M from Chennai, Tamil Nadu. Congratulations, Dr. Kuppuswamy, for this Diabetes India USP Award 2022. Thank you. Thanks to our chief guest as well as our president for awarding all the upcoming diabetologists from all across the country for this RSSDI USP Award. And thanks to USP for supporting this activity of giving award to all upcoming and young diabetologists of our country. Few words from our president for this award, and then I move on for vote of thanks.
Congratulations to all of you. And the special awards of Diabetes India to the upcoming and young diabetologists and endocrinologists was actually started a couple of years back. And it was our intention to ensure that a lot of good work is being done in smaller places, and especially for care of the people in a very affordable and an accountable way. And we do this with our pharma colleagues, USV. For the last couple of years, we have been doing that. And then we do ask and take their help in trying to see how many candidates actually come into this particular force. And then we actually select the candidates and then try to make it very interesting for them. And then this is something to encourage all our doctors. And I'm sure in years to come, many more will be motivated to actually take up this special award from Diabetes India. In fact, it was Dr. Banshi Sabu who actually gave us the idea a couple of years back that we should actually encourage the young diabetologists to take this up. Many seniors have actually asked this question, why am I not being selected? No, we don't want to select the seniors. We don't want to select the stalwarts. But this is for the new and upcoming people who have worked very hard, especially in trying times and situations, and in the last 2 years during the COVID era. And that's how the people are actually selected. And thanks, Banshi, for making a great effort on this. And I'm sure that we will be continuing to do this in years to come. Now, with that, I request Dr. Banshi to take over and close the session as we move on, because at 11 o'clock, we are starting the next session, and the first scientific session will start at 11 o'clock.
Still, we have 10 minutes, sir. Thank you very much. And thanks to USV for this partnering with us for this award. If anyone from USV is there, we can ask them for 2 minutes. If no one is there, we will have them again tomorrow at lunchtime. Shashank, you want to make any congratulation comment for all the awardee, and then we ask for what?
Banshi, just one comment.
Yes, sir.
All those who are interested in listening to best papers from our journal, Diabetes and Metabolic Syndrome Clinical Research and Reviews, please log in at 5 p.m. today. We have 5 very good papers going on from 5 to 7. Please log in. Thank you.
The editor choice best paper in diabetes and metabolic syndrome, and that's what we have the session at 5 p.m. And all sessions will be also pre-recorded, and it will, recorded session will be there. If you miss any, then also you can listen. Now I request Dr. Manoj Chawla for proposing vote of thanks. Over to Dr. Manoj. Manoj is a senior diabetologist from city of Mumbai, very close friend of us, very close friend of mine. He has really worked very hard for this meeting, and I must appreciate and congratulate him for making this conference a wonderful congress. Over to Dr. Manoj.
Thank you, Bansi, and a warm welcome and good morning, everyone. Well, for a movement like Diabetes India and for a meeting like Diabetes India 2022, there are many people for us to thank. Let me start by remembering and thanking Dr. Sadikot, who has been the inspiration behind Diabetes India and the movement. And this movement is now has become a passion for many of us who've gotten along and joined in the way and have gotten dedicated to spreading the message of diabetes awareness and with the eventual hope of trying to improve lives of people with diabetes. For this particular meeting, I'm extremely grateful to our president, Dr. Sr Arvind, the trustees, Dr. Anub Mishra, Dr. Sanjay Reddy, and of course, the Secretary of Diabetes India, Dr. Banshi Sabu, and Dr. Jyoti Dev, who is the current chair, for allowing me to be a part of this conference and contribute as organizing secretary. And we are extremely happy and proud to welcome all of you to this hybrid meeting at Goa from today, that is 20th to the 22nd of May. And I'm sure that you will all have a memorable scientific conference as well as a great opportunity to meet and network friends, many of us who haven't been able to meet over the pandemic. Let me also thank and take this opportunity to thank our chief guest, Dr. Shashank Joshi, who's been gracious enough to join us on his way to Goa, Dr. Vasant Kumar, President RSSDI, who shared his thoughts with us earlier, Dr. Sudhir Bhanda, Vice Chancellor and Chair of Jaipur University, Dr. Mesbah Kamal, President of the Diabetes Asia Study Group, Dr. Erika Nishimura, who shared her thoughts about the discovery of insulin from Copenhagen, Denmark, Dr. Anub Mishra, Dr. Arvind, Bansi, Sanjay Reddy, Jyoti Dev, and the entire organizing team who have guided and helped us put this show together. Let me also take the opportunity to thank each and every one of you who've taken time out this morning to join us for the inauguration on this platform. And of course, many 1,000 of our registered delegates who have joined in for this event, as well as are attending the conference over the next 2.5 days. A big shout out and thank you to Team RX Events, Dr. Hardik and team who have worked tirelessly and endlessly and extremely efficiently in putting this whole show together. Many congratulations to RX, which is now moved from an online event management platform to both the online and in person. So a true hybrid event management platform. And some of the work we are going to experience over the next 2.5 days. So many congratulations and thank you to that entire team. Many congratulations to all the awardees, the Diabetes India awardees supported by USV. Congratulations and all of you keep up the great work. And we keep inviting all the young doctors to keep doing the great work and share their work with us so that they get their due recognition as well in the years to come. Let me also take the opportunity to thank our sponsors, without whom we know it will be extremely difficult to put up this academic event. And the entire team of sponsors, starting from Torrent, Eris, USV, just a second. So Torrent, USV, Eris, Alchem, Novo Nordisk, Sanofi, Cipla, MCure. Bunch, you'll have to keep helping me with the list here.
Sun Pharmaceutical.
Sorry?
Sun Pharma.
Sun Pharma. I just want to make sure I'm not missing anyone. Yes, I think I have the list here now. Abbott Healthcare, Lupin, Dr. Reddy's Labs, Mankind, Zydus Cadila, British Biologicals, Wokhart, Biocon, Cipla I mentioned, Remedios, and all the sponsors. My apologies if I've missed out any of the name, but all of you who have come out together to help us put this show up. So thank you all so much for supporting us and supporting Diabetes India. And of course, big thank you to all the faculty, both our speakers, national, international, and the chairpersons, for again giving your valuable expertise and time to Diabetes India 2022. We greatly appreciate all your time and effort in being with us. Let me end by saying there are two ways that you can spread light in lives of people. One is being by a candle, and second is being by a mirror that reflects the light. Let me request all my medical fraternity to be both the candle and the mirror for our patients out there, so that we help them in each and every way possible in spreading more light and cheer and happiness in the lives of our people with diabetes all across. With those thoughts, I would hand it back to Dr. Banshi Sabu to end today's meeting, and a big thank you to the team. And I can see Dr. Arvind wanting to speak, and we welcome you again to the start of the virtual event today and the hybrid from tomorrow. See you really, really soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Manoj. I think before Banshi closes it up, I just wanted to say something. I just want to thank all the organizing team out here. And then I always say that, it takes great skill and knowledge to prepare a lecture for any of the speakers, especially on a virtual platform. But it also takes a great courage and a lot of patience for somebody to be listening to the lecture sitting in front of your computers or your phone. But that's where the great learning happens, because you're completely not disturbed from anybody, and that's where you actually pick it up. And these are thought leaders, globally recognized, who will be giving their lectures on the virtual platform. And however busy you are, my request is please go through the program and see what suits you the best, and please listen to this best of lectures. And a lot of effort has gone in, especially from the organizing team, to get these speakers to deliver the best of science today to all of you. With that, I'll hand it over to Banshi to make the concluding remarks and to wind up.
Thank you, Dr. Arvind. Thanks, Dr. Manoj Chawla, for proposing vote of thanks. As a Secretary for Diabetes India, I thank the local organizing committee, Dr. Tejas, Dr. Desai, and Dr. Nayak from Goa. I also thank the complete organizing committee of this Diabetes India Goa meeting, which is on hybrid mode. So today is completely online, with starting from Dr. Sanjay Reddy, who is the organizing chairman, Dr. Manoj is the organizing secretary, Dr. Jyoti Dev, scientific chairman, the national coordinator, Dr. Mithun Bhartiya, and convener, Dr. Rajiv Kovil. So complete organizing team of Diabetes India, I must thank. And thank to all industry partners, all faculty, international, national, who are joining online or coming physically here. I'm thankful to each one of them. We are also thanking all the delegates who are joining us online, more than 10,000 delegates, participants who are joining, and they are registered. We have many of delegates and participants who are from Middle East also, and North Africa. Around 1,000 doctors are registered from Middle East and North Africa. I welcome them, and I'm thankful to them also for joining our Diabetes India meeting, and more than 10,000 doctors from all across the country. We have 1,000 doctors who will be coming here at Goa and will be joining us from tomorrow morning. With this, I thank each one of you who joined this Diabetes India Congress inauguration program. And now I request RX Events.
Bansi, just my apologies. Yes, I think I failed in my duty to recognize and acknowledge the local team. I missed out. Of course, a big shout out and thank you to Dr. Digambar Nayak, Dr. Milind Desai, and Dr. Tejas Kamath for being the local pillars. And a special mention to Dr. Tejas Kamath for the entire help in getting us the CME credit points with Goa Medical Council. It has been a task in itself. So many thanks, Tejas, and the local team, and all the local Goa doctors who are going to be joining us as physicians and delegates. Thank you again so much.
Thank you, Manoj. And now I request RX Events for our national anthem, and then we close the program. Over to RX Events.
पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे, तव शुभ आशीष मांगे, गाहे तव जय गाथा, जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, जय हे जय हे जय हे, जय 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 हे।
Thank you, everyone. I'm sure everyone must have received their password and login details for joining the respective hall. And those who are chairing, those who are moderating, those who are part of the coordinating team, please join the respective hall. And we are starting here in this Shaukat Sadikot hall, our first innovation program. So we have already with us Dr. Professor Azad Khan, who is chairing this session. Can I have, Dr. Azad Khan and Dr. Sr Arvind who are there? Can I have their slide? So we know that Professor A.K. Azad Khan is currently chair-elect for Diabetes IDF Southeast Asia region. Currently we have chair is Dr. Shashank Joshi, and Dr. Azad Khan is Professor of Diabetology, and he is also the chair-elect for IDF Southeast Asia region. He is from Bangladesh. He is also FRCP and FCPS. Professor Azad Khan is a very senior diabetologist, and along with him, we have with us Dr. Sr Arvind, who is President of Diabetes India. He is Director and Chief Diabetologist of Diacon Hospital, Bangalore, India. Now over to them for our first session.
Thank you, Dr. Banshi, and it's a pleasure to be sharing this.
Can I add something? Can I add something? Banshi has introduced me, but he has said the most important thing, that I'm a friend of Banshi and Shashank.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you for being there for us, Dr. Azad Khan. And I think to take this, the first session going, I think I'll request Dr. Azad Khan to take over from here, and I'll always be there at the back to support him. So he will be the main chair for this particular first session, which is the virtual meet. Over to you, Dr. Azad Khan. I request all others to mute so that there's going to be no disturbance, please. I request. Sir, you
remote call. I would like to humbly request you to continue chairmanship. I'm with you. I'm in a very remote corner of Bengal. I'm in the south, quite near the sea. So I'll be with you, but please continue chairing.
Okay.
Thank you.
May I request the RX events to come out with the program, the first program, and then to start off. Do we have the speakers or are they recorded lectures?
So Arvind, Inas is the first speaker, and you can introduce her, and then we can.
Is Dr. Inas live, or is it a recorded lecture, please?
Recorded lecture is
live, sir.
Okay, she's live. Okay, welcome, Dr. Inas Shaukat, and she's a professor of internal medicine and diabetes from the Cairo University. She's been the chairman of Unit 4 Internal Medicine Department at the Cairo University. She's the president of the Arabic Association for the Study of Diabetes and Metabolism. She's the honorary tutor of diabetes at the Cardiff University, member of the European Association for Study of Diabetes, Egyptian Society of Internal Medicine, Egyptian Society of Nephrology, Egyptian Society of Diabetes, and Egyptian Medical Association for Studying Obesity. And I welcome Dr. Inas Shaukat, and then she will be starting her first lecture now. I mean, I don't see the faces on this virtual platform, so I don't have a speaker's view here, and it's a gallery view. So may I request the RX events to show Dr. Inas live, please? Yeah, she has just been introduced.
Sir, Dr. Ina's talk is live, and I think ma'am is not joined.
Has she joined?
Can we move on for second talk? Dr. Rayas sir is joined.
Absolutely fine, and I think we can follow that up with the lecture of Dr. Inas. We'll move to the second one, and okay. So I think what we'll do is by the time Dr. Inas actually comes on live, I would like to start the first talk of Dr. Rayas Malik, is the professor of medicine at Qatar, Vale Cornell Medicine. He's the associate editor of Scientific Report, PLOS One, Frontiers Endocrinology and Frontiers Neurology. Welcome, Dr. Rayas. Can I see your live video there? Yes, I can see your live video, sir. So thank you so very much for joining us, and I'm sure it's going to be pretty early over there. And you will be talking about the diabetic triopathy, and that's going to be a very interesting first talk. The stage is all yours, sir.
Thank you and good morning. And thank you to the, of course, the organizers, Dr. Shabu and the chairpersons. So the talk that I've been asked to give is on the diabetic triopathy. So it's an update on really the management of the three major diabetes complications. And these, of course, are retinopathy, nephropathy, and neuropathy. But if anybody knows anything about me, then you will know that neuropathy is my area of expertise and interest. So unlike other speakers who would start with retinopathy at the top and then nephropathy and finally remember a little bit about neuropathy, I will start with neuropathy. In terms of neuropathy, I think it's important to remember that the risk factors for diabetic neuropathy are not simply glycemic control. And this is a key paper from now over 16 years ago, which Solomon Tesfaye published in the New England Journal of Medicine, where they showed that the risk factors for diabetic neuropathy, that is damage to the peripheral nerves, is very much I would say a vascular complication, because hypertension actually was the biggest risk factor. And then also other cardiovascular risk factors like being overweight, like having higher triglycerides and higher total cholesterol were contributing as much towards diabetic neuropathy as glucose control. And actually, with that comes a Cochrane review, which looked at the benefits of enhanced glycemic control in terms of outcomes in trials in both type 1 and type 2 diabetes. And what did they show? Well, they showed that in type 1 diabetes, predominantly driven by the DCCT, that improving glucose control improves neuropathy. However, in type 2 diabetes, and these were studies which included the Accord study, the UKPDS, part of the UKPDS, and VADT study, there was actually no significant difference. And people, when they looked at this data, they thought it can't be true. And I think it is true, but it's because of reasons. And the two reasons were, I believe now, one, that the therapies that were being used at that time in patients with type 2 diabetes were not good enough or didn't have a targeted effect on the nerves. And two, the way they measured neuropathy in the two different trials was different. That in type 1 diabetes, they used highly sensitive tests like nerve conduction. In the type 2 trials, they actually used very, very rough and ready tests like clinical examination, monofilament examination. So that's part of the reason. And actually, then something happened about 2018 as a sub-study of the liraglutide LEADER trial. There was, I would say, tenuous evidence, but nevertheless, there was something to suggest that GLP-1 therapy might have an impact on diabetic neuropathy. So first of all, actually, they looked at the incidence of foot ulceration, and they showed no difference between liraglutide and placebo, about the same over the period of 5 years. However, when they looked at, of course, the dreaded outcome of diabetic neuropathy, which is amputation, and this is Mr. von Bergmann from Berlin, 1901. What they showed is that there was a signal, statistically significant, in terms of people who had foot ulcers going on to have amputations was reduced in those who were on GLP-1 therapy compared to placebo. Of course, placebo wasn't complete placebo because these people were also being treated with standard therapy, suggesting that there may be an impact of GLP-1 therapy. Now, subsequently in Qatar, we actually were part of a trial called the Qatar study, where essentially poorly controlled patients with type 2 diabetes with average HbA1cs of 10.5% were randomized to either GLP-1 once weekly exenatide with pioglitazone or basal bolus insulin. And we looked at the impact on neuropathy. And first of all, what you see here is that there is no difference between what we call combination therapy with the GLP-1 combined with pioglitazone and or basal bolus insulin. So both were effective in lowering HbA1c from around 10.5% to 7%. However, instead of using monofilament neurological examination, we actually used a very sensitive technique that we've developed over the years called Corneal confocal microscopy, which is a rapid test that allows you to image small nerve fibers in the cornea, but is a surrogate marker of nerve fibers elsewhere. And what we were able to show effectively within 12 months was the following, that actually compared to healthy controls, you see here, these white lines are the nerve fibers. In both the GLP-1 and pioglitazone arm and the basal bolus insulin arm, there was actually repair of nerve fibers over 1 year, showing that actually a number of things you can measure in terms of these nerve fibers, so fiber density, branch density, fiber length, all improved significantly in actually both arms. But if you look to vibration perception, really in one arm it improved, in the other arm it didn't. So there was a kind of, it was just not good enough as a test. Then other risk factors, as I noted at the beginning, hypertension is an important risk factor for neuropathy. So this is an old study, but has been actually replicated by a number of studies subsequently, where we showed that if you give patients who are normotensive without microalbuminuria an ACE inhibitor, then if you measure nerve conductions, you can see that there is within 12 months an improvement in motor nerve conduction velocity, M-wave amplitude, and F-wave latency, indicating that treatment of people with normal blood pressure improves neuropathy. There is also a study, again, coming back to vascular risk factors, a small study from Mexico, which compared rosuvastatin with placebo and showed that in the people treated with rosuvastatin, there was a significant improvement in nerve conduction velocity, perineal nerve conduction velocity of almost, well, actually 2 meters per second. The other measures didn't really change. Amplitude almost became significant, but nevertheless, there is some impact in a small study. And probably the most impressive data actually comes from the field study, where it was seen during the field study, which is a very large randomized trial in type 2 diabetes, where the cardiovascular outcomes were negative, but the incidence of minor amputation, you can see, was almost 50% reduced in people on fenofibrate compared to placebo. And that again suggests that there is an impact on neuropathy. And if we look at the other aspect of neuropathy, which of course is painful neuropathy, then what we have are data from the UK, the USA, which show that 1 in 5 individuals have painful diabetic neuropathy. This is a large study that we did in Manchester in the Northwest region of 15,000 patients in secondary and primary care. And we established a prevalence of 1 in 5 patients with type 2, predominantly diabetes, have painful neuropathy. However, if we look closer to the region that I'm currently working in, In Qatar, actually, we've done almost a similar study where in 1,171 patients with predominantly type 2 diabetes, we've shown a much higher prevalence of 34%, as opposed to 21%. And particularly along with the Qatari Arabs themselves, the prevalence was even higher. And so we asked the question, why is the prevalence higher in this region, and why is it particularly higher in the Arabs? Well, part of the reason is because we've established that obesity is a major risk factor for painful diabetic neuropathy, alongside smoking as well. But the traditional risk factors like HbA1c, hypertension, for painful neuropathy, there is no risk. But the other thing that we showed, unfortunately, is that the majority of these patients who we diagnosed with painful diabetic neuropathy had not previously been diagnosed or treated. And that again shows that as physicians, we're not looking for painful diabetic neuropathy in 80% of these patients. In terms of choices of therapy, well, not much has really changed, because not much has really come onto the market in terms of new therapies. So we still have the established therapies like pregabalin, gabapentin, or the SNRIs like duloxetine and venlafaxine, and of course the cheaper alternatives, which are the tricyclic antidepressants, but they do come with side effects. So according to the ADA, you can use either of these therapies, or you can switch to another agent if one isn't working, or use combinations, lower doses of combinations. Of course, the pregabalin and duloxetine were approved in 2004. Subsequently, there have been two other approvals. One is tapentadol, which is the mu receptor agonist and partial works on descending inhibitory pathways, which is a cousin of tramadol, and that may be used. And most recently, the FDA has approved the 8% Quatenza, which is the capsaicin 8% patch for diabetic neuropathy. I must say, I have my reservations about this, because I think this is not something that I would be putting on the feet of people with diabetes, because there are data to suggest that high dose capsaicin may in fact inflict damage to the small nerve fibers. The other thing that you might or I would want you to do is actually check the vitamin D levels in these patients, because what we and others have shown is that patients with painful diabetic neuropathy have lower levels of circulating 25-hydroxy D compared to patients with painless diabetic neuropathy and healthy controls. And in fact, the level, if it's less than 20 nanograms per mil, there was a 9.8-fold increased risk of painful diabetic neuropathy. And if you had a level less than 30, it was 4.4-fold increase. And we showed this in Manchester, but in Sheffield, Solomon Tesfay's group showed exactly the same. Lower levels predict diabetic painful neuropathy. And we, of course, previously, in collaboration with the Bakai Center in Karachi, did a controlled trial where we gave D3 600,000 international units intramuscularly, followed up over 20 weeks, and we showed a significant improvement in 3 different types of pain scores. But interestingly, the average level of 25-hydroxy D in these patients was actually what one would say is relatively high. That is 31 nanograms per mil. And most people wouldn't treat this, but when we did treat it, you can see it went up to 46, and there was an improvement. The other aspect, of course, is erectile dysfunction. The ADA would want you to screen annually for erectile dysfunction with simple questions in the consultation. In terms of endocrinology, one should not in every patient with diabetes, because obviously sometimes it's obvious, but if you have somebody who's got, say, mild diabetic neuropathy, then assess the LH testosterone. And if the testosterone is less than 12 nanomoles per liter, then there is data to suggest that you get a benefit by treating with testosterone. The other thing you ought to do is advise patients to stop smoking, because ED improves by 25% if you stop smoking. And then, of course, we know where there is a standard set of therapies, and there's nothing new here. PDE5 inhibitors are, of course, very, very effective, and there are different types, and you can give them daily as opposed to weekly. Statins also improve the erectile dysfunction score, and then you have other alternatives. In terms of retinopathy, basically, there are really, again, pharmacological approaches for retinopathy are glycemic control from the Accord study, where there was, as you can see, an improvement compared to the standard arm with an HbA1c of 7 to 7.9% compared to 6%. There was a significant reduction in the progression of diabetic retinopathy by 33%. And again, the fenofibrate story continues in that actually what people on fenofibrate in the Accord study had a 40% reduction in progression of diabetic retinopathy. Glucose control, interestingly, which people most think ACE inhibitors, ARBs are effective retinopathy, didn't show a benefit in the Accord therapy. And of course, in the field study, there were, if you looked at macular edema, proliferative retinopathy, and all retinopathy, there was a significant signal for people on fenofibrate that prevented progression of diabetic retinopathy. And based on that, actually fenofibrate has a license for retinopathy in Australia. More recently, there's been a really big database that's been assessed in terms of fenofibrate effect on vision-threatening retinopathy. This is comparing 144,000 people not on fenofibrate compared to 5,000 on fenofibrate. HbA1c, interestingly, really reasonably well controlled. But what you see is the following, that vision-threatening diabetic retinopathy was reduced overall in multivariate analysis. You can see P is 0.01. And the predominant driver was the progression of proliferative diabetic retinopathy. You can see highly significant impact on the progression of proliferative diabetic retinopathy. They did assess for macular edema, and they did not find an effect. And that may be partly to do with how macular edema was measured in an insurance database, but nevertheless, they did not show an effect. So it seems to be not having as much of an impact on macular edema, unlike the field study where there was an impact on macular edema. In terms of nephropathy, of course, we have lots of people always think about lowering blood pressure in nephropathy has an impact. And there are many drugs that we can use. But of course, remember that really ACE inhibitors and ARBs are the main drugs that should be used in diabetic nephropathy. But what do you do when, despite being on an ACE or an ARB, you have adequate blood pressure control and the proteinuria is continuing? And really also remember that there are actually no drugs to date that have improved the GFR. I will talk about drugs that might have stabilized the GFR, but no drug to date has improved the GFR except a drug which came with a lot of promise, but unfortunately got pulled because of cardiovascular events, bardoxolone sodium, which was basically NRF2 inhibitor, which is an anti-inflammatory. So I think we need to wait. Maybe there is something coming around the corner for that. But if you don't have these additional drugs, if you're already on an ACE or an ARB, then there is evidence to show that spironolactone overall further reduces urinary albumin excretion rate by 30%. In both type 1 and type 2 diabetes. And this is old data, again, 15 years old. And there is a Cochrane analysis which looked at 27 studies, which shows that aldosterone antagonism has an impact. So we know that it has an impact in terms of heart failure, cardiac fibrosis, but also it has been shown to have an impact in terms of renal fibrosis and hypertension, and having an impact on CKD. And we not only have spironolactone, but we have eplerenone and finerenone. They again show no effect on progression of GFR or renal failure or dialysis, but what they show is an impact in patients who've got stage 1 to 3 CKD. If you add one of these antagonists, you reduce proteinuria by a further 0.61 grams and you reduce blood pressure. But of course, remember, look out for hyperkalemia, gynecomastia, and in women, postmenopausal women, bleeding. What next? If you're, despite on being on ACE or an ARB, you're on spironolactone 25 milligrams, you've still got adequate blood pressure control, but proteinuria continues. Well, something old, really, for something new. So this is a recent paper published in the New England Journal of Medicine in 2021, where patients had chronic kidney disease, predominantly diabetes, had a reasonable control of systolic blood pressure. Estimated GFR actually was way down, 23. And they were randomized to chlorthalidone or not. And what they showed is that there was a further drop in systolic blood pressure on chlorthalidone, but which went after discontinuation actually came back up. And there was a drop in urine albumin excretion rate, further drop. And again, that came up after it stopped. And eGFR, although it dropped slightly from 24 to around 21, you can see it remained stable and then actually normalized again once chlorthalidone had been stopped. So ACE, ARB, spironolactone, chlorthalidone, what do you do if it continues the proteinuria? You still want to reduce the proteinuria. Well, there are two drugs now classes of drugs actually that have been shown to have an impact despite being on these current therapies for lowering blood pressure. And those are the GLP-1 agonists. So liraglutide in the leader study and semaglutide has also shown similar effect, where you can reduce progression actually of EGFR to less than 45, renal replacement, renal death. You can see here there is actually a 22% reduction in nephropathy in the leader study. But there is a small signal for retinopathy, which we ought to be aware of, which there are currently big randomized trials actually going on to have a look at this. And so far, the signal is safe, and there isn't a worsening of retinopathy. Well, we're running out of options, really, but there are options. So now we have one class of drugs, 3 different types of drugs, the SGLT2 inhibitors, which all show a further impact. So worsening nephropathy, you can see the EMPA-REG study, reduction with empagliflozin. And the other thing, the key thing that we are now showing is that instead of this progression of GFR on the SGLT2 inhibitors, we can actually flatten out the GFR. So that's empagliflozin, canagliflozin has the same impact. Renal specific outcomes reduce significantly, and a kind of flattening out of EGFR, certainly less progression of EGFR. And with dapagliflozin, actually we showed exactly the same effect. So SGLT2 inhibitors work effectively for diabetic nephropathy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Malik. I think, can you just close your slide, sir?
Yeah, stop share.
Excuse me, I think I request RX to actually close this, because if there are any questions, all the 3 topics are not connected with each other. Maybe if there are any questions on the chat box, let me try to have the questions so that we can ask the questions to Dr. Malik and then go on to the next this one. Are there any questions? Okay, if there are no questions, I think as you can post the questions, I'll request Dr. Azad Khan to make some comments on this particular lecture by Dr. Malik, please.
Well, I thought it was an excellent lecture. So many new things, new possibilities. So I would like to congratulate the speaker for finishing on time and giving the information. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. With that comment, I just have a few questions to ask Dr. Malik. That was a brilliant lecture, Dr. Malik. But then you did mention about fenofibrate, which is being used a lot in the earlier studies. And we don't seem to be using fenofibrate all that much now, because it was almost a decade back that fenofibrate made all the noise that it actually helps in microvascular complications. What do you do in your practice? Do you use fenofibrate specifically aiming at microvascular complications?
I do, actually, because I read the data. And, I think the problem is that we as physicians, we go to statins as first line, and a lot of the companies push the statins and we forget. But fenofibrate, independent of lowering triglycerides, has been shown to have an impact on neuropathy. So it's not just a triglyceride lowering effect. So don't just think about it in a patient who's got high triglycerides. And there are other mechanisms of action of fenofibrate, because it's a PPAR alpha agonist that help. And I do actually, in clinical practice, if I have a patient, particularly a patient who's referred to me for neuropathy, I put them on fibrates.
I mean, irrespective of the level of the triglyceride, you put them on fibrate? Okay.
Yes.
What is the normal dosage that you have been trying, Dr. Malik?
So it's 200 milligrams. There's a standard dose. I mean, and that's what was used in the fenofibrate trial. And that's the average that was used. It's not just neuropathy, actually. There is data, good data, and I didn't have the time, obviously for retinopathy. And there's also renal data, microalbuminuria data as well, that shows, so there is an impact of fenofibrate on microvascular complications.
Yeah, because most of the recommendations that we do hear from EASD and the ADA is use fenofibrate only when the triglyceride levels are more than 500, because the only threat you have is that of pancreatitis. Otherwise, fenofibrate has nothing else to do. But that was an interesting thing, you bringing back fenofibrate and microvascular complication, and especially neuropathy. Dr. Nigam, would you like to add anything at this point of time if you are listening to Dr. Malik's lecture? You are muted.
That was a brilliant lecture, but I would have probably, there are new data from dulaglutide and all the 3 GLP-1s, semaglutide, dulaglutide, with dulaglutide not having any retinal risk, as you mentioned with semaglutide. And the SGLT2 inhibitors, I think, have taken the front seat in all the guidelines, suggesting that if you have chronic kidney disease or diabetic kidney disease, then probably without even not considering the in baseline HbA1c or patients having risk factors, also, I think the SGLT2 inhibitors and the GLP-1s will probably take the front seat and push all the other agents behind. And the SGLT2 inhibitors and the ACE inhibitors have very fine synergistic effects, one acting on the afferent arteriole, the other acting on the efferent arteriole. So I think they have taken that front seat when talking about diabetic kidney disease. And again, something that we notice in India, and I'm sure it's not anywhere in the world, is the use of unwarranted use of methylcobalamin with pregabalin. I think I just prescribed pregabalin, and that is the message that should go down, because you're unnecessarily increasing cost of therapy without knowing. If you have documented vitamin B12 deficiency, I think it's worthwhile adding that agent there. But otherwise, blanket prescriptions can probably have no benefit.
I mean, I agree with you, Nigam, on that. I think Dr. Malik's comments.
Well, you're right. SGLT2 inhibitors are coming, and they're going to have, and actually there are data now, published data, that show there's an impact on retinopathy. Of course, remember the SGLT2 inhibitors had this bad signal for amputation, particularly canagliflozin. But I think if you look at some small studies coming through, they also show that that's probably not a true signal.
Yes.
So that I think we should be reassured. In terms of GLP-1 therapy, there is again data showing a benefit possibly on retinopathy. Like you say, dulaglutide hasn't shown that signal. I think it was all to do with the endpoint. So there's a big trial with semaglutide, about 4,000 patients that have recruited, and they've seen no signal to date.
Yes.
Methylcobalamin, yes. Unfortunately, this is something that is a mythical thing that all doctors, particularly in Pakistan, India, Southeast Asia, even Middle East, they prescribe this, kind of amazing vitamin B compound, which is supposed to be health reparative, nerve reparative, and there's no real evidence for it. So I think what we need is studies to show that that is the case, and then people.
That also has alpha lipoic acid, which probably works in parenteral doses and not in the doses that is administered in oral tablets.
I completely agree with you. Again, the evidence there for alpha lipoic acid was generated on IV administration, was never for oral, but yet again it's been pushed and people accept it. I think in India you have do you have an approval for alpha lipoic acid?
No.
I mean, not for this indication, but then there's an approval to give it to every other patient, whether he needs it or not, because that's exactly what happens, because the pharma company tends to push it and the doctors tend to buy the idea that it's extremely good for the nerves. And of course, it's a most frustrating experience for a patient who has a painful neuropathy. So all kinds of treatments are being tried. And the capsaicin ointments are pretty popular in some corners of India, and there's always one set of patients who would love to have something to be rubbed on, especially at night when they have the painful neuropathy. I think with that, thank you so very much, Dr. Malik. May I just know from the team, the event team, whether Dr. Inas is ready with her lecture? Is she live?
No, sir. A recorded session.
It's a recorded session?
Yes, sir.
Okay. She's already been introduced. Can you start the recorded lecture, please?
2022, and I'm going to talk about diabetes in the elderly. Life expectancy has been increasing. Advances in medical care and improved social conditions led to increased life expectancy. These are chronic health issues of older adults: arthritis, diabetes, hypertension, chronic sinusitis, visual impairment, osteoporosis, hearing impairment, varicose veins, heart disease, deformity, emphysema, dementia, and 34% of these older individuals are affected by more than one condition. Does the epidemic of diabetes involve older individuals or not? And the answer is yes. By the year 2050, there is going to be 336% increase in diabetic patients above the age of 75. The prevalence of diabetes, according to the IDF, is 8.8% of the total population, while according to the National Health and Nutrition Examinations Survey, the third one, in those above the age of 75, the percentage of diabetes prevalence is 17.5 to 21%. Diabetes in geriatric times is somewhat different as regards goals of therapy, choice of drugs, change in metabolism, and danger of hypoglycemia. Most studies show rise in blood glucose, especially the postprandial blood glucose, directly correlating with age. While the fasting blood glucose increases 1 to 2 milligrams per deciliter per decade, we find that the postprandial blood glucose increases up to 15 milligrams per deciliter per decade. And this metabolism change is due to impaired insulin release and delayed suppression of hepatic glucose output. We're going to talk about clinical presentation of diabetes in geriatrics. And what about the clinical presentation? And presentation may be confounding, and routine screening is recommended. It may be totally asymptomatic or having dramatic symptoms. The presentation may be with urinary incontinence, monoocular neuropathy, onset of sexual dysfunction, or minor and difficult to control infection. And let me now talk about challenges in management of type 2 diabetes in the elderly. Acute metabolic complications, diabetic ketoacidosis is rare, and features and management are the same like in younger individuals, but there is higher mortality due to associated cardiovascular disease. The hyperosmolar non-ketotic coma, 50% of cases occur in newly diagnosed diabetics, and it always occurs in older diabetics due to impaired maintenance of serum osmolarity, decreased thirst perception, and decreased access to water. Acute infection is a frequent precipitating factor in 40 to 60% of cases, and it's usually pneumonia. The difficulties in management are mainly due to rapid fluid replacement, which may not be feasible due to associated cardiovascular disease. Some underappreciated diabetes complications. Diabetes is a risk factor for dementia, increased 2 times dementia in the presence of diabetes, increased incidence of falls, hip fracture, immobility and disability, household work, preparing meals, managing money. And these are some diabetes complications in older individuals. Macrovascular disease, coronary artery disease is 2 times increased risk ratio versus non-diabetics. Stroke increased 2 times, amputation 10 times increased in older diabetic patients, and microvascular complications, blindness, 1.4 times increased than non-diabetics, renal disease 2 times increased, and neuropathy is markedly increased in older patients versus non-diabetic patients. Is there a risk of hypoglycemia or not? Yes, hypoglycemia risk is increased in the elderly, and leading to impaired cognition. In older adults, they may have more neuroglycopenic manifestations of hypoglycemia like dizziness, weakness, delirium, confusion, compared with adrenergic manifestations with the symptoms of tremors and sweating. And these neuroglycopenic manifestations may be missed or confused as primary neurological disease, such as transient ischemic attack, leading to inappropriate diagnosis and management. Hypoglycemia is a major challenge in the treatment of diabetes in the elderly, and it may happen due to patient risk factors, advanced age, intercurrent illness, chronic liver disease, renal disease or cardiovascular disease, endocrinal deficiency, thyroid, adrenal or pituitary, loss of normal counter regulation, and hypoglycemia unawareness. It may happen also due to lifestyle risk factors like poor nutrition or fasting, prolonged physical exercise, or alcohol intake. And the third group is the drug risk factors, the use of sulfonylurea or insulin, the drug interactions with sulfonylurea. Severe hypoglycemia account for 17% of all hospitalization for type 2 diabetes in the elderly. Let's talk about chronic complications of diabetes in the elderly. Neuropathy is the most common symptomatic chronic complication. There is a progressive course with limb amputation, and the clinical diagnosis is often difficult due to age-related peripheral and autonomic dysfunction. Diagnosis is based on nerve conduction studies, and bladder dysfunction is common, but it has to be differentiated from senile enlargement of the prostate, and both conditions may lead to urinary tract infection. Geriatric diabetes is having some unique syndromes: diabetic amyotrophy occurring in older male diabetics, malignant otitis externa, which is a necrotizing infection, usually caused by Pseudomonas, pyelonephritis with papillary necrosis, diabetic neuropathic cachexia with weight loss, depression, painful peripheral neuropathy, and it resolves without specific treatment, intradermal bully of the feet, periarthritis, and increased risk of accidental hypothermia. What to do for management of diabetes in the elderly, and according to ADA 2021, and to consider the assessment of medical, psychological, and functional self-management abilities of the elderly diabetic and social conditions, who is going to help these diabetics at home to decide the therapeutic approach for diabetes management, and to screen for geriatric syndromes like polypharmacy, cognitive impairment, depression, urinary incontinence, falls, and persistent pain. These may affect diabetes self-management and diminish the quality of life. To screen for early detection of neurocognitive impairment or dementia should be performed for adults 65 years of age or annual visits after 65. And the management, we have two series. One series of the postprandial blood glucose of 200 milligram per deciliter, and another series of euglycemia with hemoglobin A1c less than 7%, and what to choose. And according to life expectancy and current medical conditions, goals should be individualized according to the ADA and different other guidelines. The treatment goals for older individuals who are otherwise healthy with few coexisting chronic illnesses and intact cognitive function, they have lower glycemic goals from 7 to 7.5% hemoglobin A1c. For those with multiple coexisting chronic illnesses, cognitive impairment, or functional dependence, we should have less tight glycemic goals from 8 to 8.5 hemoglobin A1c target. For patients with relaxed target for patients with end of life or morbid conditions or life-threatening conditions, we may have less tight glycemic targets. Screening for diabetes complications should be individualized in older adults, and particular attention should be paid to complications that would lead to functional impairment. These are the framework for considering treatment of glycemic control, the blood pressure, dyslipidemia in older adults with diabetes. When to use the statin, and this is the ADA 2021 guidelines. For lifestyle management, optimum nutrition and protein intake is recommended. Regular exercise, including aerobic activity, weight-bearing exercise, or resistance training exercise should be encouraged. For adults with type 2 diabetes, with overweight and obesity, there's a need to lose weight if possible with physical activity and dietary changes. This is the Canadian guidelines 2018, and the hemoglobin A1c targets for most type 2 diabetes should be less than 7% in adults with type 1 or type 2, and less than 6.5 in adults with type 2 to reduce the risk of chronic kidney disease and retinopathy if at low risk of hypoglycemia. From 7.1 to 8% in functionally dependent older diabetics, and from 7.1 to 8.5 in those with recurrent severe hypoglycemia or hypoglycemia unawareness, limited life expectancy, or frail elderly with or without dementia. And to avoid higher hemoglobin A1c, to minimize the risk of symptomatic hyperglycemia and acute and chronic complications. End of life A1c measurement is not recommended, but to avoid symptomatic hyperglycemia or any hypoglycemia. Diet, it is difficult to adhere to strict dietary regimes due to financial difficulty, mobility problem, poor food preparation skills, and long-standing dietary habits. No restricted diet is needed, but vitamins and minerals should be taken if the caloric intake is less than 1,000 kilocalories per day. Sulfonylurea, the clear and present danger, hypoglycemia with no warning symptoms. For biguanides, it should be used in cases without renal insufficiency or hepatic disease, contraindicated in alcoholism, severe cognitive congestive heart failure, and severe peripheral vascular disease. Alpha-glucosidase inhibitors, they are safe but may lead to severe gastrointestinal disturbance. Thiazolidine-diones, there is a fear of a precipitation of heart failure. The incretin-based therapy, DPP-4 inhibitors are safe with no risk of hypoglycemia. They are weight neutral, therefore may be attractive agents to use in the elderly, and the dose of DPP-4 inhibitors should be adjusted according to renal insufficiency if present or not. The GLP-1 receptor agonist, no risk of hypoglycemia, with the known adverse events of nausea and vomiting and diarrhea may happen. The SGLT2 in elderly patients, according to study done on dapagliflozin, there was no serious adverse events in older individuals except for volume depletion. The Canadian Diabetes Guidelines, again 2018, for older patients, DPP-4 inhibitors should be used over sulfonylurea, And the initial doses of sulfonylurea, if given, should be half of those used for younger people. And doses should be increased more slowly. Glyclazide and glyclazide MR and glimepiride should be used instead of glyporide, and meglitinide may be used instead of glyporide. What about insulin therapy in geriatric times? There may be possible medication error due to visual impairment, impaired manual ability, and limited access to injection sites. And insulin analogs seem to be more safe for geriatric people living with diabetes. By the end of my presentation, let me introduce Mr. Diabetes. Mr. Diabetes is an American patient living with diabetes, and he has gone through different US states walking and on a bicycle, and due to his exercise, his neuropathy has disappeared. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think, can I have the slide of the next speaker, please? Thank you. Thank you. I would like to welcome Dr. Anant Nigam, who will be giving the next talk. A personal friend of mine, Anant Nigam, I've known him for over now 32, 33 years. In fact, he was one of the earliest one, along with Dr. Shaukat, Sadikot, myself, who actually contributed to Diabetes India starting way back in 2001. He was the Secretary General and did a lot of work for almost a decade before he decided to just concentrate on his practice and take a back seat from the administrative part of it. So I welcome you, Dr. Anant Nigam. His career in diabetes spans over 38 years. He was the founder of Diabetes India. He was the CEO for almost a decade, a fellow of the Royal College of Physicians. He has delivered orations, invited lectures, keynote addresses. He has chaired scientific sessions at most of the international and national conferences, including IDF, ADA, and other meetings. He has indexed national and international publications and chapters in API and RSSDI textbook. He has served as an expert for ICMR project, was the chairman of the organizing committee of the National RSSDI in 2003 and Diabetes India in 2005. And he will be giving his talk on the use of once-a-week GLP-1, the multifactorial treatment, and the uses of it. Over to you, Dr. Anant.
Thank you, Arvind, for that kind. Give me the permission to share my screen, please. Yes. Yeah, thanks, Arvind, for that kind introduction. And let me thank Diabetes India for this invitation. And Bansi, I can see here. Thank you, everybody there. Well, we all know that glycemic control really improves the risk of, reduces the risk of complications, and the landmark trial UKPDS really showed us the way. But then, did glycemic control do everything? That was a question which bewildered researchers all over the world for years. And the STENO2 diabetes study was again another landmark study which showed that multifactorial intervention probably has been shown to reduce both cardiovascular death, cardiovascular events, and several other micro and macrovascular complications that one is likely to get in type 2 diabetes. So the whole paradigm now has shifted again in this direction with the arrival of new agents like the GLP-1s and the SGLT2 inhibitors. And in fact, all these guidelines have been rewritten. Do we have evidence with the GLP-1 dulaglutide once weekly is something that I'm going to convince you. Now, we all know that type 2 diabetes is a cardiometabolic renal disease with multiple complications, disturbing metabolic homeostasis, giving rise to CV events, renal complications, and cardiovascular complications being responsible for 75% of hospitalizations, 65% deaths, And the trio of type 2 diabetes, kidney disease, and cardiovascular disease is called a triple threat. The risk of cardiovascular disease in people in India with type 2 diabetes, this is the Curious score 3, which shows your chance of getting a heart attack in about 10 years from now. And this shows that this risk is increasing both in men and women as your age advances. But this is not all. In people with type 2 diabetes, and Asian Indians have a massive disease burden. They have abdominal adiposity. 70% of them are hypertensives. 2 to 4-fold increase in the risk of complications as compared to your Caucasian counterparts, and 40 to 70% increased risk of renal complications. And this India Today title was in 2006, The Girth of the Nation. And this is exactly what we find in our clinic data. You have abdominal adiposity, men more than 90 centimeters, women more than 80 centimeters. You can see about 40 to 50% of urban men and women are obese centrally, also having increased body mass indices, causing obesity and central adiposity, and the amount of visceral fat in Asian Indians as compared to Caucasians is much more. And that is a pretty well-known fact. But look at what Elliot P. Jocelyn said in 1927. With an excess of fat, diabetes begins, and from an excess of fat, diabetics die. Remember that type 2 diabetes never occurs alone. It occurs in the company of bad friends, and these bad friends are hypertension, obesity, kidney disease, and cardiovascular disease. The common risk factors are age, male, high cholesterol, family history, and chronic kidney disease. But these are diabetes-specific risk factors. And you have to see that if your patient has retinopathy, he's probably also, that also is a risk factor for cardiovascular disease, glycemic control, and duration of diabetes. Now, this cardiovascular death will continue to increase if the number of risk factors multiply. So if you have 3 risk factors, then your chance of getting these complications, age-adjusted cardiovascular death, will increase as compared to people who did not have diabetes. What happens if I don't control my diabetes? The progression of diabetic retinopathy will continue to increase, and the time taken to progression of diabetic retinopathy will be much less. So if you have clinical inertia, your patients will get diabetic retinopathy much earlier. It causes poor metabolic control and increased progression of diabetic retinopathy. But that's not all. Look at the number of macrovascular complications that come in with poor metabolic control. 67% increase in myocardial infarction, 51% increase in cerebrovascular accidents, heart failure, and a composite increase of CV events of about 62%. If I only control glucose, am I justifying saying I've reduced the risk of complications? No. The association between type 2 diabetes and mortality due to cardiovascular disease, irrespective of HbA1c. You may have an HbA1c of less than 6.9, but look at the hazard ratio there of cardiovascular disease and mortality, which means you've got to go beyond controlling, which doesn't mean that you should not control your HbA1c. It's extremely important, and all these landmark trials have proven that. But you've got to go beyond that. Something that again bothers people when you are trying to treat type 2 diabetes is the risk of hypoglycemia and weight gain. And these are swinging on this balance. As you try and get your HbA1c down, you're pushing up the chance of weight gain and hypoglycemia. And this increases with the use of sulfonylureas, meglitides, and insulin. Does hypoglycemia cause cardiovascular risk? Well, that is always hanging there. And the data from the Accord study said probably it was not an innocent bystander, but probably the signal was there. And look at the weight gain in all these clinical trials. The UKPDS, almost 5.3 kg with sulfonylureas and insulin. In the DCCT, in the Accord trial, more than 10 kg weight, rosiglitazone and glyburide. And then look at hypoglycemia, intensive versus conventional therapy. And you can see the risk of hypoglycemia. And hypoglycemia, again, is a major limiting factor in meeting your tight glycemic controls. And this weight gain or obesity, all forms of obesity, increase cardiovascular risk. So there has been really a paradigm shift, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, in how we understand type 2 diabetes and how we try and manage in 2022. Previously, it was all about blood glucose and glucose control. Now it's about glucose control with no hypoglycemia or weight gain, but also aiming for weight loss and paying specific attention to cardiovascular risk and renal risk assessment and management. What do the guidelines and consensus statement say about it? So in the next 10, 15, 20 minutes, I'm going to answer what is multifactorial intervention, which we are going to talk about today. Does multifactorial intervention help in reducing microvascular and macrovascular disease complications in type 2 diabetes? And is there evidence that GLP-1 receptor agonists, specifically once weekly dulaglutide, help in multifactorial risk reduction in people with type 2 diabetes and thereby decrease the risk of CVD and renal disease? The answer to this is yes. Now, this is the STENO2 diabetes that I was mentioning about, a very simple study conducted in 160 patients with type 2 diabetes who had persistent microalbuminuria. And they were put on intensive versus conventional therapy. And the intensive therapy was anti-diabetic therapy, trying to get HbA1c less than 6.5, RAS blockers trying to get blood pressure less than 130/80, statins trying to get cholesterol less than 175, and low-dose aspirin for primary prevention. The study was designed for a period of 7.8 years with a mean follow-up of 5.5 years. And you can see here, within the first 2 years, the graphs started separating. And there was almost a 13 to 20% reduction, absolute risk reduction in CV events and CV death. But then a later follow-up at 21 years, look at what happened. Secondary and tertiary endpoints showed significant improvement in all-cause mortality, CVD mortality, CVD events, autonomic neuropathy, and also microalbuminuria. And this, according to Peter Gate, was a 7.9 years gain of life. There was, in addition, a 70% decrease in hospitalization for heart failure and 69% decrease in stroke. And this study was published this was 2018, where they showed the follow-up at 21 years. And this probably has now forced or advised, this advice comes from the American Diabetes Association 2022. If you have to really look at pillars of management in type 2 diabetes, you've got to look after glycemic management. Never ignore this. You've got to tighten blood pressure control. You've got to manage lipid control and use agents which have cardiovascular and kidney benefits. You also have to very importantly remember that these risk factors should not be ignored. Duration of diabetes, obesity, a simple thing that you can measure in your clinics, waist circumference, is an important cardiovascular risk factor. Hypertension, smoking, premature history of premature coronary artery disease, and presence of albuminuria or chronic kidney disease. So just remember these 4 important things that would probably help you to decrease cardiovascular risk and complications. Now, coming to this picture here, which shows you anti-hyperglycemic agents as of today. Now, the most important ones being used are DPP-4 inhibitors, the glitazones, sulfonylureas, and insulin. But look at their risk of hypoglycemia. SUs and insulins increase risk of hypoglycemia. If I come to cardiovascular benefits, none of them give you cardiovascular benefits except being safe. They're all cardiovascular safe. Potential benefit may be pioglitazone, but we don't use that so often. And what about kidney disease? All of them have neutral effects as far as improvement in kidney function is concerned. Now, what happens with the only other 3 agents left are metformin, SGLT2 inhibitors, and the GLP-1s. Let's see the GLP-1s. The efficacy is high, hypoglycemia is low, loss of weight, and look at, it gives you cardiovascular benefits. And dulaglutide stands out very typically here, progression of DKD, and also dosing. You don't have to adjust doses even in patients with chronic kidney disease. And this is the reason why guidelines are changing. Look at the ADA 2021 guidelines. Here it said you should consider independently of baseline HbA1c, individualized targets, or metformin use. But look at 2022. It says recommend straight away an SGLT2 or a GLP-1 if your patients have individualized, if your patients have ASCVD or indicators of high risk. And I've already shown you the indicators of high cardiovascular risk. I will again show you that, or heart failure or CKD. The American College of Cardiology says it should be independent of glycemic control with proven benefits. And the American Association of Clinical Endocrinology again says independent of glycemic control, but says use long-acting GLP-1s with proven efficacy. Trying to read between the lines, patients at high risk for ASCVD include those with end organ damage, like left ventricular hypertrophy or retinopathy. If your patient gets you a report with retinopathy, he's heading for a cardiovascular event. So look at that. Or multiple cardiovascular risk factors like age, hypertension, smoking, dyslipidemia, and obesity. Oh, we say this guy is 65 years old, so I shouldn't be using a GLP-1 or a SGLT2. Well, that's a story of the past. You've got evidence that these are risk factors for cardiovascular events. Now, coming to the GLP-1s, we have these available in India, the ones in the orange. Dulaglutide effects on multiple risk factors, HbA1c, body weight, overall difference here. You can see here urine albumin decretion, estimated GFR was improved, and systolic blood pressure was improved. And this is a very interesting randomized trial where dulaglutide was added to conventional therapy and data was looked up at 3 months and 9 months follow-up. And these are so important, very common data that we see for all patients in the clinic every day. Systolic blood pressure, diastolic blood pressure, weight, BMI, total cholesterol, HDL, LDL, triglycerides, fasting plasma glucose, GFR, CK, eGFR, microalbumin. And you can see here at 9 months, you can see the p-value. There was an improvement at 3 months and again an improvement at 9 months. Very clearly showing that dulaglutide is working at all these vascular health indices in people with type 2 diabetes. And these are the baseline cardiovascular risk factors which we've been talking about for the last 10, 15 minutes. Look at fat, another very important epidemic which is around, which is NAFLD. And here it shows that dulaglutide decreases liver fat, decreases gamma GT levels, improves liver stiffness, and also probably increases non-significantly pancreatic fat content, and thereby is probably another very important agent that I would consider in using in people with type 2 diabetes and liver fibrosis. Talking about the cardiovascular outcome trials, and look at the dulaglutide trial, the REWIND trial. I'm just going to point out 3 important things. 9,000 individuals, the longest trial, 5.4 years. Baseline HbA1c, pretty well controlled. And then also you saw the cardiovascular benefit. Cardiovascular risk factor was present only in 31% patients. So they were more like the patients that you see in your clinic every day. 65% did not have cardiovascular disease, only had risk factors. And the HR hazard ratio was almost the same. And what did it show here? Similar HR hazard ratio, 0.88, 0.78, 0.74. But remember that all those trials had more patients with pre-existing cardiovascular disease. So they were more like the secondary prevention population trials. And so dulaglutide reduced cardiovascular both in men and women with or without previous cardiovascular disease and had an effect size similar to that observed with the other GLP-1 receptors, mainly in the secondary prevention populations. Now, dulaglutide is the first, the only GLP-1 to demonstrate benefits, both primary and secondary prevention of cardiovascular disease. And you can see here, overall 0.88, people who did have cardiovascular disease, 0.87, who only had risk factors, 0.87. So it reduces MACE events in adults with or without known cardiovascular disease. And that has been really updated in the ADA guidelines here. To date, the level of evidence to support the use of GLP-1 receptor agonists for primary prevention is the strongest for dulaglutide, but lacking for other GLP-1 receptor agonists. And there has been consistent benefit trials in patients with or without established cardiovascular disease. Talking about microvascular complications, we were talking about in Dr. Malik's talk also, and here is benefit of dulaglutide in eye complications, laser, anti-VEGF therapies, kidney, new macroalbuminuria, or 30% fall in eGFR, or chronic renal replacement therapy. The red line shows you dulaglutide and the blue is placebo. How do they do it? We all know how they work to reduce glycemia, working at the pancreas, decreasing hepatic glucose production, decreasing gastric emptying, improving, working at the brain, decreasing appetite, and also decreasing adiposity. But what about reduction in atherosclerotic plaques? Probably has an effect at the level of the endothelium and the smooth muscles and the macrophages, and on the regulation of plasma lipids, and thereby decreasing and the progression of atherosclerotic plaques. Inflammation also is very important, which it probably blocks. There are 3 GLP-1 receptor agonists available in India. The boxes ticked in favor of dulaglutide are the maximum, except that it's not oral, but people in several patient preference studies have shown that people prefer the once weekly injection versus a lot of limitation when using oral semaglutide and a daily injection of liraglutide, of course, with all other benefits which I've shown and enumerated, and also being the first and only GLP-1 for both primary and secondary prevention of cardiovascular events. So friends, type 2 diabetes is a cardiovascular renal disease. It comes with cluster of risk factors. The residual CV risk factor is always high despite good control. It's important to have a multifactorial approach in the reduction. Once weekly dulaglutide provides significant benefit by addressing multiple risk factors in people with type 2 diabetes. Guidelines recommend GLP-1s independent of baseline HbA1c when you have any of these things present there. And the size that it gives you, the effect that it gives you, is as good as agents which were used primarily in secondary prevention trials. And as I mentioned, it can be used for both primary and secondary prevention of complications and cardiovascular disease in people with type 2 diabetes. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Nigam, for a brilliant lecture. I should really congratulate you on that
Thank you.
lecture. And then you've very clearly taken us through the entire spectrum of how the GLP works and how once a week dulaglutide is going to change the entire treatment spectrum over a period of time. I think, in my presidential speech also today, I was just mentioning that India has different segments. The biggest problem that we face is we do accept that GLP-1 once a week is a great boon in the management of type 2 diabetes. But unfortunately, the cost becomes a big problem in a country like India, where the segments are different. I mean, even though we have a great drug, unfortunately, we'll not be able to use it in majority of the patients. And that is where the generics of SGLT2 are slowly trying to take over. How I wish the cost of once a week dulaglutide is going to be affordable by majority of the Indians. I mean, apart from that, every single thing that you said, we as doctors always say that I think this is the greatest discovery. And we have heard DeFranco speaking so passionately about the GLP-1s. And what is your personal experience on using once a week dulaglutide, and how many of your patients are on dulaglutide?
Oh, I probably have innumerable. And I probably have about, I would say 6-7 prescriptions a week on dulaglutide once a week. And because of the obesity that you're now seeing mushrooming around India, I think several of them are also in combination with the SGLT2 inhibitors. But alone, a GLP-1 with basal insulin, a GLP-1 with a small dose of sulfonylurea, a GLP-1 with SGLT2 inhibitors, a GLP-1 with metformin, I think they're excellent combinations.
I know.
And I have to really emphasize the point that we are not treating only glycemia. We are preventing complications.
That's true.
As I showed that cardiovascular risk factors today include age, hypertension, obesity, duration of diabetes. When you talk to a patient in the clinic, you say, oh, well, its HbA1c is 7.9. I could get it down with any other thing. But what I'm trying to imagine is always, what is he going to do 35 years down the line? He's only 40 years of age. If he can afford, I know affordability cost is a very important constraint and also a factor which I consider. And correctly chosen patients have been on dulaglutide or GLP-1s for 7 years, 8 years, 10 years. I have patients who are just vouch for it. I don't have to do anything because everything is under control. They've been able to reduce their weight, control. The blood pressure drugs come down drastically. If you put these patients on GLP-1 and they lose about 5 kilograms weight and 3 centimeters of their waistline, their telmisartan dose comes down from 80 milligrams to 40 milligrams within 6 weeks or 10 weeks. One antihypertensive agent is knocked off. If he's on sulfonylurea or any other agent, those doses have to go down. So overall, it gets you many benefits. But the most important benefit is preventing patients from going to the hospital for a stroke or a myocardial infarction or even kidney disease. SGLT2 inhibitors are super agents. Again, I am a fan of both these agents. But then again, urinary infection, genital infection sometimes can be disastrous, as abdominal discomfort with GLP-1s is also there. So, it's really a balancing act and really trying to convince patients that these agents will have side effects. You have to choose which one, which helps you most, continue that.
Very true, very true. I think in all affordable patients, who can tolerate it well, I think GLP-1 should be the drug of choice, and especially with once a week injectables. I think even the geriatric population is something that, you can look forward to. And once a week is definitely, there is that affordable class in India. You need to just choose, maybe spend time and explain to them.
That's why all the Teslas and Mercedes and all are coming to India. That's the reason. Because the people can afford, people want that answer from you that this is the drug to use. They probably don't get it. And prescriptions are not written on time. And physicians, I'm not blaming anybody, physicians try to find the easy way out. Who's going to spend time on side effects? If he gets a nausea or a vomit, he's going to call me. Let him call him. You've got to be passionate. So that is something that hinders us from using these agents. Why do we use insulin? We use insulin. We know it causes hypoglycemia. And that's even worse. So, you could fall unconscious. So I think we'll have to really think about preventing complications rather than controlling only glycemia.
So I think the message is you shun the inertia and then look at your affordable class, and if you can be convinced, I think this is the drug to be started in most of your patients. Thank you very much, Dr. Nigam, for that wonderful lecture. I think we just exceeded the time limit by 2 to 3 minutes. Now I close this session here. Request Dr. Sanjay Reddy to take over and move on to the next session, please.
Thank you, Dr. Arvind, and Dr. Nigam, sir. That was a wonderful talk. Enjoyed every bit of it.
Thank you very
much. We're moving on. Is Dr. Bansi Sabu there?
Yes, I am very much there.
Sir, we're moving on to the next session. It is a Middle East Asian Diabetes Symposium. We have 3 talks on the same, one by Dr. Asma Deb, Dr. Chandalia, and Dr. Muhammad Hussain. I request Dr. Bansi Sabu, my co-chair, to introduce this speaker and take the session forward.
Yes. So thanks, Sanjay. And we have with us Dr. Asma, a very close friend of mine. She is from Gulf. She's a clinical professor at Gulf University with the chief of pediatric endocrinology at Abu Dhabi. She's the Secretary General of Arab Society of Pediatric Endocrinology and Diabetology. She's also the chair of communication of the European Society of Pediatric Endocrinology and advisory board member of our International Society of Adolescent and Pediatric Diabetes, which is SPAD. She organized yearly postgraduate diabetes course with SPAD in 2015, and since then I know her very much. She was appointed as a clinical lecturer in pediatric endocrinology at University of Cambridge between 2001 to 2016 and obtained CCST in pediatric endocrinology. Her special interest in disorder of sexual differentiation, use of technology in management of children with diabetes and genetics of diabetes. It's aimed to ensure a high standard of care and development in the field of pediatric endocrinology and diabetes in Arab region and extending from Gulf through the Northern African countries. And now we are requesting her not only up to North Africa, up to Southeast Asia also. So over to Dr. Asma for her talk on a neonatal diabetes. Thank you. Thank you for joining.
Thank you very much, Bansi, and thank you for our colleagues for inviting me to this very important platform. We very much value our collaboration. I've been to India 5 times, and I wish this was my 6th trip after getting rid of COVID completely. I'm going to share my slides now, and I will talk about, as Bansi suggested, on neonatal diabetes. So I'm just trying to put this in a slideshow, which I hope you can see now. So we are moving completely different from the previous colleagues' talks. Type 2 diabetes and fancy oral and injectable hypoglycemic agents to pediatrics and particularly neonates and monogenic diabetes here. So when we talk about monogenic diabetes in general and neonatal diabetes specifically, there's a lot of fascinating underlying science in this area. And if we talk about the genotype or the genetics of this group of diseases, we can categorize it under 2 areas. So the deficiency of insulin release or action can be categorized under 3 main areas. They are either causes leading to beta cell dysfunction, insulin receptor defects, or autoimmunity triggering monogenicity. And if we translate these genotypes into phenotypes, all these fascinating underlying genetic causes have an equally fascinating phenotype, what we see at the bedside. In this talk, I will concentrate particularly about beta cell dysfunction and give you some examples of these interesting neonatal diabetes phenotypes. Some people might say, okay, so why bother? Neonatal diabetes or even monogenic diabetes in general is so rare. So why should we invite people to talk about it in webinars like this? Well, the thing is, or my personal belief, is that these group of diseases are well underdiagnosed. And in an area like India and an area like our Arab countries where consanguinity is higher than the rest of the world, we are certain that the incidence is far higher. And this is not a personal feeling, because when us at United Arab Emirates with colleagues from from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia looked at this particular area, we found that the incidence of neonatal diabetes is much higher in the Middle East compared to Europe or America. And why is it important? Well, it's important because we need to raise flags to clinicians who see diabetes in children and in adults. We need to ask the question, when did the diabetes start? Because majority of people having diabetes starting in the first 6 months are having monogenic diabetes and misdiagnosed as type 1 diabetes. If the patient has extra pancreatic features, it's unlikely to be type 1 diabetes. And that's particularly the case if the islet and autoantibodies are negative. Other example that you see in adult practice is mild, stable fasting hyperglycemia, which could be due to MODY, another form of monogenic diabetes. And also, if we have a strong family history in patients with presumed type 1 diabetes, again, that's another flag. We always teach our junior doctors to remember that type 1 diabetes is unlikely if the islet autoantibodies are negative or if the C-peptide is still detectable after some years of diagnosis. And we always know and educate our juniors that type 2 diabetes is unlikely if the obesity was not seen and marked and if there was no consensus medicine. So time is coming very exciting for the signs of diabetes, that it's not purely insulin administration or giving oral hypoglycemic. There is a lot in terms of genetics and overlap of phenotypes as well as technology and new medications in this field. What's new in the area? There's lots happening in this field in terms of guidelines. ISPAT is our main reference. Screening strategies, they keep changing. Therapies are changing, and the concept of pharmacogenomics and pharmacogenetics is becoming very apparent in many diseases that can sure be a model of implementing pharmacogenomics. There are new causes appearing in the literature, and there are new genes that are being discovered to cause this type of disease. So I've just cut and pasted one table from ISPAT guidelines to tell you that all patients diagnosed with diabetes in the first 6 months of life, they should have genetic testing because the chance of them having monogenic diabetes is high. And if patients were diagnosed between the age of 6 months and a year of age, but they have negative antibodies, then this mandates genetic testing as well. To talk about screening strategies, I mean, this is quite a complex area, and we as clinicians sometimes get stuck in not knowing, okay, now we're suspecting a genetic underlying cause, but we don't know what to do next, what to ask for. And there are many ways to tackle this. So we can do direct sequencing if we know the gene, if somebody in the family is already diagnosed with a specific gene defect, or nowadays with the cost being a little bit lower, people can go to next generation sequencing and look at a whole panel or a whole genomic to look at it. This was a paper published a few years ago by the Exeter group, but it can still be a very good reference talking about how improved it is, the targeted next generation. And this way of diagnosing underlying genetic diseases was also practiced in other areas. So this is a study from Norway where people looked at all negative patients within a registry or a cohort. And it was interesting because a reasonable percentage of patients who were classified as type 1 diabetes were in fact having monogenic diabetes. And the interesting part for clinicians like myself and many of you is that about a third of clinicians were not aware of this, and they did not recognize the possibility of monogenic diabetes. So perhaps this can become a routine in the future. Some of you might say this is an exaggeration. Why should we routinely screen for a rare disease? But if you think about it, what's growing routine testing is that some monogenic diabetes subtypes are clinically similar to type 1 diabetes and can be confusing, and the treatment might be different. And also, some patients who have monogenic diabetes, they do not need extensive annual tests for autoimmunity that is linked to type 1 diabetes. And some types of MODY, like MODY 1, for example, there is some very nice increase small doses of oral glycemic agents. And nowadays, genetic testing is become less expensive in some parts of the world. However, you might oppose and say, well, not really. Well, in this diabetes, because again, even though I'm saying it's more common, like Arab region or countries like India and other parts of Asia. But again, it remains rare by definition, and also regardless of height, production. So some people might say that not working, but keep it to yourself. But this is interesting for people in the audience where that regard looking at hypothyroidism and hypoglycemia. And this is attempted to see that can be used for neonatal diabetes right panel, 11 babies who were diagnosed with neonatal diabetes, people retrospectively went and retrieved the bits of card paper, and you can see nicely how the children had high glucose right from the screen. So some people who are passionate about the area might say, why don't we include neonatal diabetes in general neonatal screening? But again, people might argue. I mean, a country like mine, I come from Libya originally, and until now, neonatal screening for hypothyroidism, which is far more common disease. So thinking about neonatal diabetes might not be desirable. I'm not sure about India and what neonatal screening will do, but some areas in the United Arab Emirates we are doing screening for 25 minutes, like addition of another one not going to be required. So why should we consider?
Doctor, can I interrupt you? Your audio is not clear. So I don't know if it's the mic. So please check it once.
You can't hear me?
No, yeah, we can't hear you clearly, and it's also broken.
So. No. I think the voice is clear, Sanjay. It's
No. I got a mail from from the event people. That's all. Sorry.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. So when we talk about management, the fascinating areas that I personally see coming from this science of monogenic and neonatal diabetes is we can come up with targeted therapy. Because nowadays we hear a lot about precision medicine, personalized therapy, pharmacogenetics, and pharmacogenomics, and I'll give you a couple of examples. So this is a study that we have undertaken to look at the cause of neonatal diabetes. And we have shown clearly that what we see in the Arab region is completely different from what Europeans see in terms of underlying conditions. And this is a very important example in pharmacogenetics, where the effect of KLCC channel mutation leading to neonatal diabetes, it responds to sulfonylurea. So instead of troubling the child and the family with multiple daily injections, these children can be shifted to sulfonylurea, and they do very well. So this is a child that we have admitted in shock, severe D3A, before the 6 months of age, and the genetic diagnosis have shown that she has KLCC channel mutation, and when we shifted her from insulin to sulfonylurea, she maintains fantastic glycemic control. She grew well, and it was a life-changing for this family. There are multiple publications that we can see in the literature about this interesting example of pharmacogenetics, where KLCC channel mutation causing diabetes can be treated with sulfonylurea, even though the main defect is in insulin release. Glibenclamide, a medication that is very well known to our other colleagues. We don't know about these sulfonylureas, but we seem to know about them, and particularly glibenclamide, because it has been shown to be very effective in this treatment, and so on and so forth. This is another very interesting example that I'd like to show you, which is tRNA syndrome, thiamine responsive megaloblastic anemia. This is another form of monogenic or neonatal diabetes, where these children present with diabetes and megaloblastic anemia. And guess what? These children improve dramatically when thiamine is introduced to their treatment. So this is another example of pharmacogenomics, where a single gene defect can or does respond to a single medication. And you can see here from this publication how the HbA1c goes down with thiamine. This is a very close example to my heart, because I learned a lot about this syndrome, Wolff-Rayet syndrome. And again, this is one form of neonatal diabetes, where children present with diabetes. They have skeletal dysplasia, bone marrow suppression, and these children die. We had 7 children who died in our unit, our own PICU, because of liver failure. And we've written about it, highlighting a large cohort in the literature about the impact of liver disease. Why is that important? Is because there is a message here about considering selective liver transplant in these children, because that saves lives. And this is a list of children reported in the literature who managed to survive when given selective liver transplant. The last one is a patient that I see in my clinic, and we had reported post-liver transplant experience over the last 20 years. So this is my last point in this talk, which is about new genes. What's new in the neonatal diabetes? And I will restrict that to what we say in our clinic. So this is a child. I had a child who presented with neonatal diabetes, and on investigation, he had pancreatic adenesis. We were not excited about this because pancreatic adenesis is a known cause of neonatal diabetes, and there are multiple genes who are known to cause pancreatic adenesis. However, when we send blood tests to look for those particular genes known to cause pancreatic adenesis, everything came back negative. And it took 10 years when I got a phone call from the lab in Exeter to tell me that, look, this patient tested negative to all known genes for pancreatic adenesis. But look what we found. Well, this is C-NOT1 mutation, which entails early pancreatic development and also cause some subtle or severe neurological development. So this is a new form of gene that cause pancreatic adenesis and lead to neonatal diabetes. What I'm trying to say, this particular example is the science within diabetes, and particularly the underlying genetic is evolving, and we hear about these new genes and new therapies every day. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is my last slide, and I hope I didn't exceed my time. And I would like to say that, to summarize by saying, monogenic diabetes in general, and even neonatal diabetes in particular, are heterogeneous, and they are caused by multiple mutations. These mutations vary amongst different countries and ethnicities around the world, and it's very important to know what we should look for so that we don't miss these cases. And although we say that the disease is rare, but my personal feeling is that it could well be underdiagnosed, and we need to alert our family health physicians as well as our young generation of diabetologists on their existence. Very important to diagnose neonatal diabetes, not only because of academic purposes and adding publications to our CV, but also because it has direct implications on clinical management and the welfare and quality of life of these patients. And one day we might have neonatal diabetes added to the routine screening in the pediatrics and perhaps in adult care. And if Kanshi and colleagues allow me, I would like to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, and inform you about the great news that we followed colleagues in Hyderabad, India, and we managed to bring the ISCAT International Conference Annual Congress to Abu Dhabi. So that's another platform in the Middle East after you guys in India, following your footsteps. We are going to meet in October in Abu Dhabi, and I would love to see as many of you joining us. And thank you, everybody who submitted abstracts. I'll stop there. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Asma. There was some issue related to the voice, so sorry for that, but many of them could not hear properly. But still, one very important question, Asma, which I want to ask you, that is neonatal diabetes. I have one patient whose mother was also probably monogenic diabetes, but unluckily her 18, that sequency which was negative, she was young, her mother and her mother, so all three generations were already. Then the young child, after only 10 days or 15 days, he had developed severe hyperglycemia, which we treated with a very low dose of insulin for some period of time. And then after 15 days, her sugar had become normal. And then slowly we stopped everything. We sent her for blood sampling is been done for neonatal diabetes to be screened. That came also negative. And now my question is to you, if suppose now we want to do for one extended analysis, or if I want to send the sample to UK or some other part of the world where more sequencing can be done, is it possible now it can be done also?
That's a fantastic question, Navanshi. What you are describing is definitely a clear cause of neonatal diabetes. We do see sometimes neonatal diabetes to be transient, and it could be within some family intrafamilial variation. So the mother, the grandmother can have permanent diabetes, and a child could have the same gene, but it could be a transient diabetes. This looks very much like many patients that we saw with insulin gene mutations. And I don't know where you send the blood to, because insulin gene mutation is one of the commonest mutations that in any panel, people will go and do it. So I would like to strongly recommend to you to send a sample to Exeter. As you know, they provide it free of charge.
I know they do the free of charge.
Yes, I mean, it's very convincing, the story, and I will put my money on this, that there will be a mutation coming up. If not in insulin gene, it could be in other gene, but it's a classical example.
Good, thank you. Sanjay, any other question you want to have? Or
I just have a question, Doctor. Wonderful talk. Your idea of creating the awareness, especially in the pediatric wards, and trying to get a universal adaptation for screening for them. Now, my question was, these children, we saw follow-up of 10 or 12 years. What happens in late adulthood? Do they develop complications like type 2 diabetes or type 1 diabetes? What about the complication rates in these children?
That's a great question. Thank you very much. It all depends on the type of diabetes. The underlying genetics. Say, for example, the group with Walker-Trellison syndrome, they die.
Yeah.
I mean, the oldest reported in the literature is a 15-year-old child who was in our clinic, but he died of liver failure. So it depends. Children with KATP channel mutation, they lead a very good long life on sulfonylurea. So it's very much, it's heterogeneous, Sanjay, and it very much depends. Some forms of monogenic diabetes are induced by autoimmunity. So you see all those microvascular complications that you are talking about. But in general, the forms of neonatal diabetes caused by insulin deficiency will have very similar microvascular complications because the diabetes will be difficult to control. A1c will be high for years, so they will end up having. the complications anyway? Great question, but the answer is not really specific.
Thank you very much. You cleared a lot of my doubt because it depends on the type of diabetes,
Yeah.
and the genetic defect which they have, and so on. Thank you very much, Doctor. We enjoyed your talk. I don't think there are any questions in the chat
Yes.
box.
So thank you, Asma, but requesting all the delegates and participants who are in this meeting to join for SPAD, which is in Abu Dhabi, and that will be a great meeting, and we all will be having face-to-face meeting at Abu Dhabi. With this, I request now Dr. Sanjay Reddy to introduce our next speaker, Dr. H.P. Chandalia, sir.
The next speaker is the senior most diabetologist in the country. If you are any senior, I can't tell bigger than that. He's Director of Endocrinology, Diabetes and Metabolism from Jesloke Hospital, Mumbai. Director of Denmark, the Center for Endocrine and Nutrition Management at Mumbai. He's past president and patron of RSSDI, a faculty at the Alabama Medical Center, faculty at Grant Medical College in its earlier days, and he has more than 75 articles, originals and reviews in Scientific Journal, 20 authorships. He's editor of International Journal of Diabetes in Developing Countries for more than 2 decades, editor Diabetes Today for the last 3 decades, and editor-in-chief of the RSSDI Textbook of Diabetes, 3rd edition, 2015. Welcome, Dr. Chandalia, sir. Who's seen the pathophysiology of diabetes change over the pathophysiology, new things discovered. He's used to all the medicines in the world, but none other better than you to talk about inertia in diabetes practice. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Reddy. Chairpersons, thanks to Diabetes India, thanks to Dr. Bansi Sabu for involving me in this talk. I'll be discussing if I can share my screen, start my slides. Can we? You can share the screen. Yeah, I'll try to share my screen. If there's any difficulty, I'll ask you to help me. Enlarge it. Okay, all right. You see my screen and hear me, everyone? Chairpersons?
Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you. I'm audible because
you're audible.
The speaker, excellent speaker, the voice was not good. I was very happy to have joined earlier and listened to her. My topic is absolutely mundane, but a very important one in practice of diabetology. Something which is talked about often, but not implemented. So I'll take you very quickly in the span of 20 minutes through some of the important aspects of inertia we face in the practice of diabetology. I don't need to spend more time on the fact that glycemic control is very important and of course has a legacy effect proven in UKpedia, DCCT. So just quickly, we appreciate the DCCT and the follow-up again and showing that glycemic control is important. These two were important studies, mind you, because before these studies, there were questions whether control of glycemia really prevents complications. So I think these studies were that way extremely important at that point of time. And of course, we know about glycemic memory also. So I'll go rapidly. Now, the algorithms have changed considerably, but this is very classic. So I use that still, metformin and then those 6 options. And then you keep adding, further and go on escalating. And of course, now we are given, you see, some more additional criteria for selecting our therapy. For example, if the person has a weight problem, person has a lot of hypoglycemia, cardiovascular risk, our selection is different. So I'll not expand on that, but important that we are looking at it differently. We're using the guidelines. Now, the guidelines are very fine. They have been propagated by many organizations, including RSSDI, done a great job in putting out the guidelines a few years ago. And they're very good. But the implementation, when we go in practice, I want to show you the gap there. That is what we need to cover. So this is in the passing, this, I will not expand on this aspect, but this is not my topic today. But of course, you choose the correct therapy. But problem is that we really do not revise our therapy frequently enough to really control patients effectively. That is what inertia is. The inertia, this discussion came about I would say about a decade ago in the literature, showing that we have very good tools available to control diabetes, and yet we do not get good results. Why we don't get? So we started looking at this question, and this is how this question of inertia came. That is, we do not act in time, we do not act appropriately to really use these tools and achieve the targets that we need to achieve. So I think, and this is very classic slide shown in many CMEs, and you really wait for the A1C to go up. You call the patients usually at quarterly intervals, and you still find A1C raised, and then you add a drug and patient gets control. Or sometimes they don't get control with the change you made, and hyperglycemia continues. So this is what we mean by inertia. Delayed action or no action or inappropriate action in order to achieve the results that you are trying to achieve. So of course, if you really act proactively and see the patients well within the time and go on escalating your treatment, you should be able to not only achieve control but manage it forever. You see here, A1C has stayed continuously down the threshold, what you desire, whatever you fix for that particular patient. And this does not happen very often. This does not happen very often. Most of the time, the A1C goes up, and then the patient sees you, and then you start changing your therapy. So this is the problem, you see. So chances of reaching A1C in time, means that you should really take a timely action, and this is what we've seen that. So now A1C goals also, of course, we keep discussing, and sometimes the patients fix their own goals. They read some newspaper, 8.5 A1C is all right, and they are further confused, of course, and they really think why the doctor is trying to bring my A1C further down. So it's very important for us to clearly understand the goals, and these are what we pointed out in one of our papers, the A1C goals, which are proposed, and the most importantly, I must tell you here, which is not brought out in the literature before we published this paper in the International Journal of Diabetes Development, the RSDI journal, that in pregnancy and diabetes also the goals are different for gestational diabetes, pre-gestational type 2 and type 1. This difference has not yet been very well pointed out by any author. So I feel this is very important that those who treat pregnancy and diabetes will understand why this difference in goals is important in pregnancy. What kind of glycemic goals are we achieving? And then we see what are the barriers to this, why we are not achieving, why we are not doing well. So this is some time back of year 2011 when we calculated, and we found that initial A1C, this was the distribution, and after controlling them for about 3 months or trying to control them for 3 months, you see we control almost half. In our clinic, we take 7.5 also as control because we really deal with people of very long-standing diabetes and with a lot of complications. So still 50% remaining uncontrolled. And this is what is even accepted everywhere, even now. Little later now, we are analyze the data, and we are doing a bit better. Now I think it has dropped from 50 to 40%. And world over, probably there is improvement. There is improvement in the percent of people who reach the glycemic goals, or the average A1C in the whole clinic, or the distribution that you see here. So there is some improvement, but 40% remaining uncontrolled. See, so what is this inertia? Is at what level? Where is this inertia? It is obviously, it can be with the patient, it can be with the healthcare provider, let us say diabetologists or diabetes educators. And of course, we use the word HCP so that we can group the whole team into one. And of course, there may be system failure. The system is set up in such a way that it is not conducive the achievement of the goals very easily. So we'll take up these three aspects during the remainder of the time. So the locus of control, let us look at what is happening at the end of the HCP, healthcare provider. And these are some of the problems you all face: lack of time, and sometimes there is not enough education and training of people who are treating. Remember, the diabetes being treated from family physician down to consultants, internists, and of course diabetologists, endocrinologists. So I think at all levels, at some levels, the education and training is lacking. And this is what a lot of CMEs we have in order to improve that. Then the poor communication skills are there. So you see, doctors are not trained in communication skills, neither they understand behavior therapies a little more, which sometimes require, as you go along, we'll see, we are not as you go along, we all learn the behavior of the patients when we know how to tackle those problems, areas that the patient discusses, and how to change the behavior where at all it is possible. Sometimes it is impossible in a given patient, but I think our communication skill have to improve in diabetology, because you really have to talk to the patient and make everything very clear. And sometimes, the lack of confidence in the minds of the healthcare provider, that this cannot be done, or you have a very difficult recalcitrant patient and you resign on the issue. I don't think it will work. It is impossible, and you really give up. So once there is no conviction on your part, obviously you can't reach the goals. This is very interesting, and I think a very simple table which I designed, and I've never seen anything like that earlier. You see, and when you start insulin less short or rapid acting, when do you change the dose? It can be every third day. Most of the time, every third day, you reach the steady state, whatever state you're going to reach, the concentration in the blood. Remember, any drug, about 3 half-lives, more or less, reach a steady state. So why do we wait for 1 month, 2 months, 3 months to call the patient and revise the treatment? So you see, in most of these drugs, you see about a week's time is almost the upper limit where you should revise the dose. So I think the adjustment of therapy lacking. We forget to tell the patient that I started you on insulin, but I need to adjust the dose, otherwise it will not work. You have to tell that very plainly. Patient thinks it will now work. It is the last resort treatment, and I'm perfectly fine, so I don't have to again see the doctor for about 3 months. But this has to be made very clear, and you can see how frequently we should really revise. Now, how do you revise? What modality you use is a system problem. And many of us now do differently. Some of us do on telephone, some of us receive data on different apps, you see, and keep seeing those and response. Some of us have trained our educators to at least bring out, although they are not yet empowered in India to act directly or changing treatment, you see, technically by our laws, still it is to be done. And we all have certain methods. And frankly, what we use is really the emails, which is less obtrusive, and you really see a pattern of 3 or 4 days and then change the dose. If patient goes on transmitting each value to you and you go on seeing a changing dosage, it really is against the proper optimum way of doing it. It is against, because you're acting, is a knee-jerk reaction on single blood sugar is not really what you really need to have. So this, I think we have to know. We go by pattern recognition. We see the blood glucose pattern, and then we change. So I think frequency with which we change, this is a big inertia there. It has been shown that changing from one ineffective therapy to the other one, the delay can be as much as 1 to 3 years, 1 to 3 years. Many authors, there are a lot of papers on this, the delay, how much is the delay, but 1 year to 3 years is the common figure in the 8 or 10 articles that I saw. So you can imagine what is happening world over. This is not necessarily with us. So this is extremely important for us to do. Then, of course, we have to really, at our end, we do not set up things properly. We don't tell the patient this is annual checkup is required, where you need to do certain more tests. Then you don't have to do any other unnecessary tests in between. You have to do self-monitoring. All that has to be told very clearly. You see, our laboratories have become so active in India, very unfortunate, in fact, very disturbing, that they approach people directly. I don't know whether it is ethical and whether the medical profession should take it up with the with the governments and really make some rule that you can't keep doing tests without a doctor recommending, right? You see, so they do a whole battery of tests. Sometimes, most of the time, they never include the spot urine albumin creat ratio. So after you see the laboratories have visited my patient before me, only test that remains to be done, I've seen very frequently, is spot urine albumin creat ratio. Because these people don't take technical advice. They make the packages which are quite worthless because there are 20 tests, only 6 or 7 were really useful. So all that is happening in our country. And we still do not counter this because we are not very proactive. Medical profession is not very proactive. And in a way, it is wise because if we are proactive, how will be looked at by patients? I'll discuss that later on as well, the patient's point of view also. But very important for us to do this. And of course, quarterly review where you do certain minimum things. So this should be very clearly stated to the patient. And the patient has to be told the goals, You ask them to do self-monitoring, but not many charts that are issued. And we introduced this almost 20 years ago, our blood glucose chart given to them. On the top states the goals that they should reach. So goals have to be set. They may be set differently for different people. And they have to be clearly told to the patient that these are your goals. Then the patient knows how close or how far he or she is from the goal. Remember that when we're talking about inertia, I've seen all the papers, not many authors have discussed the inertia in the other parameters, other like hypertension, hyperlipidemia are the other very common comorbidities. And there is not much written about that. But there are problems there. And sometimes you know very well that hypertension is a very potent cardiovascular risk factor and a very fast one at that compared to diabetes. And therefore, if you don't take care of that, ultimately you do not get good results. It's not yet discussed even in the literature much. But of course, it is simple common sense that all of you think of that. And of course, there, remember like home monitoring of blood glucose, a lot of my patients, almost all my patients, I insist they do home monitoring of blood pressure. So this is another facet. I don't think many of us are doing it proactively. And then they can detect, and we have to teach them salt restriction. Otherwise, you do not get good results with treatment of hypertension. And of course, little bit, we have to make them familiar with side effects of drug. Hyperlipidemia. The criteria are quite confusing in the literature. For example, the high, low intensity, moderate intensity, high intensity, then you don't even see what targets you reach now, according to some of the very, very important papers and recommendations. Although we all combine it by looking at also the values all the time, you understand, all clinicians have made their decisions based upon these two kind of guidelines, and they combine the both in order to give the patient best results. I don't want to go into details of that, but all of you will understand what I'm trying to tell you. You see, most importantly there, you see, the targets are not, the patients often read that the LDL cholesterol which are targeting, the lab says below 100 is normal. But they don't know that your therapeutic, you see, a goal is 70 or below 70. So you have to state that. Otherwise, they think doctor is unnecessarily pushing medications. And how badly Google, describes the statins. The most malign molecule on Google is statin. So you really have to educate patients. Then of course they discontinue as soon as the lipids come down. Then sometimes they scale it down. They do all modifications. So I think we fail there. Now, if you see 3 targets, A, B, C, A is A1c, B is blood pressure, and C LDL cholesterol, you see achievement of all 3 targets in many clinics world over is only 20% of people. How poor it is. Dismal, really. And of course, A1c targets are the worst in that. Blood pressure and lipid targets are achieved little more easily in the high percent of people than the A1c targets. So this is the state of art at the present time. And obviously we need to improve that, and where the gaps are and where misunderstandings arise on this. I pointed out some of them. For example, antiplatelet therapy, people misunderstand very badly. Should you take 1? Should you take 2? Which one is better? How you should interrupt in small surgery, tooth extraction, how you should restart. Knowledge there is very vague sometimes in doctor's mind, and certainly in the mind of surgeons, dentists, all those other people who are involved. So it's a very, very, very difficult area. And the prescriptions have to be really very adequate. This is our typical prescription. This is for about last 15 years we use this model. And remember, you have to mention what the drug is meant for and what is the common side effects. This is very important, I think. In our country, the pharmacist doesn't give side effects to the patient. Other countries, the pharmacist gives a printout to the patient. You see that you watch for this, and this is how you use this drug. So it falls upon us to talk of some common side effects so the patient can alert you that I got this problem. So this is our typical prescription. See, so the prescription has to be as complete as possible. A1C, we monitor control with A1C. We know A1C has limitations. It doesn't reflect the fluctuations in blood glucose. So all that we understood. Now we are going to monitoring. We have not clearly tell the patient how often that person test. We think everybody should test very often. Not really so. Some people need to test only 2-3 times a week. Some people need to test 2-3 a day. So there are extremes, and we really have to clearly tell all this to the patient. In your case, this is the frequency required, and the 6-point chart. And of course, we have now the sensors and all, and of course, any new innovation will be pushed hard. So now we are using sensor and the sensor, very beautiful graphs, patients see everything is done. But what is the actionable evidence? The actionable evidence, to my mind, there, I tell the people that I'll see the graph, but please take 9 observations every day. Swipe your reader 9 times a day and give me this 9-point chart. And last of all, I tell them to maintain the food and activity diary. Without that, really, you see those curves, and what will be your advice? What will your advice? Tell me, how will you advise the patient? The industry doesn't do all this for you. You see, they do not design any food and activity chart. You have to design. We have done that. One day is one page, you know. They give sometimes 2 lines to fill up food and activity. There has to be timing. So, you know, where is the problem? What food is the problem? Exercise is leading to hypoglycemic effect at what time? After 1 hour, 2 hours, 4 hours? It can be up to next day, exercise effect in different people. So all that has to be really seen carefully and done. And of course, we have to learn to motivate people. Like, how do we motivate a young diabetic, type 1 or young type 2? You see, they are more worried about body image and appearance. You know, it was really thought that when they use insulin pumps, type 1 patients will start eating a lot more, pumping more insulin, still remain under good control, and they will gain weight. It did not happen. It did not happen. There are studies on that. And it shows that body image was so important in the mind of the young people that they made sure they did not put on weight. And the pump data show that weight gain is not a common side effect. You see, and of course, you see, and you know, they have peer pressure, they want a good energy level, they worry about their sexual reproductive function. So all you have to really understand what is the concern of the given patient. And you should know how to motivate a given patient. This strategy is different for different people. And we have not yet learned the behavioral sciences as much, which should be really also, honed by us. These skills should be honed by us. And this is what you see. And what are the barriers to patient adherence? When the patient is denial, anxiety, depression, sometimes complexity of treatment. Sometimes you make it very complex, we find difficult to understand. Cost is always a problem. Patients are paying from their pockets. Side effects are there, and we do not sometimes address them. A lot of misconceptions prevail. Can you teach illiterates? This was a paper by Diabetes Care by us long ago. You see, teaching illiterates, semi-illiterates in India, and we showed that it works since this was Diabetes Care, and this is the type of things were accepted at that time, you see, and of course there is good control achieved, control improved. There was no A1c even at that time when we published this paper. You see, now the locus in the patient. What are the patient factors which prevent this kind of achievement of our goals? And this is how the problem is with our patients, very poor health education as well as diabetes education in people. So they don't understand. The basic lack of trust in medical people, I must tell you that. This is very basic cultural problem in India. I've been amplifying this subject in many forums when I talk. This is very important for us to tackle that. And they don't know about complications. You see, treatment cost is a problem, lifestyle problems are there. These all prevent us from achieving the goals, and they have psychological problems. You see, and of course, in our country, fake information, Languages, sometimes you have to master. In Mumbai, for example, we have to master at least 3 languages if you want to communicate properly with the patient, 3 or 4 languages. And each region you have to do that. We doctors sometimes don't have that much efficiency, lingual, mastery. So I think it's required. And then we have the alternate systems, which are very important in India to tackle. You see, the cultural, Indian culture and health issues, you see, it's a very poorly informed population with a lot of myths and misunderstanding, you see. They do not believe in regular follow-up, and continuity of care is not only in them, but we also, many of us have not yet understood what is continuity of care in diabetes. I have not seen many people talking about continuity of care or tackling this problem, showing how to do that. You see, the patients are highly suspicious of medical personnel. This is absolutely true. It may be true in many other countries as well, but in particular in our country, it is there. And of course, you see, and cost is always bothering them, of course. You see, the perception of how patients look at you, sometimes you won't realize. I have received love of my patients in abundance. You see, I have no problem. Yet I was able to perceive that the same person, if you see in heart of heart, really does not believe you, doesn't want to do what you want to say. So where is the gap? Why we are not able to inspire them, motivate them? Because of the cultural problem. They have a cultural hang-up, So they think of doctors sometimes as a god, sometimes as a good human being, and in the end as a devil. Whenever you give them a fat bill and they have to pay from their pocket, then obviously you are the devil. And of course, they're not trustworthy. They will touch your feet. Many of the patients touch my feet, but I still don't know that they really trust me. This is a fact. This is cultural problem. You see, and they called my one colleague as he's very professional. So I was very happy when they say professional. You should be very professional in a good profession like this noble profession. But ultimately, when I talk a little more, I realized that professional by that mean fellow was charging adequately and charging more. So very peculiar words they use. Sometimes this is not a dictionary meaning, but you have to understand what they're trying to tell you. You see, for example, for obesity, obese child, they don't say my child is overweight. They say my child is extra healthy. Jada health hai, bahut acha hai uska. So this is how they do, you see. And then, of course, let us see. And this is how we looked at from millennia, how we looked at the medical people. At that time, there were no doctors, you see. And here is a Sanskrit shloka telling that, oh Vaidyaras, welcome to you. You are brother of Yama, god of death. You are the brother of god of death. You see, I bow down to you. Yama only steals away one's life, but Vaidya steals one's life as well as money. You see, this is how they look at. This is how they look at. And this is pervading in our culture, let me tell you. You will realize it when you see minutely what your patients are thinking. You see, patients expect all the odd things from you to be cured. One of our colleague who describes that I reverse diabetes, all of us reverse diabetes for many years, type 2, beginning 1 or 2 years, all of us reverse few hundred people, but one fellow now goes to Times of India, so reverse diabetes of 5 people. And then they start telling all of us, go to clinics and say, reverse my diabetes. After 15 years of duration of diabetes, wants reversal, you see, and they all want less medications. They bargain about medication. 3 tablets, can it be 2? Can it be 1? Every visit they bargain. They take less medicine better. Taking medicine is invasion of your pious body. You see, it is invading your body. Taking prick, of course, is highly invasive. Of course, this is slowly changing. But you see, and they think they don't understand what insulin is, habit forming, and all those questions are there. You see, and they want reversal, neuropathy, truly not reversal, except some symptomatic relief, and further progression can be stopped, and also kidney problems. So these are the attitude our patients have. And we have to learn to fight this. We have to learn to steer this by a little bit of behavioral approach, you see. And, I think I'll go rapidly. Say there are a lot of myths prevailing in our community, Alternate system medicine is a problem. And I'll give you some of my views because it really, sometimes we have not taken a clear stand on that. Modern medicine doctors had to take a clear stand. You know that I introduced in our textbook of diabetes, RSDI, a big chapter, 25, 30 pages on alternate system of medicine for the readers of modern medicine. You know, MD and DM people are reading that book, and we introduced the chapter. I think it is very important for us to understand how to deal with this, you see. And of course, you know, let us see here. These are kind of myths and all the face that list is very big. So I don't want to describe all of this. All of you face this all the time. It's just for you to bring to your kind attention that all this is happening in patient's mind, you know. You see, so I think a lot of misconceptions prevail. We really have to keep educating them extensively to do that. Alternate systems of medicine, how do you grapple with that is very important. I have not treated any type 2 diabetic who had not taken indigenous treatment simultaneously with my treatment or before seeing me and after seeing me both. See, I have not treated one. Whatever you say, they will take indigenous treatment. You see, and they have wrong concept of the benefits and side effects. I know side effects of some Ayurvedic medicine than Ayurveda Acharya know. I know which one damages kidney, which one causes hemolysis. I have had a pilot, you know, trying to cure his diabetes so that he can fly again. You see, and got a bad hemolysis with the Ayurvedic drug. We have studied all this, mind you. We modern scientists can study all this very, very well, and doesn't take us time to understand this. You see, you know, so I think now don't wish it away completely, this alternative treatment. For example, editing International Journal of Diabetes in Developing Country, I had to do for about 22 years. So from the formative, very small state of a Patrika to an international journal of repute. And now, of course, our colleagues are doing a great job on it. And there I counted in 2 years, 6 studies on different herbal drugs we had published in our journal. They are very well done scientifically, absolutely flawless, and shown results also. So there are some results. You see, there are 200-300 tree barks, leaves, and roots which can have effect on blood glucose. You know, many other parameters as well. So don't have complete denial of some of these scientific facts, because when you counter that with the patient at Ayurveda, Yambag or something, they lose trust in you completely. That you are anti-Ayurvedic, so you know you really, and sometimes they may take you anti-Ayurvedic as anti-national as well. Huh? Although there is no relationship to Ayurveda appreciation and nationalism, but they will take you as anti-national as well. Huh? So be very careful, you know. So these are well done studies. So what do you do really? See, we have some peculiar ideas like this. So if you allow a patient to take your treatment and take the herbal treatment side by side, which also you carefully see that there is no pearl basam in it, no other basma in it. Pearl basma killed one of my patients, you know. You see, pearl basma. And the amount paid was more than the price of the pearls even, you know. I wish he had bought a necklace for his wife, pearl necklace, instead of taking pearl basma, you see. So you see, so it's very important to see if you are allow them simultaneously, all the good effects that will accrue, even glycemic control, they will attribute to herbal drug and not to your drug. If there are any side effects, it will be at your door. Your medicine will produce this side effect. So be prepared for that. How to counter it, how to explain candidly and based on the basis of science that this is not a side effect of this drug. So this is very important. You see, now if you like, you allow. You may not allow, you may counter it by easily saying that these drugs can work in very early stage of diabetes, and we should accept that they can use in prevention of diabetes. My fond hope is that we will establish these drugs also with scientific study, and RSDI is concluding now a study on the methi powder, you know, which has gone on for 7 years, and they are about to publish it, and probably prevention, impaired glucose tolerance group, it may be the right thing to give. You see, so let us position scientifically some of them in the right place so that we don't keep encroaching in the areas where they are not supposed to be. So we hope, I think Bansi is listening. So Bansi is one of our biggest activists we can have. So I think Bansi, you take up this. I think this is very, very important. You see, so how do you advise them? Do you advise them to stop one of them, or do you ask to continue both? Please decide your strategy clearly, but do not antagonize the patient's trait, because they lose trust in you, because trust in Ayurveda and you know, this healing is so strong that you cannot condemn it, and maybe keeping your mind open There are areas where it can work. I purposely shown you scientific studies that we publish after being referred by three referees, mind you. These studies in IJDDC don't go through very easily, mind you. See, so I think this is where we are. Now, this is my last slide. The system problem, and we have not developed systems. We don't have a good record system. We don't have a good reminder system. RSA, they are doing a great job. I know that Sanjay Agarwal told me that we are developing where we all can use a uniform record system, and the same can incorporate reminder. Reminders are very important. You think patient will mind it? No. We started sending reminders. We thought they will think that doctor is trying to woo us, he wants to enhance his practice. But frankly, they were very grateful that we reminded them. This sir, I was wanting to come, but he could not overcome his inertia. So this reminder served him to overcome the inertia and came. So frankly, most of them have taken it very kindly and reported quickly when we reminded them. Record system is very important. I don't want to enlarge on that. You see, the intensification logistics are very poor. There, the inertia is, I told you. You might give time after 2 months after giving certain dose of insulin or giving one DPP-4 inhibitor and see me after 2 months. You don't have to see patient after 2 months. Intensification strategy have to be clearly defined. And you have to find a way where it doesn't encroach upon your time so much, and yet you do it. So you all are ingenious in doing that. So please do that. And of course, some poor diagnostic facilities. To my mind, diabetology should be practiced together with laboratory, routine laboratory being there, and little bit cardiac evaluation should be there, and testing of peripheral nerves and feet and all is very important. I think all that should be done under one roof because it makes it easy for the patient. So I think these are the ways where we have to cast off our inertia, friends, and I think we improved a lot of our patients. And by doing so, we'll improve our lot as well. And we will have a better status in the society if we understand some of the behavior problems and really help people. See, so thank you very much for your patient hearing. And if chairman allows, I'll take few questions right away or whatever we desire.
Yes, Sanjay.
Yeah, so thank you very much. That was an interesting share of all the experiences you have gone through so many years. Patients, doctors, society, and what needs to be done. Thank you very much. I think it was a wonderful talk for everybody who's listening to see where you should improve yourself, probably communicate better, spend more time with the patient, and also incorporate. I've took some snapshot of certain things just to say that it has always been a practice improvement model. I think it's a constant evolution in all the three times. Thank you very much, sir. There are no questions as of such in the chat box. So, Dr. Bansi, you want to add?
Yes. So, thank you, sir. First of all, thanks for this very important topic which you have discussed and shared with all the delegates. The clinical inertia topic which you had talked with before some time, we have also done in our country from RSSDI, a national level, that what is the average A1c at that point of time people escalate the therapy, and the scenes are same that up to 8.5 is still and doctors blame most of the time the patients, and patients blame the doctor that the therapy is not escalated at right point of time. And we all believe that most of the time it is the patient also does not want to take insulin at right point of time. So do you believe that after this newer therapy which had come, and mainly those does not cause the hypoglycemia, will improve the care for patients and the clinical inertia will be lessened? Because in last 15-20 years, if you see the data, the average A1c of our patient, even in spite of so many medications have come, is still the A1c is remaining around 8.5 or more. So what is your opinion on that?
No, I think the newer therapies we don't produce hypoglycemia will definitely improve patients' lot. In fact, already I showed two sets of data. Once our 2011 ending, 2018 ending, and we are already salvaging about 10% more. So of patients bringing them to the target. Drugs are very potent. Insulin can control anyone for that matter and crash the sugar from 300 to 30. But unfortunately, that frightens the patient, and the patient, cooperation, you will lose completely if you produce bad hypoglycemia. So I think non-hypoglycemic therapies, which are presently available, and most of us use those in preference to sulfonylureas, glianides, or insulin, frankly. Whether less insulin use will occur in type 2 diabetes, I think slowly, I think the data will emerge. But to my mind, yes, it will to some extent. That doesn't mean that insulin will ever be extinct. You see, it will stay on. So I think these are very important. I think we'll be able to do better. But some of these are imponderable questions like changing patient behavior, all these which sometimes we may not be able to overcome. And there are basic limitations of therapy, like insulin exhibited in the good dosage will always produce some hypoglycemia. So this sort of things will always, I think we'll have to have something totally different. How we are able to get better control in hypertension and in lipids, because the therapies available are effective and the side effects are minimal. The same thing we have to achieve here. So even if we go on singing praises, we got wonderful products every day, new, and obviously whatever new has to be hailed and appreciated. But to my mind, we still should look for better therapies of diabetes. And I think the non-hypoglycemic does work one step in that direction. We still need to look insulins which will have more predictable response, which will have a coefficient of variation which is less. Still, there is a lot of variation. All those problems are there. So I think we need to progress. We have to have better tools also. Although we think we are in a wonderful, we have reached the height of our development. To my mind, we are still not there.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your words of wisdom. Can we move on to the next speaker? We've
Thank you.
Yes. Of time. Over to you, Dr. Bansi.
Thank you, Sanjay. Now we have with us Dr. Mohammad Asneen, who is a senior consultant in endocrinology and diabetes at Dubai Hospital since 2014. He holds an academic post of senior lecturer and associate director for postgraduate diabetic education at Cardiff University, UK since 2007. He graduated from Alexandria, Egypt. His main research interest is diabetes and Ramadan. He co-authored recommendation paper on the subject for the American Diabetic Association in 2005 and 2010. He also participated as a first author and co-author in numerous studies in this field. He has published more than 70 articles and presented more than 50 oral presentations at national and international meetings. Over to Dr. Mohammad Asneen.
It's a great pleasure to be with all of you. It seems to be a very successful agenda for the 12th World Congress of Diabetes India, and specific thanks for Professor Banshi Sabu for such a successful conference. So my topic is about hypertension and diabetes and looking into the link of this. And I think we all know that there is a lot of aspects related to both hypertension and diabetes. During my presentation, I will try to cover the prevalence of hypertension in people with diabetes and the opposite, the prevalence of diabetes in people with hypertension. Would like to understand the characteristics of both groups of people and also understand why do they develop one problem that lead to the other. Certainly would like to look into the link of the combined hypertension and diabetes on morbidity and mortality, and looking into the impact of treatment of hypertension on diabetes complications. So going first through the first 2 points related to the prevalence. And this is a paper that we've collected from Arab countries looking into the prevalence of hypertension. It's an oldish paper. And as you can see, the lowest rate was 27.5%, and the highest was 37.1%. So in general, you can clearly say that a third of the population do indeed have hypertension. When we look into the prevalence of diabetes, I was part of the Dubai Diabetes Survey, which we conducted over 2 occasions in 2014 and was completed in 2017, as well as the following one in 2019. And whether it's diabetes or pre-diabetes, you can clearly see that a sizable proportion of the population have diabetes and indeed pre-diabetes, roughly 15% of each during the survey of 2014-2017. The latest survey which we conducted looked into the prevalence of hypertension. And that overall in Dubai was roughly about 1/3 of the population. We did a survey a few years ago on the MENA region, which included neighboring countries to India, such as Pakistan and Iran, as well as all the Middle East countries. And when we look into the prevalence of hypertension in people with diabetes, it is 27.5%. Now, if I were to look into the prevalence of diabetes in people with hypertension, that clearly, so the link of both. So when you look into the prevalence of diabetes in people with hypertension, that's 49%. And when you compare that in Dubai nationals of those who do not have hypertension, is as low as 9.2%. A similar pattern, although not the same extent, is in Dubai expats, and overall the difference is 4 times between those who do not have hypertension, which 8%, and those who have hypertension, which is 33%. Now, in Abu Dhabi, they did a very good survey of 55,000 persons, and 44% of hypertensives have diabetes, and 59% of diabetics have hypertension. So clearly, the overlap between the two is very strong. Now, let's try to understand the characteristics of the people with diabetes and or hypertension. And as you can see here, there is a lot of similarities. The age pattern is very much the same. So here is the difference between normotensive and those with treated hypertension. So age and BMI and level of exercise, whether it's low level or high level, there is very, very much higher in those who have hypertension than those who do not have hypertension. And that's in females, and the previous slide was in males. So the overall, as you can see here, is that the person with hypertension would tend to be in their 50s with a highish BMI, and also will be a person who very rarely would be exercising. Now, there is a gender difference in Dubai between people who have hypertension and do not have hypertension. It's almost over double. And that's not really clear as why. Perhaps it is the stressful types of jobs that men get into, maybe business. But when you look into the physical characteristics, you would find that the waist-hip ratio of men tends to be in those who have treated hypertension higher than normotensive. That's not the same scenario in ladies. So perhaps the central obesity is a marker. And that marker was also seen in the Abu Dhabi data, where you clearly see that in both men and women, as we get older and central obesity gets higher, that's a very good point. And there was no major differences between men and women here, but in the older age, but though it was in the younger age. So clearly, central obesity is a player here. And again, when you look into other measures of central obesity, such as waist-hip ratio, you find the big difference between men and women. It does look like women, as they try to look after their figure, at least for the ladies in Dubai, perhaps that helps to have a better waist-hip ratio and better lower prevalence of hypertension. So when we look into trying to understand why do people with diabetes and develop hypertension or vice versa, I think a significant part of it is related to the pathophysiological pathways of insulin leading to hypertension. We know that the fat cells are not inert cells. They stimulate sympathetic nervous system. They have an effect on renal retention of sodium through the kidneys. They have an impact on decreasing the heart rate variability, and they have an effect, a vasoconstricting effect on the vessels and on the muscles, lead to hypertrophy of smooth muscles by vascular or endothelial resistance. And all of this obviously are factors that cause hypertension. So if you look into the typical profile of blood pressure regulatory mechanism in a hypertensive diabetic, Now, you will find that the total exchangeable sodium is increased, the vascular compliance is reduced, peripheral resistance and vascular pressure responses are both increased. There is frequently an evidence of renal dysfunction in type 1 diabetes, and central obesity is increased in people with type 2 diabetes, as well as insulin resistance. So the central obesity part is something that we really need to try to concentrate upon as one of the hallmarks of the link of hypertension and diabetes together, whether this is the apple shape or the pear shape. And as you can see here, there is a direct link of BMI and waist circumference for development of hypertension. So diastolic and systolic blood pressure are both very much linked into the measures of body mass index, as well as the measures of waist circumference. So clearly, central obesity is a problem, but the question is why that is the case. Well, as I mentioned earlier, the abdominal obesity affecting the increased aldosterone, affecting the dyslipidemia on the myocardium, the impact on the endothelium, as well as the altered glucose homeostasis in people with type 2 diabetes. And of course, it can lead to hypertension. So that sort of link between central obesity and aldosterone can cause diabetes, as well as hypertension, as well as other vascular problems. And this is mediated through a number of aspects, whether it is the RAS blockade, whether it's the mineralocorticoid sensitizing and stimulating factors, whether it's on the liver directly with the fatty acids. And all of this consequently impact on the adrenal glands and with the angiotensin 2 levels, leading to cardiovascular problem and change to aldosterone. And all this in the kidney can cause hypertension. Certainly, the impact of lipids itself, the fat cells, can cause the hyperinsulinemia, as well as the leptin increase. And this would obviously lead to sympathetic activation, and again, through the kidney, hypertension. So when we look into the central obesity and diabetes and hypertension, you want to ask yourself, which come first? And this is particularly for the point of hypertension and albuminuria and renal failure. When we compare in type 1 and type 2 diabetes, we know that there is a big link, but is it the hypertension that causes the albuminuria and renal failure, or is the diabetes which causes the opposite? Now, it's quite interesting to see here in this study done by Hans Henrik Paving many years back, when you look into the level of albumin excretion in people with diabetes. And as you can see here, normal albuminuria, it doesn't last for long. When we get longer duration of diabetes, it starts to increase. Microalbuminuria starts to kick in after a small number of years, perhaps 5 to 10 years, it starts getting higher. In people with macroalbuminuria, the level and the incidence of obviously is higher. And when you link all of this with hypertension, you can clearly see that the higher the proteinuria, even at short duration of diabetes, there is a pretty high level of arterial hypertension. So it is kind of very clear association in type 1 diabetes. When you ask yourself, does microalbuminuria presage diabetic nephropathy? And the answer in about 80% of the cases is yes. And when you ask yourself, is hypertension present before the development of persistent proteinuria? And the answer in type 1 diabetes is no, or pretty rare. That's not the case, of course, in type 2 diabetes. So lastly, I would like to elaborate with you on the understanding of impact of hypertension on diabetes, on morbidity and mortality, and indeed the impact of treatment. Now, when you look into data from WHO, you will find that hypertension is the highest cause of mortality, and it's one of the very high levels of problems coming to the disability adjusted life risk factors comes at level number 5. Diabetes is number 3 for mortality and comes at a much lower level for the DALYs, disability adjusted life risk factors. So again here, data from 19 different, from many countries looking into the 19 leading factors, you will find that hypertension is number 1 and number 3 is high blood glucose. So clearly the impact on the microvascular and the macrovascular aspects, whether it's stroke, heart failure, CVD, ischemic heart disease, retinal and vision impairment, kidney problems, and even sexual dysfunction. The data of the GRACE study, which was conducted in the Gulf region, looking into what are the risk factors for people coming into hospital with acute coronary syndrome, diabetes and hypertension were almost hand in hand, affecting 40 to 49% of the patients admitted. And definitely, when they both exist, the level of hospitalization would be higher. Cardiovascular disease, whether it's the cardiac or peripheral, would be higher. Cerebral, death, microalbuminuria and CKD and dialysis, and even, of course, retinopathy. So foot problem and even neuropathy is higher in people with hypertension. It's quite interesting when you look into the data from Qatar and looking into the neuropathy, which is over double the rate in people with hypertension compared to diabetics without hypertension. So clearly, hypertension, when it exists with diabetes, it's a cause of concern. But the good news is lowering the systolic blood pressure by 4 millimeters mercury, lowering the LDL by 1 millimole, and lowering HbA1c by 0.9 can have very good impact on cardiovascular events. The strongest impact is the lowering of the systolic blood pressure. And certainly from the UK PDS, when you get the person with tight blood pressure and tight glycemic control, their incidence per 1,000 years of any diabetes-related endpoint is very much lower than those people who have the conventional treatment and less tight blood pressure measurements. So, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, hypertension is highly prevalent in our population, and this is more prevalent in people with diabetes. Multiple risk factors cause this interplay between type 2 diabetes and hypertension, which includes specifically central obesity, age, and in the community that we studied in UAE, male gender. Hypertension pathophysiology in type 1 diabetes is very much related to urinary protein excretion and renal function. The coexistence of hypertension and diabetes is associated with high rates of macro and microvascular complications. And finally, the health benefit from the treatment of hypertension is higher than that of the treatment of hypoglycemia. That doesn't mean that we do not treat hypoglycemia, but it means that we should address both at the same time and trying to achieve the targets for both. And I'll leave you finally with photos of my beloved city, Alexandria, Egypt. Thank you all, and I hope that you enjoy the conference.
Thank you, Dr. Mohammed Hussain. That was a lovely deliberation, and all you put in that all the bad boys go together with diabetes, the hypertension, and how bad that bad boy can be, along with central obesity, and also got in the aldosterone mechanism kicking in, which I think is something which many people miss in this whole gamut. So, and also going back with in clinical inertia, it's not glycemia alone, looking at the patient as a whole to reduce his rate of complications. You need to treat hypertension well, diabetes, glycemia, as well as dyslipidemia and obesity. Thank you, sir. Is there any questions in the from the audience? Somebody wants to ask anything? Sir, I don't think we have any questions. Your talk was very clear, and thank you for joining us on this virtual platform. We'll love to see you sometime physically, one of the Diabetes India conference. Thank you very much, sir. Hello. Yeah. Can we move on to the next session? And I invite Dr. Jyotidev Keshavder, the Scientific Chair of Diabetes India 2022, and Professor Jahangir Chowdhury to take over the next session, please. Is Dr. Jyotidev there? Dr. Jahangir, please take over.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm Professor Jahangir Chowdhury from Bangladesh. It's a great pride and privilege for me to be a chairperson of this session. I'm giving thanks to the Diabetes India for giving the opportunity to be here. I'm also very grateful to attend here as the partner of one of the great men, Dr. Jyotidev Keshavder. He's also with me as a chairperson, possibly. So I'm requesting, if Jyotidev Keshavder is here, then I'll request to talk. If not, then I will just
here because they are asking for it. Here, you can do from here.
Yeah, Keshavdev is there? Keshavdev is there?
Bansi,
join, please continue.
Bansi, this is Dr. Sanjeevi speaking. Bansi.
Yes.
Is there any possibility that I can go first?
Yes, he'll join soon.
Yes, Keshavdev is there.
Keshavdev is there. Dr. CB Sanjeevi is asking if Dr. Akhtar had not joined, then he can.
Oh, yeah.
That is what is required.
Oh, yeah, yes, then.
Akhtar is not there. We can request.
Then I am requesting Dr. CB Sanjeevi from Sweden to deliver his.
Please introduce Dr. Sanjeevi and then you.
Yeah. Professor CB Sanjeevi is Vice Chancellor of Sri Shathya Sai Institute of Higher Learning in Puttpathy and Professor and Senior Scientist at the Department of Medicine, Karolinska Institute in Stockholm. He is also Senior Advisor to the Innovation Office of Karolinska Institute. He heads the Diabetes Immunology Research Group at the Center for Molecular Medicine at Karolinska University Hospital at Stockholm. He has won many awards. The recent one was Prabhashi Bharatia Shaman Award for 2017, which he received from the President of India, Sri Pranab Mukherjee. It is the highest award given to a person of Indian origin by the government of India for his excellence in the field of medicine. He has edited series of 5 volumes of the Annals of New York Academy of Sciences entitled Immunology of Diabetes. In addition, Dr. Sanjeevi serves in the editorial board of several journals and has extensively published in peer-reviewed medical journals. I would like to request Dr. Sanjeeva for his presentation.
Thank you very much, Professor Jahangir, and thank you very much, Dr. Joshidev, for being a chairman of this session. Let me get the technical thing correct here. I just need to get my slides up. It's already open. How do I get it? I say share. Yes. I'm not getting my slides. I've kept it open in my desktop. How do I get it on the screen? I don't usually use Zoom so much. Can somebody help?
Those are your slides. You can just open those slides from there. Just click on it.
I have opened the slide.
Now
Is
put
it
it
visible
on
to you?
slideshow.
Is it visible to you?
Yeah.
Yes,
Everything
yes,
is visible.
there.
Perfect.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes, we are getting it.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Bansi, for giving me the opportunity to talk. What you had invited me to give a talk is this particular topic. What is there in the program is another topic. So this is the most interesting part, which I thought I will share with all of you. I had access to retrieve a lot of information regarding the discovery of insulin and the Nobel Prize that is being awarded to Banting and MacLeod. So how do I move this? The slide is... the Nobel Prize Committee for Physiology and Medicine is working from the Karolinska Institute in Stockholm. And this is the main entrance of the Karolinska Institute. Immediately to the left, once you enter the main entrance, is the Nobel Forum, where the Nobel Committee meets to decide the prize. And what you see on the right is the building called Aula Medica, where the Nobel lectures are held on 7th of December every year. So the building called Nobel Forum is immediately to the left as soon as you enter Karolinska Institute. And it has a long foyer. At the end of the foyer is a very big lecture room where the Nobel Prizes are announced. And you have the bust of Alfred Nobel outside this building. And what you see as the assembly hall is the place where the Nobel Committee decides the prize. And the secretary of the Nobel Committee comes down from this first floor assembly hall to the Wallenberg Salen, which is the lecture room downstairs below the assembly hall to announce the prize. So this is the tradition that happens. And this announcement is usually made on the first Monday of October every year. And the first prize that is announced is the Medicine and Physiology Prize. And to give you a little bit of a background about Alfred Nobel, before I go to talk about Banting and MacLeod and how they got the prize, Alfred Nobel was born in Stockholm in 1833 on October 21. And this is the house from which, in which he was born, which is looking pretty decent, I would say, as of 1833 standard. And Alfred Nobel comes from a very Nobel family. And his father is Emanuel Nobel, who is a very big engineer himself. And his mother is Henrietta Nobel. And they were living in Stockholm. And what had happened is that Alfred Nobel had taken over a lot of importance and the inspiration from his father in terms of invention, in terms of discoveries. And Alfred Nobel was the first one to discover the dynamite. And this is the patent that was awarded to Alfred Nobel in 1863 for the discovery of dynamite, in which nitroglycerin was mixed with kieselguhr. And dynamite became extremely famous for a variety of reasons. Not only it is used in blasting rocks and things like that in order to lay roads or build constructions, but a lot of activities were done with dynamite that are really not so peaceful. So it had lost a lot of charm for its discovery, and because it was all used for wrong reasons. So this had led Alfred Nobel to feel terribly bad that his discovery is being used for destructive purposes, not for constructive purposes. So in 1895, on November 27, he wrote a will. And by that time, he had become an extremely rich man. At the current standards, if you apply, in 1895, he would have been the world's richest person at that time. So in this 4-page bill, which constitutes the backbone for all the Nobel Prize that is awarded, he has given clear instructions on what are all the things that the Nobel Committee has to do in order to select the laureates and give the prize. An entire wealth of Alfred Nobel had been put in the Nobel Foundation, which uses the interest from that corpus in order to give away the prizes and also do a lot of Nobel related activities in terms of running symposiums and things like that. So the title Physiology or Medicine was chosen by Alfred Nobel. And at that time, he had given 5 different prizes. And one of them is peace, which is to be decided by the Norwegian Parliament. The other prizes are physics, chemistry, and literature. And later, the economics was added, not from the Nobel will, but from the corpus that was created by the Central Bank of Sweden. So Axel Key was an important person who was responsible for creating this particular Nobel Prize for Medicine at Karolinska Institute based on the will of Alfred Nobel. And Jons Johansson, who was the chair of the Nobel Committee, and Göran Eliasson was the secretary of the Nobel Committee. And Göran Eliasson has served as the longest period of time as the secretary of the Nobel Prize Committee. And during his term was a time when lots of important discoveries were announced, including that of Banting and MacLeod. So one of the important aspects in Nobel will is that no prize could be shared by people more than 3 persons. So in no case may a prize be divided between more than 3 persons. That's why either we can give it to 1 or 2 or maximum 3 people or not more, is something that is based out of the will that Alfred Nobel had written. And one of the important things that he had written also is that the discovery should have been made in the preceding year. But it is really unlikely to identify a particular discovery and its effectiveness within a period of 12 months. And the only one prize that was awarded within 1 year of the discovery is the discovery of insulin. So that's the only prize that qualifies actually for this particular aspect of the will, whereas the Nobel Committee interprets this preceding year as preceding years, so that nowadays any discovery that is made, it takes at least 20-25 years before the Nobel Prize is awarded for the discovery. So this is one of the things that insulin discovery is the one that fits the bill very nicely as far as the will of Alfred Nobel is concerned. And of course, it has to be physiology or medicine. That's why prizes not necessarily have to be clinical medicine. That could be basic biology also that has an important implication in medicine. So coming to Nobel Prize for Banting and MacLeod, which was awarded to both of them in 1923, there have been a lot of interesting behind the scene activities that had happened. And I'm going to tell you some of those things because I had gone and sought information from the archives of the Nobel Foundation that is sitting at the Karolinska Institute. And I also wrote an article in Diabetologia, in News and Views column in 2001 when we were celebrating 100 years of Nobel Prize. So there is a lot of interesting information that I'll be sharing in the following slides. So Banting and MacLeod was given the Nobel Prize in 1923 for the discovery of insulin. And the discovery was published in 1922. The nomination of the prize was made in 1923. As you all know, the deadline for nomination for Nobel Prize is 31st of January for that year. If you take 2022, January 31 is the deadline for the nomination for 2022. Whereas in this particular year, 1923 prize, the deadline for nomination was January 31, 1923. And in this particular year, you can see how the nominations had happened. And in Nobel Archive, you cannot access any information in the Nobel Archive in the last 50 years. Anything longer than 50 years, we can get access to the Nobel Archives, do research and publish it. So the choice of a combination had been debated by a lot of people. Banting had shared the prize with, the discovery was shared between MacLeod and Banting. But what happened was that Banting received 50% of the money, and he shared 50% of that money with Charles Best, and he felt Charles Best should have been included. And I can tell you why Charles Best was not included in the nomination for the 1923 prize. So this is the Nobel certificate that is given to the award winner along with the Nobel medal. And this is the certificate that was given in 1923 to Banting and MacLeod. Interestingly, on that particular year, both Banting and MacLeod did not come to Stockholm to receive the prize. The prize was actually sent to them through the Swedish ambassador to Canada and Swedish ambassador to United Kingdom. So this is how the Nobel Frederick Banting and John MacLeod's Nobel Award looks like. And when you look at the discovery, you will see that Banting was featured on the cover of the Time magazine in 1923. Then this is the house where Banting had worked, lived, and also did the discovery. And there is an eternal flame outside his house that's burning in memory of him. And you can see that Frederick Banting, his statue is there adorning the lawns of his house. And if you can see, this is the study. This is the place where he had been treating patients with insulin that he had made. And these are all the facts that had been put in the Nobel Foundation, where the Frederick Banting, Nobel Prize in Physiology Medicine for 1923. He was born in Alliston, Canada, and he died in 1941 in Newfoundland, Canada. So affiliation at the time of award was to the University of Toronto in Canada. And the prize motivation was discovery of insulin, and he shared half the prize that was awarded to the discovery, the other half going to MacLeod. So what is the interesting background information? How did Banting and MacLeod win the prize? This is something that will also tell you how the Novo Nordisk was born at that time. So few years before that, in 1920, a gentleman, Danish gentleman by name August Krug won the Nobel Prize for Medicine. And his prize was awarded for the discovery of capillary motor regulating mechanism. And he had done a lot of work in 1910. And this work clearly demonstrated the absorption of oxygen and elimination of carbon dioxide in the lungs takes place by diffusion and diffusion alone. At that time, this particular knowledge was not available, and he was the first one to enunciate that. So he had published this work subsequently in 1918 in Danish and 1919 in English, and he was awarded the prize in 1920. But he is the person who was instrumental in making the nomination for Banting and MacLeod that helped him get the prize. And what happened is what you are going to see in the next slides. So August Krug had a wife by name Marie Krug. And Marie Krug in 1921 developed diabetes. At that time, the diagnosis was called as maturity onset diabetes. So August Krug was invited to United States to give a lecture tour because he was a Nobel laureate and very famous. And he took his wife alongside. So when he went to Boston, he had a private dinner. And Marie Krug was told by the renowned American diabetologist whom we all know, Elliot Jocelyn, in whose name we have the Jocelyn Diabetes Center. So Jocelyn, August Krug, and Marie Krug had a dinner. And during that conversation, Alfred Krug, August Krug mentioned about his wife's diabetes. This is when Elliot Jocelyn informed him to go and make a visit to Toronto, where John MacLeod and his group of scientists have discovered insulin, which might be extremely beneficial for his wife. So August Krug made some changes to his plan. He went from Boston to Toronto, and he met with MacLeod and was his guest for some days. And he visited the laboratory, met with Banting, and discussed all the discovery. So he was extremely convinced about the insulin that was made that would cure diabetes and bring down blood glucose. And what Krug did was he obtained a license from Banting and MacLeod, and which allowed him to use the protocol for insulin purification that they had developed. So he came back to Denmark. He started the production of insulin on his return to Copenhagen. And the first patient was treated as early as March 13, 1923. So what he did was, the doctor in Denmark was Hagedorn, who was the one who was treating Marie Krug for her diabetes. So Hagedorn was interested in manufacturing insulin in Denmark with the license obtained. And Krug then found the Nordic Insulin Laboratory, where insulin was manufactured, and the Nordisk Insulin Foundation. So these two items, or these two companies, later transformed into Novo Nordisk, a Novo Nordisk Foundation, which you are all very familiar now. So Marie Krug was treated with insulin that was made in Denmark with the license from Banting. And she died in 1943 due to cancer. But all these years she was treated with insulin, and her children did not know that she had diabetes. You can imagine how effective this particular discovery had been in keeping Marie Krug alive and well. So this is very interesting. So Krug was very impressed with the discovery. So what he did was he was the one who nominated Banting and MacLeod for the Nobel Prize by January 31, 1923. So it is very interesting that Banting and MacLeod were the ones who were nominated by August Krug. But if you look at the nominations that were received in 1923, Banting was also nominated by Kreil from Cleveland, Benedict from Boston, in addition to August Krug. Whereas MacLeod in 1923 was also nominated for the discovery of insulin by Stewart in Cleveland and August Krug. So August Krug had actually nominated both the people, whereas the other people who had nominated Banting did not nominate MacLeod, and vice versa. So this was very important, mainly because if a Nobel laureate is going to make a nomination, that carries quite a big weight in the Nobel Committee, where the nomination received by the Nobel laureate will be considered as good as a critique out of the one critique for the nomination. So this is what Alfred Krug wrote in proposing Banting and MacLeod. And he writes, with the information which I personally have obtained in Toronto, and which also, although less clearly so, emerges from the published work, one may conclude that the credit for the idea behind the work which led to the discovery undoubtedly goes to Banting, who is a young, apparently very talented man. However, he would definitely not have been able to carry out the investigation, which from the start and during all stages have been supervised by MacLeod. So Alfred Krug clearly identifies Banting and MacLeod as the important players for discovery of insulin, and both of them should be awarded the Nobel Prize for medicine for the year 1923. So in 1923, he followed up with another letter. As you understand from my discourse, it's my opinion that the discovery of insulin is extraordinary, both theoretical and practical importance, and it hardly surprises you that I intend to submit a nomination for the Nobel Prize or award to Banting and MacLeod. So this is how he wrote to the secretary of the Nobel Prize Committee, who was called as Göran Liljestrand. So subsequently in 1924, August Krug writes to Göran Liljestrand again, saying that it was really a fantastic nomination and the prize, but he sees that there had been a lot of criticisms that Charles Best was not included in the prize. So he says, I understand that the prize to Banting and MacLeod, ignoring other co-authors, has not been met with absolute consent on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean, and that especially Banting is offended by the fact that Best was not included. So you will realize why Best did not get the prize very soon. And however, I'm convinced that the correct choice is made is what Krug is talking about in terms of nominating Banting and MacLeod. So as you all know, if you're not nominated, you cannot be considered for the prize. So if you ask the question, was Charles Best nominated? He was not nominated in the year 1923. Nobody else can add his name subsequently to the nominations at a later time because the nominations closed on 31st of January. So it becomes reasonable that Krug's nomination had some impact on the award of the prize to Banting and MacLeod because he was already a Nobel laureate. So when you look at these things in detail, you will realize why was MacLeod included and why was not Charles Best? As I said, Charles Best was not nominated, so he could not have been included, so he could not have won the prize in 1923. But are there other candidates who could have as well got the prize? Because some people felt that this prize was too rushed. The discovery was in 1922 and the award of prize was in 1923. So if you look at other things, there is a very nice book written by a guy called Bliss in 1982, where he finds that other people who should have deserved the prize are Nicholas Paulescu, Joseph von Mering, Oskar Minkowski, would have been as worthy as of Banting and MacLeod. And this is also written by Bliss after he had interviewed Rolf Luft, who is a very senior professor and also chairman of the Nobel Prize Committee at that time. And this interview was made with Rolf Luft sometime in 1971. So there are some additional information. If you look at it, Paulescu was never nominated, so he couldn't have got the prize. Kollip and Best were nominated, Kollip in 1928 and Charles Best in 1950, but for a different thing, not for insulin. Von Mering was nominated, but only in 1902 and 1906. And while Minkowski was nominated in 1902, 1906, 12 and 14, as well as 24 and 25. As you can see in 1923, if only Minkowski would have been nominated, he would have been the third candidate to have been awarded the prize for discovery of insulin, because Minkowski has also done quite a bit of work in insulin. So all these things put together, according to the statutes of the Nobel Foundation, none of these candidates could have received the prize in 1923 because no one else had been nominated other than Banting and MacLeod. So perhaps the committee said the choice was made. The choice made was the best possible choice, looking at the number of nominations that had received for that particular year. Still, the criticism remains, why did you rush it and give it in 1923? If you could have waited a little longer, maybe other people could have been nominated as well to have received the prize. But this was the decision that was made based on the nomination by Alfred Krug, and that is the one that stands now as the only prize given by the Nobel Prize Committee for a discovery that was made within 12 months of the award of the prize. So this is the lecture written in the form of a book that Frederick Banting made, and he had even signed it and given it to his father and mother about the Nobel lecture that he gave. Since he did not come and receive the prize in person, this lecture happened at a subsequent time with this bulletin or a manuscript that he had wrote about his talk for the Nobel lecture. And you can see in this picture, you can see Charles Best and the dog that in which they did all the experiments that made them to make the discovery for insulin. So Charles Best was a young PhD student at that time. A Nobel committee might not consider it favorably if a PhD student is a part of the discovery, because PhD students never actually do anything by themselves where they follow the guidelines of the supervisor. So if you can see the important motto of Alfred Nobel is the discovery should be given for discovery or invention that should be of greatest benefit to humankind. So this is an important aspect that one needs to consider. So this is the first Nobel Award ceremony in 1901 that was held in Stockholm. This is an old black and white picture. And the host of this particular Nobel Prize ceremony is the King of Sweden, always, all these years, all the time. So this is one of the biggest functions in Sweden. And this is the dinner that anyone would like to go and attend and participate, the Nobel Prize dinner. So what happened to Charles Best? Is there something that, has he ever been nominated? I said he was nominated in 1950, but if you look at some of the other nominations, he had been nominated by 11 different nominees, and 3 of them in the 1950, 3 of them in 1951, 1 in 1952, and 4 of them in 1953. So he has been nominated for every year over a period of 4 years. And Charles Best was born in 1899 and he died in 1978. And he was a professor of physiology. And he himself had nominated George Minot and George Whipple. And he nominated Bernardo Albert Husse for the Nobel Prize. And Bernardo Albert Husse from Argentina had also nominated Charles Best himself, as the nominations are sent to some of the senior professors all around the world. And they are the ones who can do the nomination in addition to the Nobel laureates who can nominate directly to the Nobel Prize Committee. So Charles Best was nominated several times, but in none of those years, he was successful in receiving the prize. So he could not get it. And if you look at the distribution of people who had nominated Charles Best across the world, we have had people from Canada, people from Argentina, people from Paraguay, people from Britain, Switzerland, Austria, several countries. People had nominated Charles Best, and unfortunately, he was not able to win the prize because at that time, the prize had gone to somebody else. So what we learned from the history of the Nobel Prize? So knowledge in society is something that we all should know. Societies that have invested in research-based knowledge have prospered. To achieve such a knowledge, it should not be looked upon as a cost, but as an investment. So creating new knowledge is important, and investment in creating new knowledge is extremely important. Of course, the other opposite side is if you don't like research-based knowledge, one should try ignorance, which is what is prevalent nowadays with the knowledge that people get from Google and other online sources. So this is something that is very important for us to know, that the award of Nobel Prize for Banting and MacLeod is an award that is well deserved by both of them. Charles Best could not have been given the award simply because he was not nominated at that time. And subsequently, when he was not the prize, somebody else got the prize. So that is the bad luck. And Charles Best had written several letters to Rolf Luth, who is a professor at Geriatric Institute, showed me some of those letters where Charles Best felt very bitter that he had been left out of the prize and he has not been given the prize. But to be honest, when I had several discussions with Rolf Luth when he was alive, his opinion was that Charles Best did not deserve the prize. So that was his opinion because he was the chairman of the Nobel Prize Committee at that time. And you all know Rolf Luth was the person who was the first person in the world to discover mitochondrial diabetes. At that time, it was called as Luft disease, named after Rolf Luth. So I thank you very much for your attention. These are some of the contributions I had made in terms of books for immunology of diabetes. If any of you are interested in following some of the recent advances in diabetes, you can visit the Facebook page Thoughts on Diabetes, where I put a lot of new pieces of information that is becoming available in the world of diabetes. You can look at the references, sometimes the PDF file, etc. With this, I conclude my talk. I sincerely thank Bansi for inviting me to give a talk, and I thank our chairpersons for the introduction and the kind listening. Thank you. Thank you, Jyoti Dev. Bye.
It was an excellent one. It was an excellent lecture, Dr. C.B. Sanjavini. And it was as good as listening to a screenplay of a classic movie. We really enjoyed it. We really enjoyed it. And we are having a discussion at the end of the other two lectures.
Can I make a small request? I have to go for another talk in the university right now. Is it okay if I can take few quick questions now? Is it possible?
Yeah, sure. We will have 1 or 2 minutes for some questions. Is it okay, Dr. Jahangir? Yeah, fine. So let me ask you a very simple question. So we have said that according to the rules of the Nobel Prize, you can give the Nobel Prize only to 3 individuals at a time,
right,
and not more than 3.
Yes.
And when you look at the discoveries, the innovations in the current era, most of these innovations are from a team. And this team could be more than 3 or more than 4 or more than 5. And your lecture is pertinent to the theme of our Diabetes India, and that is 100 years of insulin discovery. And after 100 years of insulin discovery, when more and more people are involved in a single innovation, how can you resolve this 3 individual?
Yeah, if you look at it, this is the insulin that was used for treatment of diabetes.
Yes.
Okay. But insulin has been awarded Nobel Prize on 3 different occasions. The first person to sequence insulin, the peptide sequence of insulin, was made by Sanger at the and which now becomes Sanger Center in Cambridge. And Sanger got the prize, I don't remember, somewhere in the 1950s for the first person to sequence insulin. So there was one more person who was awarded the Nobel Prize for doing a radioimmunoassay to detect the insulin levels inside the body at that time. So there had been different discoveries, but this particular one was instrumental, phenomenal at that time, because there's nothing else available for treating diabetes. So it was so important in terms of managing a disease, whereas otherwise the people would have died. So there's nothing else available at that time. So that was the importance that got. But if you look at the question, as far as the medicine price is concerned, we never give the prize to an organization, unlike the Peace Prize, okay, where it is given to WHO or given to World Food Organization, etc. It has to be for a discovery or invention. That's very important. So when we make this discovery, we just go back in time to find out who was the first person to do it. Okay, that makes it very important. If the discovery were made by 2 different people, more or less at the same time with few months apart, that's okay, because any discovery needs to be validated and confirmed by a second person. Then it's not actually a well-validated discovery. So if you look through the history, you always gone back to the first person who did it. And subsequent people might have developed it or might have improvised it. That doesn't make them an inventor or a discoverer. So this is the 2 words that are important when we want to nominate anybody for the Nobel Prize. So when I make the nominations myself, I have to screen the people very carefully to ensure that are they the first ones to do it? Is that a theme or a title topic that had been extremely beneficial to the mankind? You know, these are some of the things that we have to look at. So one cannot nominate anybody. They all become a dummy nomination, because I'll have to argue and justify that the nomination is mainly for discovery and insulin. That motivation is what is important here. So we have to go back and find who is the first one. So there has to be only 1 or 2 people in the first one.
Yeah. Well. Thank you very much. More than 8,500 doctors are listening to us. They are listening in the virtual platform, and more than 1,000 doctors are there at Goa for face-to-face meetings. So thank you very much, Dr. Sanjivini, for joining us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jyoti. I wish I could have interacted with all of them. Thank you for this question, and thank you for your time. Bye now. Bye.
Good day. Thank you. Over to Dr. Jahangir, please. Unmute, sir. Unmute, sir.
Is Dr. Akhtar Hussain from Norway is available?
I am also looking for him. He is not here. Then we will move on to the next one then.
And then Jaakko Tuomihalto from Finland.
Yes.
Yes, Jaakko Tuomila from Finland, MD, MA, PhD, Epidemic, Professor Emeritus, Public Health, University of Helsinki, Finland, visiting senior scientist, Finnish Institute for Health and Welfare, Helsinki, Finland, and visiting professor, National Public Health Institute, Madrid, Spain. And his subject is cardiovascular risk factor management and prognosis in patient with dysglycemia. I'm requesting Dr. Jaakko Tuomila.
So thank you very much for the introduction, and thanks for Dr. Bansi for the invitation to join this meeting once again. I have enjoyed the face-to-face meetings also. I have enjoyed a lot to be in India, but now from Finland, I will present my lecture here. Now I need to find this one. No? Okay. So it's not, just a second, not in the beginning. There we go. So my lecture is about the cardiovascular risk management in people with dysglycemia. Here is my conflict of interest. Now we know that people with diabetes have an elevated risk of cardiovascular disease, whether it's a cardiac or cerebrovascular or other vascular, that is a peripheral vascular disease. So very clearly, diabetes is an important contributor to cardiovascular burden in a global sense. Now, the question then is, what can we do to reduce this burden? And what I'm going to present is quite a lot of information were generated by the European Society of Cardiology and the European Association for the Study of Diabetes. And this is an update. I was working in the 2009 and 2013 recommendations, and this is the latest one, which I was not part, but very much involved in the discussions. Now, this analysis of vascular risk in diabetic individuals in the 3 different categories: very high risk, if there is already some target organ damage, or 3 or more major risk factors, or type 1 diabetes over 20 years duration. And the high risk is people with diabetes duration over 10 years without target organ damage. And a moderate risk is typically a young person with type 1 diabetes or type 2 diabetes without any other risk factors. Now, recommendations in this document are based on a classification of ranking the evidence, and the class 1 and class 2 are those where the evidence is sufficient to make a clear recommendation. Now, the microalbuminuria should be measured in people with diabetes. ECG should be also taken in people with diabetes, especially if there is hypertension or suspected cardiovascular disease. And also the carotid or femoral plaque burden with the ultrasonography should be considered in asymptomatic patients with diabetes. And when it comes to advice for lifestyle, smoking cessation is recommended for all people with diabetes and pre-diabetes. And actually, I would point out that these recommendations, they very much also go to pre-diabetes, not only to diabetes. The lifestyle intervention is recommended to prevent conversion from pre-diabetes to type 2 diabetes, which is known to be very effective, and reduce calorie intake if people are obese. Now, when it comes to physical activity, the usual recommendation is 150 minutes a week at least for prevention and control of diabetes. And then the evidence is accumulating that the so-called Mediterranean diet, which is rich in polyunsaturated and monounsaturated fats, should be considered to reduce cardiovascular events. And the multi-vitamin supplementation is not recommended. There is no evidence that the vitamin supplementation reduces the risk of diabetes or risk of cardiovascular events in people with diabetes. When it comes to the targets, the main thing is hemoglobin A1c, less than 7%. This is to decrease microvascular complications, which is well known from several studies. But we know now that A1c targets should be individualized according to duration, comorbidities, and age, so that it may be higher in some individuals, especially with the comorbidities. An important point is to try to avoid hypoglycemia, because it's known from glycemia is one of the factors resulting in cardiovascular disease in diabetic individuals. And then the self-monitoring of blood glucose or continuous glucose monitoring should be considered to facilitate the optimal glycemic control. And also, when we think of macrovascular complications, again, the A1c is recommended. When it comes to treatment with antidiabetic and antihypertensive drugs is recommended if the blood pressure is over 140/90, and then the goal is to reduce systolic pressure to less than 130 if tolerated, but not less than 120. There is no evidence that less than 120 would be beneficial. Actually, it may be harmful. And in the older people, a little bit more flexible goal of systolic pressure should be considered. And again, diastolic target should be 80 or less, but not below 70. And for cerebrovascular event, especially important is to consider systolic process less than 130. Now, lifestyle changes for treatment of hypertension are important. It's convincing evidence we have today that the physical activity, reducing overweight, restrict alcohol intake, restrict sodium intake, and to increase fruits and vegetables and low-fat dairy products are useful to lower blood pressure. And then when it comes to treatment choices, the RAS blocker is recommended in diabetes, especially if there is evidence of albuminuria or left ventricular hypertrophy. And quite often we need a RAS blocker and then calcium channel blocker, which is neutral regarding glycemia, or thiazide diuretic should be considered, although thiazide diuretic may have some unfavorable effect on glucose levels, but once people already have a diabetes, the effect is much smaller. Now, in people with pre-diabetes, also RAS blockers should be preferred to beta blockers and diuretics, because these latter drugs may increase the risk of progression to diabetes. And of course, today there is a lot of discussion also the SGLT2 inhibitor that may also lower blood pressure. And home blood pressure monitoring is nowadays recommended, and also in many patients it would be useful to understand the 24-hour blood pressure patterns, especially the nighttime blood pressure, in order to adjust the antihypertensive treatment, which usually is now recommended to take late in the evening before going to bed. There is an evidence that taking antihypertensive drugs at the bedtime reduces cardiovascular events more than if you take the drug in the morning. Concerning a lipid management with the moderate risk of CVD event, the LDL cholesterol target is 2.6 millimoles, and in those with a high risk, 1.8, or at least 50% reduction in LDL, and in those with a very high risk, LDL target should be even lower, 1.6, and again at least 50% reduction. And in individuals with type 2 diabetes, the non-HDL target, which is today very much used in the clinical practice in Europe at least, there is the goal to have a less than 2.2 millimoles in very high risk and 2.6 in a high risk patients. And statins, of course, are considered the first choice treatment for lipid lowering. And again, the administration of statins is depending on the CVD risk profile. And if LDL cholesterol target is not reached, then ezetimibe is recommended. And also with a very high risk CVD patients, and if statins are not tolerated or effective, also PCSK9 inhibitor is recommended. And again, the lifestyle intervention with the weight reduction and reducing fat intake are recommended. And also the fibrates may be considered if a patient has a very low HDL cholesterol and high triglyceride levels. And always it is important to intensify statin therapy before introducing the combination therapy. Then it comes to aspirin. It is recommended in the very high and high risk patients with diabetes, even for primary prevention. And in patients with moderate CVD risk, primary prevention use of aspirin is not recommended. And when aspirin is used, one should consider to use proton pump inhibitors in order to prevent bleeding, GI bleeding. Now, these individual recommendations are important, but we have to remember that the combination management is the key. We have to take into account hyperglycemia, hypertension, dyslipidemia, microalbuminuria, and antiplatelet treatment at the same time in order to reduce complications. And the STENO2 study is a very good example where we have seen that the multifactorial management reduced A1C, cholesterol, blood pressure, and triglycerides all significantly. And the target was reached best with a statin therapy for cholesterol and also the diastolic blood pressure target with antihypertensive drugs. Whereas glycated hemoglobin to go under 6.5 was difficult to reach, only 15% actually managed to get there. Now, these are the results regarding the microvascular complications, and you can appreciate that all nephropathy, retinopathy, neuropathy events were reduced by intensive therapy here on blue. And it was at 4 years already significant, and then there was a follow-up after 8 years, and the effect remained. And even after 13 years, when between 8 years and 13 years, no more intensified therapy was offered, but the patients were receiving whatever management they had, the effect remained. So it was very clear that there was a beneficial effect of the intensive therapy. Also for mortality and cardiovascular events. After 4 years, mortality was not yet significantly different, but after 10 years, it started to appear, whereas cardiovascular events already after 4 years were significantly reduced. So very convincing evidence that the multifactorial management is working to prevent cardiovascular events in type 2 diabetes. And when it comes to these recommendations today, how to treat the very high and high risk patients with diabetes, now should be considered SGLT2 inhibitor or GLP-1 agonist in monotherapy, whereas low risk patients are using a metformin. And then there are stepwise increase in the medication, step 1, step 2, to continue like that. So the algorithm is quite clear how it is. And more about it you can find in this guideline in the European Society of Cardiology website. Thank you very much for your attention.
Very useful and practically very, very relevant discussion. And thank you very much, Dr. Yaku, for joining us. So let us have a very brief question. So we have been discussing about the use of aspirin and the routine use of aspirin, and the recommendation is also to use routine PPI. But there has been a recent recommendation to de-prescribe PPI due to the higher prevalence and the association with chronic kidney disease with proton pump inhibitors. So how can this go together?
You mean together with aspirin?
Yeah, with aspirin we are giving,
Yeah, so clearly this is an option for especially for the very high risk individuals, and And naturally, for the diabetic patients who already have cardiovascular disease, some sort of cardiovascular disease. So yes, this is also in the guideline is recommended to have a combination in a very high risk individuals. I didn't go to that, but yes.
You have dealt with very practically very relevant and probably a very controversial topic, the use of antihypertensives routinely in diabetes. Though we keep on discussing this, it is still remaining as a controversial and a topic of debate. So with the emergence of SGLT2 inhibitors, do you think or do you presume that the total dosages of antihypertensives will come down eventually?
Sorry, that was cut off. I didn't hear your question.
Jaakko, my question is, the SGLT2 inhibitors can also result in a subtle reduction in the blood pressure.
Mm-hmm.
So with the routine use, you have recommended routine use of SGLT2 inhibitors now in diabetes. So do you assume that the total dose of antihypertensives can get reduced with concomitant use of SGLT2 inhibitors?
Yes, I would say yes. With a full dose to try first, and then I personally would prefer to use to start using a combination therapy with a calcium channel blocker and RAS inhibitor to start with for every patient with diabetes. And that would be my personal choice. And it has been shown that especially in diabetic patients, to start with this combination is reducing cardiovascular events more than using other drugs.
Absolutely, it has got tremendous long-term benefits as well. So thank you very much, Dr. Jaakko. There are more than 8,500 doctors listening to us in the virtual platform. And a profound gratitude for joining us live.
All right. Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Bye now.
Bye-bye. Over to my co-chairperson, Dr. Jahangir.
Yeah. Is there available Mr. Dr. Akhtar Hussain?
He is joining. I think he will be there. Dr. Benshibai can. Next is Dr. Akhtar Hussain. So there is a
Hussain.
RX Events will be playing the video. So you can please introduce him.
Dr. Akhtar Hussain, he is President-elect of International Diabetes Federation, Professor in Global Health, Chronic Disease Diabetes, President Diabetes Asian Study Group, DSG 2018 to 2020, Vice President IDF 2013 to 2015 and 2016 and to 2017, member of the Finance Committee IDF 2016 to 2017, chair of the Consultative Section Science IDF, member and co-chair of the Bridges Committee IDF, member of Norwegian Diabetes Association, executive member Medical Board Norwegian Diabetic Association, life member of the Diabetic Association of Bangladesh, founder and life member Diabetes Association, Diabetes Asian Study Group, co-editor Journal of Diabetology, official journal of DSG, primary faculty member Nord University, Norway, faculty member Federal University of Kier, Faculty of Medicine, Fortaleza, Kier, Brazil, faculty member Center for Global Health, Bangladesh University of Health Science and Enterprise of the Bangladesh Diabetic Association, Dhaka, Bangladesh, former faculty member, University of Oslo, Norway, Faculty of Medicine, Department of International Health, 2002 to 2017. Dr. Akhtar Hussain is just presenting global perspective of diabetes, role of the IDFs. Dr. Akhtar Hussain.
I'm Dr. Akhtar Hussain. I'm the President-elect of the International Diabetes Federation and a Professor of Diabetes and Metabolic Disorder at the University in Norway. It's always a pleasure for me to talk in Diabetes India conference. I've been regularly invited, and thanks to the organizer for inviting me this year as well. I take it as a kind of big pleasure for me to talk in Indian conferences. As you know that I'm from Bangladesh, so India is very much home to me. So today, the talk of my today's presentation would be related to the global burden of diabetes and the role of the IDF, what IDF is doing. I'll be presenting some of the slides that you are quite familiar with. As you know that the diabetes trends is increasing, and it seems that there is no stop to this. And as you can see that we have about 1 in 10 people today. That means it's about 537 million people globally have diabetes. But these estimates actually do not take into account that we have about 1 in 2 adults remain undiagnosed. So 50% of the people remain undiagnosed. And we also know that this, for example, that impaired glucose tolerance rate, that the impaired glucose tolerance is about 441 million people. That is 1 in 9, every 9 people. So it's this situation that we see that is almost, it seems that this challenge is a kind of unmet challenge. And therefore, we need the global cooperation. We need the cooperation from all countries and all our member associations to fight this disease. Next one is, if you look at this, here I will try to draw the attention on for example, on this GDM, that more pregnancies affected by hypertension, about 700,000. And this remains to be an underestimation that we all agree, because most of the people, most of the women are not diagnosed because many people still, the maternity care is outside the hospital setup. So this is a kind of grim picture I'm drawing to you, because it's not that I'm going to scare you, but it's just that how much initiative we need in order to have a discussion on this, or to have a kind of joint global collaboration to fight this condition. So the next one is if you see this number of people with diabetes, as you see that you have seen this IDF Atlas map, that it is increasing all over everywhere. And it seems that it is, but if you look at, for example, in our part of the globe, that is the South Asian, that's here you have Europe, here you have South Asian. We are expecting a kind of increase of 68% increase, compared to only 13% increase in Europe. So you see that in the European side, so we see that the increase in diabetes is much higher in poor and middle income countries. And this creates a kind of a much bigger challenge for our healthcare system to sustain this burden of diabetes. So in summary, if I want to say in summary that in 2021, the IDF 10th edition of the Atlas estimates that 1 in 10 people, that is 20 to 79 years of age, have diabetes. This equals to 537 million people, as I said. But this number by 2024, this number will increase to 784 million people. And there are still remain gaps in our estimations due to the absence of low quality data in some parts of the world. As you know that there are many parts of the world we actually struggle to get good quality data. There is a strong need for effective intervention strategies and policies to stall the increase of the number of people with developing the diabetes. So this is the grim picture that I'm drawing. And we also know that despite of all our medical and scientific innovations, we know that there are about 4.9 million deaths per year, which is related to diabetes. And it intersects with all dimensions of development. So the diabetes is now defined as not only a disease, but it's a kind of developmental issue. It costs about 11% of the worldwide health expenditure only for diabetes. So so what are the major challenges that we see from the global arena, from the International Diabetes Federation? That we see that there is a rising trend of diabetes, as I have just described here, and we need a global action for this. And the other challenge is the inaccessibility of insulin to 50% of the people with diabetes, that 50% of the people diagnosed with diabetes who needs insulin have irregular or no supply of insulin to these people. And if you see this in sub-Saharan Africa, we see only 1 in 7 people in some parts of sub-Saharan Africa, that only 7 people with diabetes have access to insulin. We also see that there is a lack of global coordination between, for example, IDF, WHO, NCDs, that because we are providing different statistics, and this calls for a kind of more united work. And I will come to tell you that what we are doing to narrow these gaps. And corporate sponsorship, as you know, that finance to the organizations, finance to the work for people with diabetes is very much sponsored by many companies. And I will tell you that this is a big challenge, and also at a global level. And united voice for the people with diabetes. As you know, that the diabetes voice is being fragmented. And this is a big challenge to all that who are interested in diabetes work, that they should know that we should have one voice. I have nothing against any particular organizations who are also working on it globally, but we have to keep in mind that the organization that encompasses the whole world is International Diabetes Federation. This is the place this is your organization. It's nobody's organization, but many other organizations, you can go to Europe or to the United States. That's not your organization. You cannot be anybody in that organization. But tomorrow, you can be the president of the International Diabetes Federation. So you have to say that not your personal interest. I have nothing against that you are traveling around the world and attending conferences. They are also our member associations. So please do so. But you should remember that where is your home? You can travel around, but you must not forget that what is your home. And we also see that the policies that is being developed at a global level is not necessarily implemented at a national level. And we need to identify the barriers that why it is not implemented at a national level. Where is the gap? And then also that, as I said, that funding for non-communicable disease as a whole, not only diabetes, at a global level is far more challenging. And I will show you some of the statistics at the end. And I will appeal to all that please unite under one flag, that is the International Diabetes Federation, in order to meet the challenges that we have. If we fail today, we will be failed forever, because this problem is rising, and this problem is rising particularly in your door, in the poor and in the middle income countries. As you know, that India has the second largest population with diabetes. We cannot fail. We do not have any time to have any disagreement on this issue. Now I'm coming to International Diabetes Federations. What is International Diabetes Federation? Since 1950, this federation was established, and is associated with the United Nations Department of Public Information and in official relationship with the World Health Organization and the Pan American Health Organization. As you know, that IDF championed the UN resolution on diabetes, which is a major step. And because this was the first time that any non-communicable disease was recognized with an UN resolution on diabetes. So this was a major breakthrough and a big achievement for all people who are working for diabetes, not only for the International Diabetes Federation. Mission of the IDF, it is to be the leading and authoritative global voice for people with diabetes and those at risk for diabetes, and improve the quality of life of all people with diabetes, prevent type 2 diabetes, and fight discrimination against all affected by diabetes. Here, we should say that the IDF puts a particular emphasis on prevention, because as we know that we do not know how to prevent type 1, but type 2, we know that is the effective measures. We can effectively actually prevent 60% of the people with diabetes. As we know that in a poor countries, that when you have diabetes, then you have this disease throughout your life. And this is a big challenge economically for many people in all part of the world to meet the needs of the family and to buy the extra cost of insulin. So prevention is the only way out, particularly for our part of the world, and to promote diabetes care, prevention, and a cure worldwide. So what IDF does we address these issues. We call the global voice of diabetes, and it is in partnership with sustainable and strong organizations of global at regional level, and policies at high quality research, policies development, and also the presence that our visibility, the global recognized authority on diabetes. And I'll be going all these points in my next slides. So what is the vision of 2023? We are now in 2022. We need to think that we want to engage 1 million healthcare professionals by December 2023 for the work of diabetes. And this is also one of the things that I think countries like India should have a particular role to play, because we know that we is a big country with this a big health infrastructure that you have in place. That help from the Indian diabetes organizations is essential to achieve this milestone. And this is we are coming in. We started, as you know, that we started this IDF in 2019 when I was elected. We have challenging this 2021 and 2020 up to 2022 because of the COVID era. That was, as you know, there is no secret that the Busan conference was not a success for the IDF. We have neither got a visibility nor any financial benefit from this conference. We are working on the IDF School of Diabetes. We have to admit that this school was the vision of late Dr. Shaukat Sadikot, and we recognize, and today I'm the chair of this IDF School of Diabetes. I will come more closer to it. I will describe more of this school later. IDF, the conferences that we will have in December, I hope that you all can participate in this conference that is coming in. And as you know, the best of the IDF, that is, we are also creating the kind of best of IDF, and many of your organizations are already enlisted there. So what do? We do evidence-based research. We are involving in policy and advocacy, campaign and communication, education and training, and World Diabetes Congress and debates. These are the major events that we are saying. But under this, I will show you, I'll touch some of these issues that how we are accomplishing this task. As you know that this IDF Atlas, as the world recognizes that this is the authoritative voice. Most of the people in the science or in the administration, actually they rely on the IDF Atlas. We are narrowing our discussion with the WHO that WHO produces some data at times, and they also recognized that IDF Atlas is the most authoritative voice for in this regard. So we are trying to come close, and hopefully that in near future we'll have IDF WHO Atlas. And we are working strongly because the differences that we see in terms of statistics is not a major difference. There are some small differences because the data that we are collecting is collecting from two different sources. In the countries where we do not have the national data, where we rely on self-reported data. WHO doesn't do it. On the other hand, WHO collects data from health facilities, and which is a facility-based, and we do not collect from the facility-based because we think this is a kind of can be skewed data because it's the not that all the people are coming to these facilities. But these are the issues that we are discussing, and we can see that how we can make it more even, so that we can have only one statistic, so that people are not confused on these issues. As you know, that the World Diabetes Day that we have started, actually that the World Diabetes Day is started from 1991 together with the IDF and the World Health Organization. And the day was decided on November 14th in response to the rapid rise of diabetes around the world and recognition with the birthday of Sir Frederick Banting. As you know, we all know about Banting. We do not have to mention anything more. In 2007, in the General Assembly, adopted resolution of 61 and 225 designed attaining 14th November as the World Diabetes Day. I think that we all should take pride that despite of our weaknesses, that the big countries, the rich countries, refused to put this resolution on the UN desk. At that time, Professor Martin Schilling was the president of the IDF. He traveled around from his country to Australia to all major countries. But finally, Bangladesh, the poor country, agreed to put this motion forward in UN, and where we got this resolution. So we see that even a small country can make a difference. So 3-year at 3, access to diabetes care is if not now, and then when? So the year 1, we want to focus on access to medicine and care. Year 2, I would like to focus on access to education, health professions, people living with diabetes. It is also important for patient education. Year 3, primary and secondary prevention. So these are the main focuses that we are doing on the World Diabetes Day. We also want to increase the global awareness of diabetes, as I've said, that insulin at 100 years. The 100 years we have been using insulin for human treatment. What happened in this time? That you see that the century of insulin presents an opportunity to raise awareness of diabetes to an unprecedented level. The development of the therapeutic insulin in 1991 was a landmark breakthrough in the history of medicine. And then questions that what we have achieved. As we said, that 50% of the people remain without access to insulin, who needs the insulin. Parts of sub-Saharan Africa, only 1 of 7 people. Is it that we can be proud of? We have a kind of shared responsibility of the local governments and the companies. With this shared responsibility, we must bring together for the betterment of humankind. With this mission that IDF took a lead to create a WHO resolution with the support of all international partners for universal access to insulin. We had lots of difficulties, I must say, that actually the big countries, the strong countries, they actually were not in support because they were afraid that their countries are producing insulin and their market, the companies from these countries will be affected. Even though we try to give an assurance that IDF has nothing to do against any companies. We need insulin. It's not that we don't need insulin. What we need a resolution that all countries, all the governments are bounded to secure the access to insulin together, as I said, together with our partners in the industry, because we have a kind of shared responsibility. However, the resolution was passed on 27th May 2021 under the name Resolution on Reducing the Burden of Non-Communicable Diseases through Strengthening Prevention and Control of Diabetes. So it is not that what we actually wanted, it was a little bit changed, but we think that at least that we have one resolution that which we can build on. And this one you can find on IDF's reaction to the resolution and its adoption in the IDF's news article on this issue. So we are strongly working together with our international partners to create this movement. And this providing access to life-sustaining medications and monitoring. So we are also partnering with direct relief in case of any kind of catastrophe, as we are saying now, Ukraine. Sometimes ago, we have seen it for example, in Gaza, in Palestine. So we see that these things are breaking up at different times. So IDF does what we can do. Even in COVID time, we try to secure the supply of insulin with some partners like direct relief. And advocating globally for people with diabetes and those at risk. So it's a kind of advocacy work that is promoting change in diabetes and the implementation of advocacy campaigns. So we are creating some kind of advocacy body so that people are trained to say that how they can do on this particular area through regional webinars, policy briefs, outreach member states, participation to high-level meetings, collaborating with the WHO and PAO, strategic alliance with the NCD Alliance, medicine, patent pool, and global coalition for circulatory health, etc. And we also are empowering people who live with diabetes, as you are familiar with Blue Circle Voices and the young leaders in diabetes. And network is focused on ensuring that the voices of the people living with diabetes, together with their carriers and family members, are prominently heard and their concerns and priorities are taken into account. And we also created an advocacy academy. This will also give us the training of these young people for diabetes facts, project development, relevant advocacy, public speaking, and storytelling, and the use of social media. So coming back to the close to the international collaborations, what we are doing at this stage, that the WHO, as you know, that we have a diabetes compact in the WHO. And this gives us a kind of great opportunity to have closer ties with WHO. In diabetes medications, in the essential medicine list, we are enlisting some of the medications that I will come back to this. That they should be taking as a kind of essential medical, include them in the essential medicines list. In 2021 resolution on reducing the burden of NCDs through the prevention of diabetes, as you say, that we have got this resolution. Insulin pre-qualification programs that we want to create. And we want to set a target that there will be a kind of WHO conference on WHO World Health Assembly on 22nd of May this year. So where we want to have that IDF recommendations that 100% diagnosis of young people with type 1 diabetes should be secured, and manpower development through IDF school program. We are also collaborating very closely with the WHO. And in this, as I said, that with this WHO, that IDF and the medicine patent pool welcomes the inclusion of SGL2 inhibitors to the WHO's essential medical list, which we have secured. As you know, that during this pandemic time, that the diabetes research and clinical practice, we have issued 2 special supplement on this particular issue, diabetes and COVID-19, the IDF perspective. So this was EDM co-edited by me and Antonio Cerullia. And on this occasion, the diabetes research and clinical also takes this opportunity to mark the 100 years of experience with insulin. So we also have a special issue on Antonio and myself, as I know that many of you from India have participated in both of these special issues. Now we are talking about this education that we have. At the moment, we have about, actually it's not 70, actually we have passed now 72,000. So we are around 73,000 healthcare personnel registered. The time that I took over the office, then it was about 45,000. So we are now 73,000. So we have made a significant progress in terms of the IDF school registrations. And at the moment, we have more than 110 countries, territories is engaged in the IDF school. And it's a rural reach is about 70 17%, but we see that most of the countries that who are collaborating with us is low and middle income countries, and which we are very happy about, because it's our mission is to provide the education to the people with diabetes. And we know that rich countries have their own schools. So I think that the low and middle income countries are getting this opportunity or taking the advantage of this idea of school is a very good news. So we also have some kind of free courses, and we also have some premium courses. It's up to people. So you can have a lot of information from this school, which is without any cost. So what is the future? That the way I'm thinking? I'm thinking that there are three ways that we should develop this school. At the moment, we are working only on a global level, but our regions are very different. And therefore, we have to tailor our programs at a regional level. And for this, we need the cooperation of every region. So that means that the global program must be tailored, but this we cannot do it from the IDF without the cooperation from the region. And that's, but up to the national level would be difficult at this stage. So I think that I will try to take it down to regional level. And then third is the complementary. Many of our member associations has already some kind of schools that you are training your people in the field of diabetes, and then we are not competing. We'll complement. We'll say that if the need or support, we'll say that how we can complement the ongoing program. So that is the thing. We will not compete. We will not weaken our member association. We will strengthen our member associations. So. And then what are the next things that I will be saying? The revisiting the IDF guidelines for type 2 diabetes, GDM, and others. This is that the work I have started my mental mapping so that I can take over this work at the very within this year. IDF will take a new initiative to revisit and update the guidelines in the light of new evidence and discoveries, which we need to do, because the last guidelines that we had one in 2012, one in 2017, which was Shaukat and they did, but that was mainly focused on the primary healthcare. So we'll have to develop, revisit, and we'll have to develop this guideline. And type 2 diabetes, GDM, and fasting. As you know, that type 2 diabetes is GDM, we do not have it. We need to create, because there is no international agreement either for the diagnosis or for the treatment of GDM. And as you know, that fasting and Ramadan, as I believe that people of all faiths have some kind of practice of fasting. IDF includes people of all faiths. So we cannot have Ramadan and diabetes. We will have fasting and diabetes. And for this reason, I have seen the guidelines that we have. There are many good things, but there are things that needs to be developed, because every time this was developed, probably it was not properly scientifically valid documents. So we need to develop it so that the recommendations that we make, it becomes a scientifically valid document. The committee will be set up this year, in 2022, and will complete before I leave my presidency by 2024. IDF is also expanding in China. We have entered, so we have created this IDF school in Chinese, and this is actually a very fast expanding area that you should know about. We are also making a number of webinars. For example, these are the two webinars that we have done: managing CVD and renal risk in type 2 diabetes beyond glycemic control. And as many of you know, Professor Kunti from here, and also Professor Nabi Sattar from UK, and also Professor Henry Group. And then we also have this evolving landscape in the management of type 2 diabetes. So we are creating, and these webinars are free of cost. Anybody can join, and I will urge all of you to come and join this. And last, my request to you that IDF Congress that it is without you, there is no Congress. So it is your responsibility to make the IDF Congress is your Congress, to make your Congress visible success. India, we expect a lot from India, because India is a big country. and it has contributed a lot to the for IDF and for the diabetes care globally.
Yeah, Jyoti.
Thank you. That is the end of this Scandinavian symposium, and that has been very, very contributory and aligning with the theme of our Diabetes India 2022 Insulin Discovery 100 Years. Over to Dr. Jahangir to conclude.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Keshavadeb. It was a nice session, really. Particularly last speaker, he has raised the problems and difficulties and challenge of diabetes, the rising tendency of diabetes mellitus, and particularly we should raise our united voice for the people with the diabetes mellitus. And that is the main message and vision. I am giving thanks to all the speakers and my co-chairperson, and also the Diabetes India. Again, hoping we will meet together. I am just concluding the session. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Jahangir, Dr. Jyoti Dev. Okay, so we move on with the next session, which is on pediatric diabetes. I'm Dr. Manoj Chawla, and co-chairing with me, Dr. Sujata Jali, who's the professor and head of Department of Pediatrics. And the first speaker in this session, we welcome Dr. Aisha Sheikh, who is the Vice President, Sindh Pakistan Endocrine Society, Joint Secretary from 2019 to 21, currently President-elect of Pakistan Endocrine Society. She's been working as a consultant endocrinologist with special interest in antenatal diabetes and endocrinology, and actively involved in research and teaching of both undergrads and postgrads, and has remained endocrinology fellowship program director at the Aga Khan University Hospital from 2015 to 2017. With this, we welcome Dr. Aisha Sheikh.
Bismillah. Assalamu alaikum and a good afternoon. I'm really grateful to Dr. Banshi Sabu and the organizing team for inviting me for this talk for Diabetes India 2022. And I'll be discussing glycemic management of type 1 diabetes pregnancy. I don't have any conflict of interest in terms of content and delivery of this presentation. So my learning objectives are challenges and barriers to achieving good pregnancy outcomes in women with type 1 diabetes, importance of preconception care in women with type 1 diabetes, and glycemic control during pregnancy, intrapartum period, and postpartum period. This is from the IDF Diabetes Atlas 2021. We know that hyperglycemia in pregnancy complicates almost 16.7% of pregnancies globally, while 80% of these are due to gestational diabetes. The rest are either due to pre-existing diabetes or diabetes which is first detected during pregnancy, previously called as overdiabetes or diabetes in pregnancy. So I'll just take you through this patient whom we saw a couple of years ago. She's Mrs. A and was referred to combined maternal diabetes clinic at 9+ weeks of gestation. She's 22 years old, primi gravida, and was having type 1 diabetes for last 16 years and was married 6 months ago. She had erratic and follow-ups at the endocrine clinic for last 5 years, was taking Largine 30 units at bedtime and human regular insulin 10 to 12 units before meals. Although she was adherent to diabetic diet, but was not regularly exercising, her insulin injection sites were unremarkable. And she brought with her self-monitored blood glucose values, which were done very infrequently. And those showed wide fluctuations, and there was quite significant and frequent hypoglycemias, and she was having nausea and vomiting as well. She did not have any diabetic retinopathy on retinal assessment. Her HbA1c was 8.1%, creatinine was normal, TSH was normal. The urinary albumin to creatinine ratio was a little bit up. She was not having anti-TPO antibodies, and the fetal viability scan showed a viable fetus. So we know that poor glycemic control leads to adverse fetal outcomes, in the form of congenital malformations and miscarriages. And this risk increases as the HbA1c continues to go up. So something like 9.3% A1c, there would be a risk of 15% malformations or miscarriages. And this goes exponentially up as the HbA1c continues to go up. So the window of opportunity is actually very narrow in early pregnancy. Right from ovulation, if you look at 3 to 6 weeks post-ovulation, major cardiovascular and CNS defects can occur in the embryo if the embryo is exposed to poor glycemic control at this critical stage of development. And by the time the woman would know that she is pregnant, she would be at this stage, so 3 weeks post-ovulation. And you know that if someone is already entering pregnancy in poor glycemic control, it's very challenging to bring her to control very soon. So this calls upon a preconception control of HbA1c below 7% or even below 6.5% if that can be safely achieved without putting the woman at additional risk of hypoglycemias. And in addition, a good dose of folic acid supplementation at least 3 months prior to pregnancy should be advised. There are lots of challenges in the care of pre-existing type 1 diabetes in pregnancy. These women have already got a lower standardized fertility ratio, and there is a higher risk of operative delivery and maternal ICU admission. However, it is the baby who is bearing most of the brunt of this condition. So there is a greater likelihood of neonatal hypoglycemia, accounting to almost 56-fold higher, and similarly major infant morbidity and mortality, large for gestational age babies and neonatal ICU admissions, all almost 5-fold higher than background population. Coming back to the patient, she had cost constraints for doing erratic SMBGs. We had to switch her to analog insulin because she was having frequent hypoglycemias. Her carbohydrate containing snacks were also given bolus analog insulin. And with frequent SMBG chart review and insulin dose requirements, she was able to bring her to control within 3 weeks after her presentation to the CMD clinic. The repeat ACR, albumin to creatinine ratio, was normal, and her HbA1c dropped from 8.1% to 6.7%. So there are barriers to achieving glycemic targets and optimal pregnancy outcomes. Lack of pregnancy planning is one problem that is significant in our part of the world. Similarly, lack of awareness of the potential risk associated with coexisting diabetes mellitus in pregnancy, which actually needs a very good patient education and public awareness campaigns in this regard. And similarly, failure to achieve optimal glycemia prior to conception is already there, and variable attendance at antenatal appointment. So the wish list would show that we would ideally want to have our women with pre-existing diabetes comparable pregnancy outcomes to women without diabetes, but we know that globally we are far from achieving this goal. So coming back to the patient, her anomaly scan actually showed intraventricular septum was not clearly visualized and a possibility of single ventricle was raised. The fetal echocardiography showed a severely hypoplastic right ventricle and transposition of great vessels. And after thorough patient counseling and with a patient and her family, they opted for a termination of pregnancy, which was which took place. So preconception care is actually important in these women. So, and that should actually start right from puberty, so that these women are aware that they have to plan pregnancy according to when their doctor allows them to do so, and they should be having a good preconception counseling, should know carbohydrate counting, how to manage their diabetes. So they should be powered enough to handle their diabetes so that they're able to achieve a good glycemic control in the preconception period and during pregnancy as well. Similarly, if they are overweight or obese, they should work on towards achieving a decent weight loss near to normal weight control, so that they do not end up having complications because of obesity or overweight. If they are hypertensive, they should be on medications which are safe in pregnancy. And similarly, their thyroid status and thyroid antibody status should be known before pregnancy. And if there are any abnormalities, that should be treated and stabilized before pregnancy. Similarly, CGM or continuous glucose monitoring devices are something which are used nowadays, and wherever the patient can afford, or you can source out these devices for your patients. These are very valuable in terms of managing diabetes in the preconception period and during pregnancy, have shown outcomes which are better compared to just alone SMBGs. Similarly, if they are using insulin pump, they should be familiar with the pump settings and should be able to adjust their insulin requirements coming from increased insulin requirements of pregnancy, should be able to adjust their pump settings accordingly. The long-term microvascular complications should also be screened for, right from neuropathy assessment for nephropathy, and retinopathy. And if there is any retinal disease that is evident in the preconception period, that should be treated and stabilized well before she conceives, because you do not want such kind of retina ending up at such kind of retina, which can happen during pregnancy because of the fact that you are trying to achieve glycemic control very quickly in these women. And similarly, the hormonal changes of pregnancy aggravate the pre-existing retinal disease as well. These are the glycemic goals, and these are the goals which are almost similar to what universally different societies are recommended, something a little bit up or down these goals. This is from the South Asian Federation of Endocrine Societies recommendations. We know that such goals are easier to achieve in the gestational diabetes women or women who have pre-existing type 2 diabetes. But for type 1 diabetes, it becomes quite challenging to achieve these goals. So this is data from 108 women with type 1 diabetes, which showed that these women were at heightened risk of hypoglycemias, mild hypoglycemias occurring almost 5.5 events per patient per week in early pregnancy, which actually decreased throughout pregnancy. But there was a risk of severe hypoglycemia in these women as well. So 45% of women experienced episodes of severe hypoglycemia, which were more marked in the first and second trimester compared to the third trimester. And these hypoglycemias actually led to hypoglycemia unawareness, and that can then result in severe hypoglycemias and led to extra carbohydrate intake and weight gain as well. So this is actually like walking on a tightrope when you're trying to achieve a good glycemic control in a pregnant woman with type 1 diabetes. The other study that was done following this study, the second cohort was the two characteristics of the two cohorts were actually tested, and you can see that for the second cohort, the focused patient education and intervention to prevent hypoglycemia was made. And although HbA1c were comparable in both cohorts as per the pregnancy outcomes in both cohorts, the risk of severe hypoglycemia and hypoglycemia, impaired awareness of hypoglycemia were far less compared to the first cohort. The women in the second cohort used mostly multiple daily insulin. Doses were lower compared to the first cohort, and similarly, most of the women were on insulin analogs and insulin pumps. When you're using continuous glucose monitoring device for your patients, the target glucose range here is 63 to 140 milligram per DL. And this is something that you will set in their CGMs. And you want these ranges more than 70% of the times. They should be, the readings above this should be less than 25% of the times, and readings below this should be less than 4% of the times. And you do not want readings going below 54 to more than 1% of the time. It is important that we should be counseling our patients that even a 5% increase in time in range will increase the benefits for mother and her baby. So suppose she was having a time in range in 50%, and next time she visits in the clinic, she is now 55%. She has already been able to have more benefits because of the fact that her control is better now. So this is a 28-year-old lady with type 1 diabetes for last 25 years. She received preconception counseling and came for the first antenatal visit. She was taking multiple daily insulin with Detamir and Lispro. And you can see that how CGM can demonstrate a change in glucose control when therapy changes. So you can see that in her first visit, her HbA1c is 6.8%, but her sugars are all over the place. You can see that almost 49% of the time she is within target, 48% of the time. And just because of the fact that you have put on CGM and she was able to adjust her insulin doses accordingly, her sugar control is now more smoother, and she is 77% of the time she is within targets. So this is how CGM can help, because she is able to see her readings very frequently and is able to adjust her insulin requirements accordingly, and is able to modify her lifestyle as well. The insulins which are saved during pregnancy are actually, for bolus control, you will need either human regular insulin or aspart or Lispro. Either of these can be used depending upon whether affordability is there or not. And similarly, for basal control for background insulin, you will need either NPH insulin or insulin detamers, or if the patient is already on glargine, that can be continued during pregnancy as well. So you can see that in the first trimester, and this is for somebody who is entering pregnancy in a proper glycemic control. Over here, you can see that the patient is taking almost 50 units per day, and her insulin requirements are actually falling down. And this is what happens in the first trimester in a good and well-controlled women, that hypoglycemia becomes a major concern in first to early second trimester, compounded by the fact that these women have enhanced insulin sensitivity in the first trimester, and the nausea and vomiting and reduced appetite actually put the woman at risk of hypoglycemia, and that can result in hypoglycemia, unawareness or impaired awareness. So these women actually need a reduction in insulin requirements, and that is something that we need to counsel them, that they have to reduce insulin doses by 10 to 30%, and they have to bolus their analog insulin at least 15 minutes prior to the meal. The fact that they are not at risk of hyperglycemia at this time, which is a critical period of organogenesis, means that the risk to the embryo in terms of embryopathy will not be there. Similarly, in the second trimester, as the pregnancy advances, hyperglycemia becomes a major concern. The fetal pancreas is producing insulin, and so any small out of range glucose values in the mom will affect the baby, and there will be hyperinsulinemia and problems of fetal growth and other things that can be associated with high glucose exposure to the baby. We have to check for the quality and quantity of the diet, watch for insulin to carbohydrate ratio. Usually, although basal and bolus both requirements will go up, mostly it's the prandial insulin requirements that goes dramatically up during pregnancy at this stage. And remember that if the patient is taking carbohydrate containing snacks, those should be bolused as well. And then the interval between meal and insulin should be increased by 20 to 25 minutes over here. In the second trimester, the insulin requirements will continue to go up. So she started with something like 50 units per day requirements and has gone up to almost 100 units per day. And the bolus over here is called a super bolus. So her prandial insulin requirements will go up remarkably. Carbohydrate allocation has to be taken care of, and similarly, she should be having an early dinner because of the fact that progesterones delay gastric emptying. The analog insulin should be bolused at least 30 to 45 minutes or 40 minutes before meals. And the interval between analog insulin and meal is increasing during pregnancy because of the fact that insulin absorption is a little bit delayed during pregnancy. And that is why. So remember that more vigilance is required during first and third trimester. Aspirin, low dose aspirin has a role to prevent preeclampsia, and that should be started before 16 weeks of gestation. Another important thing that we as treating physicians should be counseling our patients, that we do not expect hypoglycemias or more than 15% reduction in insulin requirements during mid to late third trimester. If that is occurring, that might be the first sign of placental insufficiency and will warrant post-fetal monitoring and maybe an early delivery as well. Women with type 1 diabetes are at risk of diabetic ketoacidosis, and that can happen even with euglycemia. Almost 10 to 30% of episodes of pregnancy diabetic ketoacidosis can occur with glucose levels which are less than 250 milligram per deciliter. So early recognition to prevent maternal and fetal risk should be there. And similarly, there is a risk of fetal demise after DK, almost 15% within 1 week. So women need to be counseled on prevention. So an emphasis on sick day rules. They should be counseled that they should be testing their urinary or serum ketones if their blood glucose are continuing to stay up above 200 milligram per DL, or if they are having any early features of diabetic ketoacidosis, they should be reporting to their healthcare team earlier on and should be admitted and should be treated accordingly. Intrapartum care, so during labor, you want them to be in a good glycemic control again. The target value during labor is 70 to 126 milligram per DL. And this is needed because this has a direct link with the neonatal hypoglycemia. If the levels are keeping above these values during labor, the risk of neonatal hypoglycemia would be higher. Since glucose infusions would be needed during labor to meet the energy demands of labor, you will need a separate insulin infusion for these women to keep the glucose control within target ranges. Regarding the postpartum care, immediately after birth, the insulin requirements fall rapidly. One needs to discontinue insulin and glucose infusion immediately after birth, keep on testing their blood glucose hourly. And as soon as the blood glucose goes something above 140 to 180 milligram per dl, subcutaneous insulin should be started. To begin with, it should be something like half the pre-pregnancy dose or maybe 70% the pre-pregnancy dose, and then that dose should be titrated based upon the blood glucose values. During breastfeeding, again, insulin requirements are lower compared to the non-pregnant state. Something like 70 or maybe 50% of dose might be required, but that can be varying from patient to patient and should be individualized based upon their glucose levels that you are having. Similarly, these women with type 1 diabetes are at risk of postpartum thyroiditis. So their TSH should be monitored 6 to 12 weeks postpartum and should be managed accordingly. Contraceptive advice is something that should be given to these women because you do not want them to land up in another pregnancy very soon. And that again, with a poor glycemic control, that should not be happening. So these are my take-home messages. In women with type 1 diabetes, healthy pregnancies can be achieved with right team management, team approach, and medical expertise. Starting at puberty, young women with type 1 diabetes should be counseled on preconception planning. For women planning pregnancy, diabetes care providers should explain the risk of hyperglycemia to mother and the fetus, along with the importance of careful diabetes management throughout periconception period, pregnancy, continuing through labor and delivery and postpartum period as well. Multidisciplinary care to achieve near normal glycemic targets during pregnancy is recommended. So I would like to conclude my presentation by this quotation that to the world, you may be just one person, but to one person, you may be the world. So you may be that one person who can help her have her bundle of joy in her arms. So I'm really grateful to your patient listening and will be happy to answer any questions at the end of this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Aisha, for beautiful narrating about the pregnancy and type 1 diabetes. Yes, India is again, sadly, the capital of type 1 diabetes, where we have got the highest number in the world. And we do have these problems because 4 patients of mine are also getting married this month itself. So it was a good talk. Thank you. And we will take up the questions at the end of the session. Thank you. Now I call upon Dr. Richard. He's going to give us a talk on management of type 1 diabetes in adults. And he's the Chief Scientific Officer of EASD, Editor-in-Chief of the Journal of Diabetic Medicine, immediate past Chairman, Diabetes UK Council of Healthcare, Professor in Diabetes and Endocrinology within Medicine of Southampton. With this introduction, I welcome Dr. Richard to give his talk. Thank you.
Dr. Jali, thank you very much for that kind introduction. I'm afraid you're not quite correct. I'm not the Chief Scientific Officer of the EASD, and I was the Editor-in-Chief of Diabetic Medicine, but thank you anyway for the invitation to be here. So what I was, however, was the European Association for the Study of Diabetes co-chair for the joint type 1 diabetes management in adults consensus report along with the ADA, and that's going to be the topic of my talk for today. So I'll just get my slides up to share and we will take it away. At least I'll hopefully take it away as soon as we can. So there we go. So as I've just mentioned, I had the pleasure of being the EASD co-chair for the management of type 1 diabetes consensus report in adults. This was published for the first time in October when it was presented at the EASD meeting last year virtually, but it had also been presented in draft at the ADA earlier on in the year. Clearly, it's a pleasure for me to be able to share this consensus report with you, but it's important that I acknowledge that this wasn't work that I did on my own. We had an excellent team of writers from both the EASD and ADA, and I'd like to pay particular tribute to Anne Peters, who was the ADA co-chair alongside me. Before I start, I need to just show you my disclosures of interest, although in reality, none of these had any major role in terms of the development of the consensus report. So I should also mention that at the time when the report was presented at the EASD in October last year, there was then a co-publication both in Diabetologia and Diabetes Care, which provides the full report. And sadly, in a 20-minute presentation, it's not going to be possible for me to go through all of the report and all of the wonderful work that was done in terms of writing the report. So I really would commend you to have a look at this particular report and see how this can be used in order to try to improve the care of people with type 1 diabetes. So just before I go on to describe the report itself, I think it's important that I give a little bit of context to why the report was actually written. And I think we would all agree that in the last decade or so, there has been a tremendous advance, both in terms of the diagnosis and treatment of type 1 diabetes. So when we start to think about some of the new insulins that have become available, some of the new technologies for continuous glucose monitoring, plus lots of other exciting advances, for example, transplantation. But at the same time, despite these advances, we also recognize that there is still a significant burden that's placed on people living with type 1 diabetes. And we also felt that it was important that the management of type 1 diabetes in adults was found in one particular document. So although there are other guidelines around type 1 diabetes, it's often quite difficult to find the information because it's often contained within other documents that have type 2 diabetes. So what we wanted to do was to create a single report where all of the major issues for healthcare professionals looking after people with type 1 diabetes could be found in one particular document. I think it's also perhaps true to say that the EASD and ADA recognized how influential the consensus report on the management of type 2 diabetes has been over the last decade since it was first published. And therefore, there was a need to provide and produce a comparable report specifically addressing type 1 diabetes. So this work began in January 2020, when we had our first meeting between the ADA and the EASD writing groups. And our first job was really to decide what we were going to include within the document, and indeed what we couldn't include in the document because of the constraints of space. And as I'll show you on the next slide, there were 17 sections that were identified for inclusion. And our first job was to assign one member from the ADA, one from the EASD to each of these sections to be the primary authors of those particular sections. And that was based on their own interest and expertise. And then within the group, we then reviewed and modified these various different sections and molded them into one article, and then continued to review and modify them with external help where needed. And so we had a first draft, which was produced in about January last year. This was then reviewed by 6 external reviewers who were appointed independently by the EASD and ADA. We've made further amendments, and the first public draft was presented at the ADA scientific sessions in June last year, followed by a period of public consultation with further amendments before it was finally approved by both EASD and ADA boards and presented and published at the EASD meeting last year. So here are the 17 sections that were included within the report. As I said, it's impossible in 20 minutes for me to go through all of this report, so I will just be sharing some of the highlights that have occurred within the report. And I'll start off by thinking about the diagnosis. And although this has over many years been done by clinical diagnosis. Of course, what we are aware of is that something like 30% of all cases of type 1 diabetes are diagnosed in adulthood, and many of those cases, or a significant number of people who are diagnosed with type 1 diabetes in adulthood, are misdiagnosed as having things like type 2 diabetes, or indeed there may be people who are diagnosed with type 1 diabetes who in fact have other types of diabetes. So this algorithm is based on work that's predominantly been done in white European populations, but probably still has validity in other populations as well. So you start off with a clinical history of type 1 diabetes, and at this point we would recommend measuring the islet cell autoantibodies. And where these are positive, this can confirm the diagnosis of type 1 diabetes. But it is important to recognize that about 10% of people, or up to 10% of people with type 1 diabetes, are in fact antibody negative at the point of diagnosis. And this is a group where we need to have a little bit further thought. Age is probably the next biggest discriminator. So people under the age of 35 are still most likely to have type 1 diabetes, but it's worth considering whether there are features of monogenic diabetes and whether there is importance of looking for genetic testing after testing for C-peptide, or whether there are features of type 2 diabetes. And of course, we recognize an increasing numbers of children and young adults developing type 2 diabetes. For those that are older, 35, the older you become, the more likely the diagnosis is type 2 diabetes rather than type 1 diabetes. And sometimes we need to live with a little bit of uncertainty. And at this point, it's important for us to consider what's the most appropriate treatment at the time. And for some people, even with where there is a suspected diagnosis of type 1 diabetes, it may be appropriate not to start insulin immediately. One of the tests that can then lead on to a more definitive diagnosis, but this is further down the track, is the measurement of C-peptide. And where this is elevated after 3 years, it's unlikely that the diagnosis is type 1 diabetes. So what are we actually aiming to do once the diagnosis has been made? Well, of course, we want to help people to live a long and healthy life. And of course, that then entails a number of different management strategies. So we need to try to maintain glucose levels as close to target as possible in order to prevent the progression of diabetes complications. And of course, that's done with insulin. But at the same time, we need to minimize iatrogenic hypoglycemia, minimize the amount of diabetic ketoacidosis. But of course, as well as prevention, then treating these when they occur. Diabetes management, or type 1 diabetes management, is not solely around glucose management, and it's important to think about cardiovascular risk factors. And finally, we also need to recognize the psychosocial burden of living with diabetes. And so it's important that with any management strategy, we need to think about maintaining, as far as possible, psychological well-being. So back to glucose, where are we at? Well, of course, the glycemic target needs to be individualized for the individual person, depending on their psychosocial needs and understanding. And of course, we need to recognize that during a life course, this may change. But for most people, an HbA1c target of around 53 millimoles per mole, or 7%, is appropriate, as long as it can be achieved without significant hypoglycemia. There may be some where we can achieve an even better HbA1c, as long as, again, this can be achieved safely. And there may be some where we need to relax that target, for example, those with limited life expectancy. And I think it's also important to say that although these might be the targets, that when you're talking to people with diabetes, that any reduction in HbA1c from initial high levels is likely to lead to significant benefits. When we're thinking about glucose, we also need to move beyond HbA1c and actually look at capillary glucose measures, but also measures that can be achieved through continuous glucose monitoring. And I'll come on to talk a little bit more about those in a minute. So when somebody is diagnosed with type 1 diabetes, there are a number of things that we need to actually assess right at the start. So we need to provide diabetes education. To tell people about this, we need to prepare them to start glucose monitoring. And as you'll hear, we would recommend moving on to continuous glucose monitoring straight away, but it's still important that people understand how to do capillary blood glucose monitoring in case the technology fails. We need to start insulin therapy, and we can talk about the various different regimens that are available. And I'll come back to that in a minute, while recognizing the problems of both hyper and hypoglycemia. Further down the track, we need to intermittently review whether people are meeting their glucose targets. If they are, that's great. But even those that are achieving adequate glucose levels, it's possible they may still be struggling. And therefore, it's important that we consider whether they need support through education or psychosocial support, but also whether there is a need to think about changes in glucose monitoring or changes in insulin therapy as developments come. Of course, where somebody isn't actually meeting the target, it's even more important to consider that. And here, if somebody's not using glucose monitoring, we would suggest that should take place. Education, 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 said Tony Blair. Well, of course, that's also important for people with type 1 diabetes. And there are a number of times when this is particularly important. So not only at diagnosis, but where people are not making goals, where transitions happen. So you heard about pregnancy in the last talk, and that's obviously clearly important. And also when complications develop. In terms of monitoring, HbA1c is certainly a key measure and needs to be used regularly, but it is important to remember that this doesn't inform everything. Particularly, it doesn't talk about glycemic variability, it doesn't look at hypoglycemia and the risk, and therefore it's inappropriate as the only measure. Traditionally, the alternative measures have been with capillary blood glucose monitoring, and that's still important, but we can recognize, particularly with all the latest research, that even with very frequent blood glucose monitoring, with all the burden that comes with that, there is still a high frequency of undetected highs and lows. And therefore, for that reason, we recommend that now continuous glucose monitoring is a standard for glucose monitoring in people with type 1 diabetes. And I was particularly gratified that in the UK, the NICE and NHS England have actually now recommended that as endorsed this particular recommendation. In terms of the devices available, there's real-time continuous glucose measuring or intermittently flashed glucose measuring, so things like the Freestyle Libre. And to be honest, the important here is not so much which of these technologies is employed, but the importance of using them in the context of education. In terms of insulins, of course, the best way of delivering insulin is with an insulin pump using hybrid closed loop technology that provides the greatest flexibility and the lowest risk of hypoglycemia, but sadly it comes at an increased cost. And so therefore we have included within the document the various pros and cons of using insulin analogs versus not, and using multiple daily injections versus pre-mixed, and MDI versus pump. Obviously, this will depend on the costs and the relative, the financial situations of the individual and the health service where they work. But to be honest, I think we would recommend as a minimum multiple daily injections with insulin analogs where that is possible. But of course, really considering the use of pump therapy, because that is associated with the best glycemic outcomes. Within the document, we also talk significant at length, and within each of the different sections, talk about some of the psychological problems that people with type 1 diabetes can occur, ranging from distress, depression, disturbed eating, etc. And therefore, it's important that all members of the diabetes team are aware of these, they know how to provide support and when to refer on. We talk a little bit about the various different adjunctive therapies. In reality, none of these are ideal, and so none of them are recommended, but they may be of benefit for individual patients. There's a section on type 1 diabetes in hospital. This is difficult because, of course, most of the guidance is extrapolated from people with type 2 diabetes, but nevertheless, I think that there is a way forward to try to improve the care of people with type 1 diabetes. And finally, we look into the future, talking about some of the latest developments in terms of both immunotherapy and beta cell replacement. And hopefully by the time we come around to revise it, there'll be yet more information about this particular exciting area. So, ladies and gentlemen, I've given you a whistle-stop tour through the consensus guidance. I can't do it justice in 20 minutes, so please go away and read the full report. It will really help transform the management of people with diabetes. Of course, again, just to reiterate that I couldn't have done this on my own. This is the rest of the writing group. And indeed, we also had support from both the ADA and others from outside. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again for asking me to take part in this year's Diabetes India conference. It's been a pleasure to join you, and I look forward to questions at the end of the session.
Thank you, Dr. Richard, for a wonderful presentation. And we shall take the questions at the end of the session, Doctor. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now I call upon Dr. Karen to give a talk on be aware of more forms of diabetes in child. Can I have her introduction slide? Hi, Dr. Karen. Hope you remember me. She is my good friend from SWEET project. And it's my privilege to introduce you, madam. After her MD in Rotterdam, Netherlands, she did the training in Netherlands, Luxembourg, and France, participated in the creation of multidisciplinary team for the adolescent with diabetes in Luxembourg, received several research grants from EU, interregional, and national structures, published more than 160 publications in peer-reviewed journals, and she is one of the very active members in SWEET for the publications too. Between 2012 and 16, she was Secretary General, and currently she is the President of International Society for Diabetes, Adolescent and Young Adult Diabetes, that is ISPAD, very well-known society. This is only global scientific society with a focus on all forms of diabetes in young groups through ISPAD. I'm sure that she's preparing for the conference in October in Abu Dhabi. One of the focus areas in her presidency is education and development of e-learning tools to facilitate and improve education in diabetes. With this introduction, may I present Dr. Karen and request her to start her presentation.
Thank you very much for this kind introduction and for the invitation to speak at this symposium. I'd like to first reduce the noise outside. That's always the problem when we've got online.
Can you see the slide? Could you please mention if can you see the slide or not? Yes. Dr. Jali, could you let me know whether you can see the slides? Could you nod when you see them? Can you hear me?
No, ma'am, your voice is so slow.
Okay, can you hear me better like this?
Yes,
yes, perfect, we can hear you now.
Okay, and can you see the slides?
Yes.
Perfect. So then I'll again start in order to share with you some of the experience. And it was, of course, great to have the talk of Professor Holt before on the specificities based on ADA and EASD consensus statement on type 1 diabetes. And I would like to introduce to you some special forms of diabetes you might encounter. But of course, in the past, diabetes was considered one disease. That's one of the very early manuscripts. Although India already very early on differentiated between a type 1 and a type 2 diabetes, looking at those who were having too much food and needed to back off that part, and those who would disappear within a high polyuria polyuric syndrome. But as time moves on, we now know that diabetes is a group of metabolic diseases characterized by hyperglycemia, which can be based on defects in insulin secretion, action, or both. And of course, I will focus a little bit more on the younger population. And we all know that certainly in that younger population, the chronic hyperglycemia is associated with the long-term damage which needs to be prevented. And as mentioned by the previous speaker, education, not only mentioned by Tony Blair, but as well, I think, by all diabetes care providers. So the classical symptoms, I don't think for this public I have to repeat them, although of course in pediatrics, just be aware, do we really can follow the HbA1c of above 6.5? Some questions still to be addressed. Of course, most often we will be faced in pediatrics with just a clear-cut syndrome, polyuria, polydipsia, weight loss. Although, of course, we would like to see them as early as possible, and maybe even earlier than the weight loss starts. So just a short classification of diabetes in order to make the rest of my talk, partially at least, a little bit more understandable. Of course, the type 1 diabetes, we had a discussion about that just before. The type 2 diabetes, which I think is still limited, certainly when you look in Europe around you, although we must be aware that it is going to increase and is increasing. And today, other forms of diabetes, which I really would like to draw your attention to. Here, ISPAT's clinical practice consensus guidelines can be of help, and do realize these are the ones of 2018. New update is coming freely accessible online from October onwards. And there again, we'll have an update on the classification of diabetes. Now, don't worry, I'm not going to go into all the details of the different monogenic forms, but it's definitely something people need to be aware of. And not only, I think, in the pediatric population, but just as much in the young adult and maybe even older adult population. Maybe there are more hidden monogenic forms which might request a very specific treatment than one is aware of. Again, quite a lot of mutations are known for neonatal diabetes. Some will lead to a passing by form, it's temporary, and others will be associated with a definite diabetes, but sometimes needing insulin, sometimes better treated with oral medication. We need to be aware as well in the genetic field that there can be insulin receptor anomalies or insulin gene itself anomalies. There are syndromes like the congenital generalized lipodystrophia or the short stature associated the PIK3R1. Again, in pediatrics, cystic fibrosis can be associated, one of the exocrine conditions. And in the past, it was a very limited population which was diagnosed, but now we realize that this population is seen more and more often as well by our adult colleagues because we are aware of it and we can go for the genetic characterization. Some other forms based on exocrine pancreatic conditions or endocrinopathies, maybe a little bit more rare in pediatrics. We've got the syndrome associated potential genetic conditions like the Turner, which is associated with higher increase, although a lot of children with the Turner syndrome would not have the diabetes, but it can be, and you have to be aware of it. Drug-induced treatment. I think this has been very relevant also to teach us sometimes about pathways leading to hyperglycemia, either temporary or more definite. Quite known, of course, are the glucocorticoids, asparaginase, different forms. Those forms who do not cause any abnormality in the insulin secretion have been associated with less efficacy with respect to their cancer impact. And then growth hormone and beta adrenergic agonists. Infections. congenital rubella enterovirus, Coxsackie, cytomegalovirus. Those are well-known ones. I think the verdict is still out whether type 1, at least, of the coronavirus SARS-CoV-2 would be a cause as well of diabetes. There are different research projects ongoing, which will help us to clarify, I hope, in the future, what the real impact has been on the incidence and on pathogenesis of type 1 diabetes. And then we've got the very uncommon forms of immune-mediated diabetes, with the presence either or not of insulin antibodies, the polyendocrine autoimmune deficiencies, and as well treatment-induced influence of the PD-1 and the PD-1L1 axis. Also, learning something about the pathogenesis of diabetes.
उसके बाद सीधा वहाँ टॉरेंट वाले
Excuse me. Can you see the slides?
Yes, sir.
Okay, because there was someone commenting and I can only see slides but don't know what's happening for the rest. So, with respect to the classification of type 1, I just would like to have a little update on the questions we need to ask, whether we are still appropriate by saying there is one type 1 diabetes. I think maybe these recent papers and further research has demonstrated that we should really consider type 1 diabetes not as one single condition. There are maybe different endotypes, and these different endotypes might request different, at least, interventions to prevent progression to insulin deficiency. Should we include, as proposed in the paper by Insel et al., the preclinical stages of diabetes as diabetes? Can we do that? And can we as well try to have interventions for those earlier stages as well? Should we classify, and how, type 1.5 diabetes? Or is that a different condition? Is this an overlap? Should treatment be as well starting with one and ending with the other one? I think there is a lot of questions which are still open. Just for your, as a reminder, the paper in diabetes care showing the early phases and stages of diabetes and proposing really to consider this already type 1 diabetes. And as well, a little update on how the presence of these autoimmune markers may impact on the progression towards the end stage, hyperglycemia and the request for insulin as treatment. Anyway, many questions, and I'm listing them here without going into them in detail because I should tell you something about the rare cases of diabetes. And of course, all rare cases can't be addressed. So I'm just selecting 3 different ones where I hope that they might be for you interesting in order to consider always with care what diagnosis and what treatment needs to be provided when you're seeing a non-specific case with type 1 diabetes. I think just here as well 2 further points on type 1 and the different endotypes. I think it is something we really need to consider, even if we try to get on one hand clarity on how we should approach treatment and diagnosis. Certainly in the adults, even in the pediatric age group, we need to consider and look out of the box in order to be able to really prevent progression and design a cure. Monogenic diabetes. Just one little update further is really, it is a different kind of treatment. So certainly in pediatrics, essential, or it's often, sorry, should correct, often a different kind of treatment. So be aware if you've got someone with a diagnosis below the age of 6 months, it is monogenic diabetes until proven differently. If you've got a very strong family history, it's becoming a little bit questionable whether it is monogenic, as we know that there are different families with 3 degree of type 1 classical autoimmune disease. Stronger point, of course, is in any age group after, say, 6 months, 1 year, who have no, for the moment, known autoimmune markers at diagnosis. High beta cell preservation is as well a sign that you should question what the appropriate diagnosis is. Is it type 1 or is it a monogenic form? And even with the current antibodies, we still have got a population without, even if you test all 5 well-known antibodies. In type 2, certainly in the Caucasian population, that might be different in India because, of course, the risk of developing with limited obesity type 2 diabetes in the adolescent is more frequent than you would have in the Caucasian population. Same, of course, goes for the African population. If you've got no sign at all of acanthosis nigricans or other markers of the metabolic syndrome. And finally, if you've got a strong family history of diabetes without obesity. And I can tell you that I've had a family of 10, 15 people where 2 adolescents were diagnosed with a MODY. MODY, very simple one, MODY 2, where no treatment is requested. And in 5 adult family members, there was a diagnosis of type 2 diabetes. None of them were obese, maybe an tiny overweight, but nothing more, Caucasian family. And they were all having diet or even an oral treatment. They were all confirmed with a MODY 2. Now, how common is monogenic diabetes? And another question, how good are the data we have? How reliable? How many really representative data we have? Poland had a cohort, white Europeans, and they found between 3 and 4% to 12. Norway, as well, in a younger age group, they were only looking at 0 to 14, and they identified only 1.1%. The USA, multi-ethnic, they were looking at the 2 cohorts below 20 and below 6 months, found 1.4%, so quite different. But then if you look at the national study, really representative for the full Lithuanian population, which is mainly a Caucasian population, as far as I know, they had 100% of the pediatric diabetes population, and they found 7.6% of the entire cohort to have a potential prevalence of monogenic diabetes. So still there as well, there is a lot to be studied and to investigate. We're not yet there. Now, I would like to start this first presentation of a girl, 11 years old, who had a routine medical control, a glucosuria, and then when going a little bit further, she mentioned that there was as well polyuria, polydipsia, headache, weight loss, about 1 kilo. And when we tested further, she had quite a high HbA1c, 11.9, 107 millimolar per mole, normal pH, and hyperglycemia. So first thought, 11-year-old, weight loss, classical symptomatology will be a classical type 1 diabetes. However, you see no obesity, so type 2 not probable. C-peptide really quite high, and no single insulin antibody. So question, is this a type 1? Probably not. Then going back into her family story, we saw that there were 3 male ones in the family of the father who had a form of diabetes, high HbA1c, insulin treated in the majority, and 1 with complications, a retinopathy. For us, it was a sign that we had to do genetic analysis, and we identified an insulin gene mutation, which was considered by the Exeter team as being very likely pathogenic. This kind of insulin gene mutation is happening most often in the neonatal phase, although this girl was much older, 11. It's autosomal dominant. We didn't have anything in the father, but we had a positive family history. Another important information is that this specific mutation leads to a misfolded proinsulin, and thus to the retention of proinsulin in the endoplasmatic reticulum, which really makes you consider how are you going to treat this person? Is the treatment going to be best by insulin or by metformin or another oral drug or not? What is the risk? We considered insufficient data were there to start stimulating the beta cell, because if you increase the presence of that misfolded proinsulin within the cell, that might lead to an increase in the apoptosis of the cell. So we treated with insulin, but you can see this was way far from effective. First of all, there was a massive increase in weight. HbA1c, as you can see, was not at all up to what our objectives and mean values are. And we were talking about a really high insulin dose. Of course, we were frustrated, and the girl definitely as well. So we did some other tries, and so far not yet with the effect we would like to have. The only thing which was surprising is that when she would be very actively physically, that would have a real impact. But an adolescent girl now, 13, 14 years, physical activity is not high on her priority list. Based on her information, we asked the rest of the family to do some further testing. The father had never done any further testing. After, I think, 1 or 2 years and a bit of discussion of one of my colleagues, he did do some testing, and indeed he had as well diabetes with a high HbA1c, and now is treated with the GLP-1 analog and insulin. Grandparents on both sides also seem to be positive based on testing which was done after the girl in our clinic was diagnosed. So here we are stuck, rare form of diabetes. The competition between misfolded insulin and the insulin treatment might give insulin resistance. The injected insulin might have a different effect on the insulin receptor of the adipocyte. We don't know. GLP-1 analog, would we increase the risk for apoptosis based on an increase of intracellular misfolded proinsulin? For the moment, we're working closely together with the Free University, Miriam Knopp, in order to see how we can improve and identify the best possible treatment for the family. The second bit I would like to discuss with you and just make sure that you're aware of this. I got a phone call from the family where I'm following one of the other kids, not with diabetes, with growth hormone deficiency. And the mum is in kind of a panic because her girl has diabetes, HbA1c of 7.7, observed and detected by the family doctor, and without any evident symptom. When asking a little bit further, she might drink a little bit more summertime, but nothing else. History of this girl was postnatally surgery for some congenital malformations, and further she was doing fine. You see, a little bit chubby, 160 with 66 kilos, no consanguinity. Only other thing was that the mother was diagnosed with type 2 diabetes, the brother of the mother was diagnosed with type 2 diabetes, and the grandmother was just diagnosed with type 2 diabetes. No obesity. 2 of them were treated theoretically with an oral drug. Although, next step was that the mother told me she wasn't always taking her treatment. Now, if this would be interactive, I would love to ask you this question. What kind of diabetes is this? I guess a lot of people would say D, but I can't ask. I can tell you, I invited the family quickly to come because it was a huge stress. Clinical examination, everything was fine in the girl, doing brilliantly. And we did a lab control in our lab. HbA1c was 5.4. Random glucose was 89. She had no autoimmune markers. She had a completely normal oral glucose tolerance test. So no diabetes, not for her, nor for her mother, or the grandmother, or the brother of the mother. What they had was an abnormal HbA1c, and the mutant of the alpha chain, which is not at all typical for a Caucasian family, was present, and that had, with a specific method of Tosoi, which was used in one of the labs, resulted in high HbA1c. So here, the warning of this rare form of not diabetes, be careful. take care, because this is not diabetes. This is an abnormality in hemoglobin. And as we know, other hemoglobinopathies can lead to these kind of abnormalities and can lead to a wrong diagnosis. Luckily, the grandmother of over 80 just hadn't taken her medication yet, because I quickly, of course, we informed the family doctors. The mother had stopped her medication because she said, I feel always so dizzy if I take this oral medication. So you see, doctor, I stopped it. So very important, if you take HbA1c as only measure, which in pediatrics should never be the case, be aware that different hemoglobinopathies can lead to the wrong diagnosis. The third clinical case, more frequent, I guess, even if it's a rare case, or a confusing case. Maybe that's better wording for this one. This boy participated in a weight-losing program, and he did really a good job. I think he lost 10 kilos. And when the program was stopped, he had 81 kilos, 147. He had acanthosis nigricans at that time when he stopped the program. He had a normal HbA1c and a normal OGTT. A year or two later, we got a phone call from the grandmother of this boy. And she said he had done a brilliant job. He had lost weight so well over the last 2 months. But now she was kind of getting a little bit worried because he was drinking more, and she had done a blood sugar level because she herself had diabetes. And the blood sugar was over 360 milligram per deciliter. You can see he had lost 20 kilos. He was tired. And when we did further analysis, before I would again love to ask you this question. I guess a lot of people would think he would have a decompensation of his type 2 diabetes. However, he had ketoacidosis. 25% of newly, up to 25% of newly diagnosed patients with type 2 diabetes can have this, but he had all antibodies positive. So he had classical type 1, but obesity as well. And regretfully, I have to say, he's back to his previous weight, which was around 130. He's now taller than 147, but still he's having a massive overweight or obesity. But he has a classical type 1 together with insulin resistance based on his weight. So diabetes is giving care, and diabetes is always critically considering who you've got in front of you and work together within a team and work together with the patients here in the mountains in Italy. I would like to thank you for your attention and invite you all to the meeting we'll have in Abu Dhabi, not far away from India, in October, where we'll have, I hope, again, a face-to-face meeting for ISPAT. Thank you.
I think you're muted, Dr. Jolly.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Dr. Karen. It was a wonderful talk, especially for we pediatric diabetologists, where we need to think of other than type 1 diabetes. Now, I request anybody, if anybody has a doubt, would like to ask questions. They are most welcome. For Dr. Aisha. Dr. Aisha, what we have been seeing is that when they come in first trimester, their A1Cs are in the second trimester. You have experience with the pregnancy outcomes and hyperglycemia. So what is your experience about the pregnancy outcome?
Can you kindly repeat the question because your voice dropped?
You're not able to hear me properly?
Yes,
Hello?
it dropped. Yeah, can you repeat? It got interrupted.
Is my voice okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. My question is, what's the outcome of pregnancy if the A1C is high in the first trimester, and then we have a good control in the second trimester?
Yes,
so because of the organogenesis and the condition of the first trimester.
So what I have seen that if the woman is presenting to their doctors really early, so maybe just they have missed a cycle and have tested their glucose level, tested their pregnancy, and they know that they are pregnant, and they come to us very early and are able to achieve a good control within next 7 to 10 days. So at that time, maybe the burden of disease and the burden of malformations is not that intense. But if she is already reached 6 or 7 weeks of gestation and is poorly controlled, especially if she is not very well empowered to manage her diabetes, and then it takes a longer while for her to get into control. So that is the time where we are actually on the losing front. So earlier, rapid control, the better outcome, yes.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Richard, I have a problem. Since I'm a pediatrician, the patients do not want to go to the adult diabetologist because they have got a good rapport with me for 10 to 15 years. How do you counsel such patients?
I think that's a really good question. So there is quite a lot of work going on at the moment about how to transition people, pediatric
to
patients.
find out what's the problem with the voice.
Are you
Neelam,
to hear me?
Your voice is breaking, sir.
So I'm not quite sure why that's happening, but I mean, I think that the issue that you raise is the importance of effective transition from pediatric to adult services. And there's quite a lot of work that's been going on to try to work out how to do that best. And I think probably one of the ways to do it is to actually make sure that at least for some of the consultations that you have before that person moves into transition, that they have opportunities to meet the adult team. So having joint consultations across pediatrics and adult teams, so it doesn't feel quite such a big wrench. I think the other thing that's important to consider is that diabetes, that you shouldn't just be fixated on a chronological age. I think we need to be understanding on what's the understanding of that individual and to what extent is that person starting to adopt an adult behaviors around the management of type 1 diabetes and type 2 diabetes. And I think that that's something that can be done over the years that lead up to transition. So one of the initiatives that was actually set up by one of the pediatric nephrologists in Southampton was something called the Ready, Steady, Go initiative, where people are, the children actually asked about how they are managing their diabetes, to actually assess their maturity and to find out what the educational gaps there are before they move across to an adult service. I think one of the other things that's also important is that when you move to an adult service, that there are some things that people need to know about that aren't necessarily diabetes related. So for example, how to navigate health services, and it's important to provide them with education about that. And I think one of the last things that I would suggest is that it's worth having a young adult diabetes clinic where you're just looking after people up to the age of 25 to address these very special needs that occur during emerging adulthood. And I think that can also help. One of the two other things that we've done locally is so we actually have a specialist nurse specifically to look after transitional patients, and we also actually have a social care worker to again help people with those navigational issues, more the social issues of moving care rather than the medical issues. So I hope you were able to hear that okay.
Thank you, Dr. Richard. Dr. Karen, one question for you is, I mean, it's a suggestion for the idea of to have in common laboratories to diagnose the other type of type 1 diabetes. And I think in future, India would have a common laboratory. And I know Dr. Mohan is helping us with Modi investigations. But still, this is my suggestion to the Indian IDF so that we can diagnose other types of diabetes in pediatric too. And I take this opportunity to thank all the three wonderful speakers and for their wonderful talk. And thank you again on behalf of Diabetes India. And thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you very much. Pleasure to be here.
Thank you.
Is the session ending now?
Yes, sir. I'll hand it over to you, Dr. Sanjay.
Yes, okay. Thank you. I think I'll take the next session forward. And we have a very interesting session right now outlined. And we've got three wonderful speakers who's going to talk to us about different topics. And we've got Dr. Lezik, we've got Dr. Kamlesh Kunti and Dr. Sudeep Rudar, who's going to be addressing us lectures in this symposia. And our first lecture starts with Dr. Lezik, who's going to give us a talk on responders and non-responders to SGLT2 inhibitors and GLP-1 RA, possible mechanisms and opportunities. Just to introduce Dr. Lezik, he's a specialist in internal medicine, specialized in the diabetology, and is the head of the Department of Diabetes and Internal Disease at the Medical University of Warsaw. He graduated from the Medical University of Lodz in 1994. He held foreign training and scientific internships at Oxford, London, and Wakefield, Maastricht in the Netherlands, and Miami, USA. In his clinical practice, he focuses on the diagnosis of carbohydrate tolerance disorders and treatment of type 1 diabetes, type 2,
The results, it seems to have worked really
diabetes accompanying other diseases, and complications of chronic diabetes, primarily in circulatory system, nervous system, eye organs, digestive system, kidneys, and particular attention is devoted to the use of oral agents and insulin. He was a director of the ESD postgraduate course. So I think we'll all be loved to hearing Dr. Lezik on his talk. So over to you, Dr. Lezik.
Yes, hello. It's a great pleasure to be again with you and to be part of Diabetes India. And I will try briefly to present the topic of pretty high, quite important nowadays, and something which we've seen very recently using all the new drugs. Let me start to share my screen. I hope you can see it, although I do have, hold on, maybe I will. It's my first slide. Hope you can see it now, more or less correctly. I'm not sure, I cannot go into presentation mode. Once again. Just stay with me for one more moment. Yeah, perhaps now it will be okay. Sorry.
Sir, may I share your recorded video?
Yeah, I think. Hold on a moment. Something's wrong with my computer, but perhaps in a moment. Let me try once again.
It's
Yeah,
coming,
can you
sir.
see?
Yes.
Can you
yes.
see it now?
Yes, perfect.
Okay. So it's the question I want to describe and try to reply to it. Why we see patients who are responding very well and not responding really to SGLT2 and GLP-1 receptor agonists. GLP-1 receptor agonists are really changing the way we treat diabetes worldwide, more in more advanced and richer countries, less in countries who are still struggling, but nevertheless, they started to be used in any country with patients with diabetes. And as we know, the action is very multiple, is compound, and GLP-1 receptor agonists affect almost any tissue in our body. Eventually, they lead to glucose reduction, weight reduction, appetite reduction, which is very important, and cardiovascular protection. On the other hand, SGLT2 inhibitors have also very multiple effects on the body. However, their mode of action is very simple. GLP-1 receptor agonists, as the name says, they stimulate receptors. However, SGLT2s and the receptors for GLP-1 are all over the body, while SGLT2 inhibitors, they just make us lose glucose. But this simple thing initiates number of metabolic changes in the body, which eventually help the heart, as in this picture, but also the kidneys, and they are also very powerful cardioprotective agents. But why some patients lose less weight than the others on GLP-1 receptor agonists? Why we see greater reduction in glucose in some patients and not in the others? That is still unclear, and it's frustrating because some patients expect excellent results from these drugs, both in terms of glucose reduction, weight control, while it doesn't happen, and this is awkward both for the patient and for us as doctors. So if you look at appetite regulation, at food intake regulation, if you look here on the left of this picture, our appetite is basically regulated by two systems. One is homeostatic regulation, just to maintain the body weight, maintain all the systems working normally. And there is another system which is responsible for pleasure associated with eating, the system of rewards. You can call it hedonic systems. And they are regulated by the signals coming from the fat stores, from various hormones, also related to emotions, smell, what we see, etc., etc. Pretty complicated stuff. And in people with obesity, this hedonic system is somehow has overridden any other systems. It took the control of the food intake, and people just cannot control this system themselves. GLP-1s apparently reverse that, and they are able to restore more stable regulation of food intake and glucose metabolism. We have multiple GLP-1 receptor agonists on the market. Here you can see all of them in injectable form. The first one was exenatide on the left, and then we developed to the right-hand part of this picture. And now we are mostly use once weekly medications, which is semaglutide, dulaglutide. But we have also fixed combinations with long-acting insulin analogs. They are not widely available, pretty expensive, but we are moving into this direction. We learned quickly that these drugs lead to weight loss. Here, one of the first studies with liraglutide used for obesity with a dose of 3 milligrams. And the patients, as you can see, at the highest dose could lose as much as 12 kilograms of body weight, which is an excellent result. But the real breakthrough, and this is what is really happening in Europe and the US, is the arrival of semaglutide, which is able to make people with diabetes lose over 10 kilos of body weight at a higher dose, 2.4 milligrams, still keeping HbA1c at 6.5 and not going too low. And we also learned that in sheer obesity without diabetes, semaglutide may lead to even 17 kilograms of body weight within a year. And this weight loss is stable, nothing really happens here, and the drug is basically well tolerated, just nausea, very rarely vomiting. So we suddenly received the drug, which is very successful in treatment of obesity and type 2 diabetes. However, the difference in response is really pretty wide. Last year, almost a year ago, FDA licensed semaglutide at the dose of 2.4 milligrams to treat obesity, as we all know. But the breakthroughs are really ahead of us. Just 3 weeks ago, we saw the results of a Sermon study with tirzepatide, which is a dual double agonist, GIP and GLP-1 receptors agonists. And here you can see on the right of this figure that the patients within a year may lose almost 24 kilograms of body weight, still with pretty good tolerance. So this is an amazing stuff, amazing results, still large variety in response. And this is shown here. This is the study comparing dulaglutide and semaglutide. And the figure in the bottom left-hand corner shows different reaction with the body weight on these drugs. We can see that semaglutide of 1 milligram led to the greatest weight loss, while dulaglutide 7.5 to a smaller, and dulaglutide 1.5 also smaller. But if we look here, which is semaglutide, if we look at glucose levels, for example, look at fasting plasma glucose, which is on the left-hand side at the top, we can see that some of those curves with different doses of sema and dulaglutide are superimposable. So probably the differences we see between the drugs is about the dose. This is one thing. Hormones, we frequently do not know what's the maximum dose of the hormones. We started with both dulaglutide, semaglutide at lower doses. Now we are got to 2.4 milligrams with semaglutide and 4.5 milligrams with dulaglutide we can use for either obesity or diabetes. But if we think about insulin, insulin has no maximum dose. If we look in the books, pharmacology books, there is no maximum dose of insulin. The insulin must be given at the dose where the glucose level is correct. And this variability is pretty clear. If we look at this figure, which was published by Michael Nauk, #1 name in incretin studies, this is the relationship between the variability, this is coefficient of variation, in HbA1c reduction and weight reduction. And if you look at the top line here, which is albiglutide, this is the drug where variability in body weight reduction is really high, smaller with HbA1c, and the most stable in terms of HbA1c and body weight reduction variability is semaglutide. However, they are different in the case of most of the drugs. So it's more, the drugs are more predictable in terms of lowering glucose, less predictable in terms of lowering body weight. And that's no wonder, because if we look at any new drugs which regulate weight loss, or glucose for that matter, we may see some average reduction as shown here at -5% of weight loss. But moving left side or right-hand side or left-hand side, we will see greater or smaller response to the drug. This is how drugs work. This is the biology of pharmacotherapy. And that's this being able to predict how much patients will lose weight or how much their HbA1c will improve is important. These figures show the relationship between HbA1c reduction and cardiovascular risk reduction. And in the top left-hand corner, we can see the figure with HbA1c. The greater HbA1c reduction, the greater reduction in MACE risk. So it is important to know which patients will benefit from these drugs in glucose lowering, because then we may improve their cardiovascular risk. And if you look on the other side, and the opposite corner of this figure, and the bottom right-hand corner, here is the relation between HbA1c and heart failure. And here we see that no matter what reduction of HbA1c, the drugs have similar effect on heart failure. So this cardiovascular risk reduction effect is largely independent of glucose lowering. So pretty exciting stuff in terms of clinical decisions and what we can offer to the patients and how we should explain these drugs to them. To make things even more complicated, because I'm just basically signaling the issues which are ahead of us. This is also from the paper by Michael Now. Look what he how he summarized the findings regarding energy expenditure. If patients are losing weight by calorie restriction, then energy expenditure is also reduced. But if we use GLP-1 receptor, which is not very good for weight loss because the body starts to save energy instead of spending it more. However, GLP-1 receptor agonists, the body also starts to save energy, but then this energy expenditure goes back to the normal level. So that's one of the reasons why it's easier to lose weight on GLP-1 receptor agonists than just by calorie restriction. So finally, what might be the mechanism? I have only 20 minutes and the session is already delayed, so I don't have time to elaborate on it more. But just a few ideas what could be possible mechanisms for non-responding to GLP-1 receptor agonists or SGLT2s. One, and that's been proven, it's genetic polymorphism within the GLP-1 receptor. So that's one pretty simple reason to understand. Then patients may have adaptation to basal metabolic rate at different rate. There might be varied central nervous system response to hypothalamus stimulation of appetite reduction. We see patients who are early and late responders. Some people, they see the reduction in glucose control, in glucose and weight pretty suddenly in the first couple of weeks when the drug is started. Some of them have to take it for a month or two. That's an interesting thing, why it happens. That should also help us to decide whether we should intensify the treatment or not in some of the patients or just wait. Then there is an issue of duration of obesity, of history of obesity. The longer someone is obese, the more difficult it is for him to reduce the weight. And also the motivation for lifestyle modification. Some patients take GLP receptor agonists or SGLT2s and think, okay, I'm starting to lose weight. That we have a saying in Polish, it gives me wings, and I start to do more to lose even more. Other patients say, okay, I'm losing weight on the drugs. I don't have to change my lifestyle anymore because the drugs do it for me. So that's also requires some attention when we talk to the patients with the drugs. With SGLT2 inhibitors, the issue is probably simpler. One thing which we know which happens with SGLT2s are the compensatory hyperphagia. So that patient probably could control and then may get better metabolic results. Also, adaptation in basal metabolic rate may vary between the patients. And as I said at the beginning, this glucose loss with urine causes multiple hormonal changes in the body, which we're still learning to understand. So what clinical questions we have yet unanswered? We should be able, I guess it will happen in the next couple of years, to successfully identify patients who are early, late, or non-responders to the drugs. The variability is quite wide. In some of the drugs really high, and in some of them smaller, like semaglutide. So we need data, we need analysis which will show for which patient these drugs, which are still expensive, even if reimbursed, will be particularly successful. We should be able to know in which patients we should intensify therapy early because we see no response and there are non-responders, or they are rather late responders and we should just wait because the drug will bring the results, but a little bit later. Then the last question, also very important, combination therapy, SGLT2s and GLP-1s together in what sequence, which drug should be first, in which patients. Also area in which we will have little evidence, I believe, but we have to use our clinical judgment to make the best decisions for the patients. And there are, of course, many more questions arriving. So thank you very much for your attention. I just wanted to briefly signalize, present some dilemmas we have with new drugs, and let's hope next month's couple of years will bring the answers to them for the benefits of our patients. Thank you very much for your attention. Taniwa.
Thank you, Dr. Lipzik. And do we have any questions for Dr. Lipzik? I don't see any question. So thank you very much, Dr. Lipzik. I think we've had an excellent discussion, and very obliged for such a nice talk that you've given us. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, our next speaker for the evening is going to be Dr. Kamlesh Kunti. And Dr. Kamlesh Kunti is going to talk to us about diabetes and multimorbidity. He needs very little introduction because I think most of us have heard him on such wonderful occasions, and he's given some excellent talks. Dr. Kamlesh Kunti is from Diabetes Research Center from Leicester, UK. He's a professor of primary care diabetes and vascular medicine at the University of Leicester. He has led a program of work during COVID-19 pandemic and is a member of UK government's Scientific Advisory Group for Emergencies and chair of the SAGE Ethnicity Subpanel. He's also the director of the UK National Institute of Health Research in Applied Research Collaborations, East Midlands, director of Center for Ethnic Health Research, and director of the Real World Evidence Unit. He has published more than 1,100 peer-reviewed articles and is also the honorary visiting professorial fellow with Department of General Practice, University of Melbourne. He is named as top 20 diabetes researchers globally by expert scale, and he has won numerous awards nationally and internationally, including the Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel Award for Excellence in Medical Research in India, Primary Care Diabetes Society Lifetime Achievement Award, Diabetes Philippines Augusto de Latuna Endowed Lecture Award, and Primary Care Diabetes Europe Paul Chrome Award. He was awarded the CBE in 2022 New Year's in the honors list for services to health. So may I hand over the podium to Dr. Kamlesh Kunti for his lecture.
This meeting is being recorded.
Hello, thank you very much, Dr. Bansi and the team for the kind invitation. Sorry I can't be with you in person. Today, I'm going to be talking about type 2 diabetes and multimorbidity. This is probably the future of diabetes management. So the next few minutes, I'd like to talk you through the epidemiology of multimorbidity, type 2 diabetes, and how multimorbidity affects people with type 2 diabetes. And I think it's still topical because COVID hasn't gone. So talking through about COVID and impact in people with multimorbidity. Some highlights on management because of the brief nature of this presentation, and then a summary. In terms of the epidemiology, why is multimorbidity important? Well, first of all, the definition of multimorbidity is the presence of 2 or more long-term conditions. And the reason it's important is because living with multiple long-term conditions is going to be the norm rather than the exception for most people. It is also associated with poor quality of life, more hospital admissions, and higher mortality. And although currently health services are largely organized to provide care for people with single diseases, I think we need to start thinking about how we reinvent our services to manage people with multiple long-term conditions. This is a really nice iconic slide of data from the whole of Scotland, published in 2012, and looking at the number of people who have different long-term conditions by age groups at the bottom and a portion of patients on the y-axis. And what we see is people with 2 or more conditions increases really from the age of around 30 to 40. But if we look at proportion of people having 5 or more conditions, that's huge numbers from the age of around 60. And people are living longer, and that's why they have a number of different conditions. This is a work that we conducted looking at data from 500,000 people in the UK Biobank. And here we look at the proportion of people having different multiple long-term conditions. Now, this is probably not a representative sample, but it tells you the number of conditions people have. The commonest conditions in this study were hypertension, asthma, cancer, depression, diabetes, and then some of the cardiovascular complications. In this study, diabetes was prevalent in about 4 to 5% of the population. But these were a younger group. These were participants aged only between 40 and 69 years of age. They looked at 36 commonest conditions here. This study showed that 19% had more than 2 conditions, and we did some clustering analysis. In the first cluster only included myocardial infarction and angina. Second cluster had 26 conditions, and diabetes was the epicenter of these conditions and strongly associated with heart failure, CKD, liver failure, and stroke. And the third cluster had 8 highly prevalent conditions, including cancer, hypertension, asthma, and depression. And in terms of the number of studies that have been published on multimorbidity, it's huge. This is a systematic review we've just recently conducted. And here we looked at 566 studies. What we see here is the different conditions, the prevalence of different conditions, that they've been grouped together by cardiovascular disease, metabolic conditions, respiratory conditions, musculoskeletal, mental health, cancer, and then whole raft of other conditions. What we see here is the commonest conditions grouped together that are present in most of these studies is cardiovascular disease, about 98%, and metabolic and endocrine disease, about 97%. So you can see cardiometabolic conditions as the commonest multimorbid conditions that are prevalent at population level. The others are obviously cancer and respiratory conditions and musculoskeletal conditions. And this is the study I mentioned about the diabetes being at the epicenter of all the conditions. As you can see, all these conditions are linked via diabetes, either through direct associations or indirect associations, what we call discordant or concordant multiple long-term conditions. And obviously, concordant are in people with diabetes, things such as liver failure, cardiovascular disease, etc. And discordant are things like osteoarthritis, anemia, schizophrenia, etc. We also know that people who are deprived and live in more deprived conditions have a lot more conditions. They get them 10 years earlier than people living in the most affluent areas. And you can see this again from this Scottish data, that these seem to increase from the age of around 30 to 40 years of age as well. We also know that mental health problems are strongly associated with the number of physical conditions that people have. So we know diabetes is strongly associated with mental health conditions. About 18% of people with diabetes have depression. And this is in part related to the number of multiple long-term conditions that people with diabetes have. As you can see, the proportion of people with mental health problems in here, if they only have one condition, about 20% will have mental health conditions. If they have 5 or more conditions, around 60% of people will have mental health conditions. And again, it's worse in people who are more deprived compared to people who are more affluent. So what about type 2 diabetes and multiple long-term conditions? And this is a really nice study, and I use this slide a lot because it clearly tells you the proportion of people with diabetes who have other conditions. So if you look at the highlighted area, overall this study is telling us 17% of people with diabetes will not have any other conditions, so they only have diabetes. So that's telling us 83% will have other multiple long-term conditions. If people are aged less than 65, they will have diabetes and 3 additional conditions. If they're aged more than 65, they will have diabetes and 6.5 other conditions. So diabetes is a multimorbid condition. And the conditions that they have are cardiovascular disease, hypertension, heart failure, stroke, atrial fibrillation, COPD, arthritic conditions, and as you can see, depression as well. The other issue with having multiple long-term conditions that they come and see healthcare professionals more regularly, and obviously they cost a lot more to society, and if they're paying themselves to themselves. This is data we looked at from the CPRD, the UK database. And what this tells us is, first of all, the proportion of people who have just diabetes, or they have diabetes and 1 condition, diabetes and 2 conditions, or diabetes and 3 conditions on the red at the top. At the bottom in the blue is just diabetes. And if we look at the consultation rates, people who only have 1 comorbidity, diabetes, for example, they only have about 12 consultations per year. This is not just for diabetes, but for many other conditions, because as you know, primary care is the first point of contact in the UK. If they have 2 conditions, they have about 15 contacts per year with a healthcare professional. That includes nurses, doctors, and pharmacists in the general practice. And if they have 3 or more conditions, then they attend about 18 times or have a contact 18 times. And on the right-hand side, you can see the cost per year. This is just for consultations. That varies from people without multimorbidity or any chronic condition costing about £400 per year because they come about 10 times a year, compared to those who have more than 3 comorbidities. It's nearly double the cost for attending on a regular basis. What about cardiometabolic multimorbidity? Well, this is a really nice study from the Emerging Risk Factor Collaboration. And what this is telling you, if we start at the bottom, compared to a reference group who don't have any chronic conditions, people with diabetes, stroke, or myocardial infarction, their risk of mortality is about 2-fold higher. If they have 2 conditions, diabetes and MI, diabetes and stroke, or stroke and MI, there is about a 4-fold increased hazards for mortality. And if they have all 3 conditions, and some people are unfortunate to have this, for example, my father had diabetes, stroke, and a heart attack, their risk is about 7-fold higher for mortality. But this is what really gives you the statistics that's important for patients, is that if they have no diabetes and compare them to someone with diabetes age 60, they have 6 years of life years lost. If they have diabetes and cardiovascular disease, compared to who doesn't have those conditions, they lose 12 years of life at the age of 60. So we have longevity is reduced in people who have multiple long-term conditions. Physical activity is an important factor for long-term conditions, and this is a study that we conducted showing that people, if they are at the bottom, who are very physically active, at the top, people who are inactive. If you look at that, the proportion of people who have who are inactive have about 50% have multiple long-term conditions. At the bottom, people who are active, about 20% have long-term conditions, and this is an older population. And as you can see, there's a trajectory of increase in multiple long-term conditions if people are not physically active, both in people who already had multiple long-term conditions and those who didn't. The red line is the average increase in multiple long-term conditions at population level. This is a study that Yogini did in our group. We looked at people with and without multiple long-term conditions, multimorbidity, and we looked at to see if people are physically active, so they were meeting the recommendations for physical activity, about 150 minutes per week of physical activity, mild to moderate physical activity. Then if they had high physical activity, so this is 3,000 minutes per week. If they're moderate physical activity, slightly lower, they have about 3.5 to 3 years of life's gain compared to those who are not physically active. And these are people with multiple long-term conditions. Without multiple long-term conditions, if people are more active, they have about 2 years of life years gained at the age of 45. So at a younger age, it's important to ensure that people are physically active because there's a lot more life years to gain, particularly people with multiple long-term conditions. This is looking at multiple long-term conditions of diabetes, cardiovascular disease, and depression. And as we can see here, if people just had diabetes at the age of 45, people who are not active lose about 2.5 years in life compared to those who are active. But if people at the age of 45 have two conditions, for example, diabetes and cardiovascular disease, then they lose about 6.5 years in life at the age of 45 compared to those who are active. And if they have three conditions, diabetes, cardiovascular disease, and depression, they lose about 8.5 years in life years at the age of 45 if they're not physically active compared to those who are active. So being active is associated with an increase in life expectancy. What about COVID-19 and impact on multiple long-term conditions? We know from, again, our work with Yogini that cardiometabolic conditions, including hypertension and diabetes, were the commonest conditions people were affected with, either having severe COVID-2 and on the right-hand side, those who didn't COVID, again, long-term conditions of cardiometabolic disease is more common. But if you look at the left-hand side, people who had diabetes and hypertension, about 72% of those participants had severe COVID. And when we look at the risk of severe COVID across the common conditions, CKD and diabetes had the highest risk, about 5-fold increased risk compared to those who didn't have these conditions, and then heart failure, hypertension. So you can see that diabetes is again a real risk factor with the multiple long-term conditions for severe COVID. And once people were admitted, this is data we've just published recently, once people are admitted, they have more complications if they have more conditions. So this is data for 60,000 people. Any complications, if you have two conditions, you have 2-fold increased risk, more than two conditions, 3-fold increased risk. All-cause death, 22% higher, significantly higher in people with 2 or more conditions, and even higher with more than 3 conditions. But all other secondary outcomes of getting these while admitted of heart failure, arrhythmia, cardiac ischemia, cardiac arrest, coagulation complications, stroke, and renal injury, all much, much higher if people had multiple long-term conditions. So these people, even if they went in with just one condition, they will come out with multiple long-term conditions. Management, briefly, we have excellent consensus reports and guidelines that we should be managing these people with the therapies that have evidence base. So for example, if they have heart failure, CKD, cardiovascular disease, then we should be thinking about SGLT2 inhibitors and GLP-1 receptor agonists on the left-hand side. And then we need to think about all the other potential therapies if they don't have these. But remember, this is a very cardiocentric approach. We need to start thinking about microvascular complications now as well. We've seen decline in cardiovascular complications in people with diabetes, but microvascular complications are increasing, and we really need to treat these people to reduce the risk. The other thing is the older people get, the more conditions they have. They have polypharmacy. So people who have more than 2 conditions, they have a lot more participants who have polypharmacy. The number of drugs they're on increases. If they have more therapies, then obviously there's an increase for errors. So this is a study from a number of countries showing that people who have 2 or more conditions have a much higher risk of medication errors. We know also polypharmacy is associated with risk of falls. This is a study that Nafisa conducted from our group. So if people have more than 5 conditions, then their risk exponentially increases for increased risk of falls. So, for example, if the people are on 6 or more drugs, they have a 31% significantly increased risk of falls compared to those who are not on any drugs. If they're on 10 drugs, they have a 50% increased risk of falls. There's also complexity, and complexity raises issues with adherence. So the more medications people are on, the less adherent they're on. So they'll have adverse events because people are not adherent. So this is data showing if they're on 1 therapy, they will be adherent 80% time, 2 therapies adherent about 65% time, 3 therapies about 40% time. And people with cardiometabolic multimorbidity, they're on a lot more therapies than that. So we need to start also thinking about quaternary prevention. This is where we de-intensify therapy, because once people are elderly, we do not need these therapies because they're at harm from risk of falls and hypoglycemia, as we've mentioned. So this is a systematic review conducted by Sam Saidu in our group, 10 studies. And overall rates of de-intensification ranged from about 13 to 75%. So we can safely de-intensify medications, and there was no deterioration in HbA1c, hypoglycemic episode, falls, or hospitalization de-intensification. So it's safe to stop therapies when appropriate to do so, when patients don't need these therapies. So we really need a holistic, individualized approach in managing people with multiple long-term conditions. We need to ensure lifestyle is optimized, as I've shown you. They need to be on early glucose-lowering therapies, multiple risk factor control with all the therapies that are available. We need to avoid inertia, and where appropriate, try and incorporate the evidence-based therapies of SGLT2 inhibitors, so GLP receptor agonists in those with established or high risk of atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease, kidney disease, or heart failure. Because long-term, we want to reduce risk of microvascular and macrovascular complications and adding further multiple long-term conditions in these patients. So in summary, I think multimorbidity is now a norm for people. It contributes significantly to health inequalities. And we need to now start thinking about how we can better support people with multiple long-term conditions. Rather than treating diabetes on its own, we need to manage people holistically rather than as a single entity. And we now know type 2 diabetes occurring at a much younger age, and patterns of multimorbidity will be changing. And so we need to think about new ways of working, multidisciplinary approaches on how to manage people with long-term conditions and prevent further clusters of multimorbidity occurring. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kamlesh. This was a recorded. I don't know whether Dr. Kamlesh is logged in for Q&As. Okay. I think we'll move on to the last lecture of the session. And we have an excellent speaker with us, Dr. Sudhir Bhanda. And just a brief about Sudhir Bhanda. He's a clinical endocrinologist at Life Fourways Hospital in Johannesburg. He's an honorary consultant at the Charlotte Maxke Johannesburg Academic Hospital. He's the associate lecturer at the University of Witwatersrand in the field of internal medicine and endocrinology, and the student of philosophy at the Vedanta Academy in India. So over to Dr. Sudhir Bhanda, and he'll be addressing us today on diabetes, the role of culture and ethnicity. So, Dr. Rudra, to you.
Thank you, Dr. Sanjay, and greetings from South Africa. I just want to confirm that you can hear me and see my slides on the screen.
Yes, we can. No problem.
Okay. Thanks again for this opportunity. It's more of a personal interest talk and a little less academic than the previous talks. It's a tough act to follow when you're speaking after Professor Kunti. We had the pleasure of meeting some time ago, and we discussed some of these issues over pizza in Rome. The idea of this talk was based on my personal experiences in a country where we have a high prevalence of diabetes and a multi-ethnic society. But the whole idea of lifestyle and culture is a topical one. So this talk is a little less physiological or pharmacological and a little more political and philosophical to instigate thought and perhaps some action. It's a critical thinking piece more than anything else. So we've seen diabetes spread across the world. And, when we were younger, 30, 40 years ago, we used to talk about diabetes as a Western pandemic. And now it's spread across the world. And what I argue is that it's very prevalent in the so-called Eastern philosophical countries of the world, like China and India, where culture was a completely different idea to what we know today. What we call a Westernized culture is completely different from that. Now, this article is a commentary. It's written in the Lancet, and I would invite you to have a look at the details of the article. The Art of Medicine looks at diabetes and race in the USA. And if you look at the history of diabetes since the late 19th century, it offers us what we call a cautionary tale about how judgments about guilt and innocence and assumptions about whose bodies are civilized and whose are primitive can become baked into framing medical disease. The example is in the old days, minorities would suffer more diseases like infectious diseases like TB, pneumonia, yellow fever, smallpox. So diabetes was seen in those days as a disease of civilized people, and cancer and heart disease were amongst those. And then when we started seeing diabetes increase in minority groups, the allegation in the past prior to that was that patients in minority groups were immune to diabetes because they had alleged racial inferiority. But when that diabetes started presenting itself in ethnic groups or minority groups, then they went to theories of hunter-gatherer genes, suggesting that our bodies are more primitive. Now, this is not a judgment on anyone. I'm just giving you the history of things and how certain ideas can become embedded in our language of medicine. Because when you go through it then, and this is a nice summary taken out of a high-impact journal, Nature Reviews Endocrinology, the top list is defined as non-reversible risk factors here. And I would argue that, look, older age, genetics are certainly, and family history are non-reversible risk factors. I think socioeconomic status is something we need to think about. It's something that is reversible in the long term, but may take some time. And then to put non-white ancestry as a risk factor there, I understand where the scientific paradigm comes from, and I'll explain that in a second. But when you start labeling being of an ethnic origin other than Caucasian as a risk factor, there's an undertone which doesn't sit very well. There's something inferior about being born non-white. And you got to look at the socioeconomic context in which disease happens. There may very well be some genetic differences, but what influences the expression of certain genetic risk is ultimately environment and our interaction with it. And these remain the most modifiable risk factors. And I think we don't give it as much attention as we need to, because we tend to over biomedicalize a problem and purely look for pharmaceutical approaches. And I think there's a balancing scale that needs to be looked at. So ethnicity is relating to large groups of people classed according to a common racial, national, tribal, religious, or linguistic background. And the definition of culture I'll go through is something we need to look at very, very deeply, because if we say modern culture is to do everything modern, and this is modern civilization, then I would ask the question, what do we mean by civilization? Is it not a more mature, objective way of life? Or is it simply that technology is advanced, so we got to take in everything? If everybody is drinking soft drinks, should we also drink soft drinks and just call it culture? It's a question that needs to be asked, and we need to investigate that properly. They're disturbing numbers. I mean, you look all around the world where ethnic minorities exist. African Americans above the age of 20 years have higher rates of diabetes, of diagnosed and diagnosed. If you look at in America, the Latino, Hispanic groups have higher rates of diabetes, 5th leading cause of death for Asian Americans in diabetes. And American Indians are 3.5 times higher, have a higher risk of diabetes-related kidney failure. Now, in South Africa, here, our data is not great, but certainly in our national guidelines, it's the Asian and so-called colored population. Colored is an unfortunate term we use in this country for people of mixed racial origin. And this is from the old slave trade that occurred pre-apartheid era. During those times were the mixings of certain populations, and this group of people in especially the Cape area are called colored population. And we see in these mixed ethnicities higher prevalence of diabetes. And then when you look around the world as well, if you look at the prevalence of diabetes of ethnic groups living in the US versus the countries of origin, once a certain ethnic group is in the United States, the rates of diabetes are higher. So certainly it's the environment playing a big role there, what we call a westernized culture. But then when you look at the prevalence of diabetes in various US ethnic groups, I mean, you'll see that it's higher in the ethnic groups versus Caucasian population, suggesting that there may be a genetic predisposition in ethnic groups versus the Caucasians. And surely that needs to be investigated and understood better to develop better treatments or precision medicine. But then we're not emphasizing the lifestyle part. So the Western lifestyle being adopted and through migration has led to what we call, and I was interested in this word, acculturation, so a loss of a culture. And it's important to be aware of that. So this new lifestyle, what we call westernized, is a diet of reduced fiber, increased consumption of animal fats, and processed carbohydrates. We call it a westernized diet. The problem I have with this is that we've so normalized it that all our studies and search for solutions to diabetes is still done in the context of a westernized diet. And my question is, if a population has been acculturalized, then what was in their culture that worked for them to prevent diabetes? And why are we not investigating that and putting it into public health policy more effectively and change this westernized diet then? Because if it's not working, why do we persist with it? And it's a bugbear of mine because we see it in this country as well, which is why I got involved with more advocacy work in things like sugary drinks tax and food labeling, etc. And then socioeconomic factors continue to play a role. Minority groups around the world are marginalized. There's racial and ethnic disparities which affect socioeconomic factors, and then the actual stress of urbanization, migration, and belonging to a minority group. When you take a person out of a village where they lived a very different type of culture in union with nature, where discussions with elders to resolve problems was a part of the culture, and you put them into a city where you're isolated, you have to fend for yourself, and the culture is competition and getting ahead, these patients experience a lot of stress. And we know that stress can physiologically increase risk of diabetes, worsen outcomes, and indirectly through bad behavior modification can worsen or increase the risk of diabetes as well. And then it seems that certain ethnic groups are more predisposed to obesity, and that genetic predisposition is under study. But we do see, for example, in the Pima Indians, that diabetes is occurring at younger ages in certain minority groups. And that is diabetes without islet cell antibodies, normal insulin and C-peptide, suggesting a type 2 diabetes in younger and younger people. So this is just a slide I've put up as an example. If you look at the traditional diet of Japanese, it was fish and vegetables until the end of the 19th century. And when they go into Los Angeles or other parts of the US, the succeeding generation of Japanese Americans changed from a traditional diet to a diet containing many complements. So what happens, and we see it here too, people come from the village into the city, and then there's the snacks between meals, the soft drinks, constantly eating. We don't need to do that, and we should not culturalize that as normal. So obviously higher fat, sugar, and sodium and calories in those diets. So if we're going to look at how to approach diabetes in certain minority ethnic groups or ethnicity. Yes, the genetic factors need to be studied, and I'll just highlight that in the next few slides. But on this side here, I think we need a revolutionary change into how we approach this part here, because what we need to do is we cannot go into this nutritionism where cultures have existed, understanding what a relationship with food means. We should be extracting that knowledge rather than turning it into an academic exercise and applying that knowledge to reverse diabetes. And perhaps those old cultures have knowledge on lifestyle that can be implemented in policy that governments can use rather than more academic. I think philosophy is necessary in medicine these days. And then obviously the combination of these two seems to lead to truncal obesity and fat distribution, which seems to be the common pathway in ethnic groups that is at higher prevalence. And then insulin resistance and beta cell dysfunction occurs. And we get this pandemic of what we now call diabesity, a combination of obesity and diabetes. And we see this in terms of the genetic studies going on, and I'm sure Professor Kunti has a lot more research on this, where you're starting to identify certain genes that increase the risk or odds ratio of diabetes. And this will lead to later, perhaps more specific treatments or help us decide which of our existing treatments we can apply with better precision to our patients. But that's the pharmacological approach, and it will continue. For all the evidence that's been identified, the most common pathway seems to be still this positive energy balance, favorable adiposity genetic alleles, which favor weight gain around the belly. We see it amongst the South Indian population here in our area of Durban, called KwaZulu-Natal, where Indians had migrated during the slave trade, and they have very high prevalence of diabetes and aggressive cardiovascular outcomes, negative outcomes, which is seen in South India as well now. And I believe Professor V. Mohan is doing a lot of work in that space. But we got to look at the Eurocentric nature of these genetic studies. This is an actual quote taken from this article, and perhaps look at more individualized studies within our regions to understand these pathways better. This here is already known to most people. I mean, the colors here are a combination of the colors here on the palette. And what it's suggesting is that there's combinations of different issues like obesity, insulin action, insulin resistance, adipose tissue dysfunction, inflammation, and fat distribution, and beta cell function in varying proportions in individuals that may play a role in the excessive risk of diabetes in certain ethnicities, and this should be studied more. What you see here is that generally Asian Indians tend to have more insulin resistance, less insulin sensitivity versus European Americans. And this may help us suggest that, you know, any intervention that helps with that aspect. There was a nice talk earlier showing how some of these molecules may have variants in effect because of a predisposition to more insulin resistance. So we need to apply our minds when we're seeing our patients in terms of individualizing therapy according to the person in front of you, and perhaps genetic profiling and precision medicine in the future will be useful. So I've already highlighted this sort of approach in terms of the management of patients with diabetes. I'm talking particularly about ethnic minorities now, but this here should be implemented early. We need to encourage our patients to perhaps even looking at getting back into a cultural type of diet. That's simple advice that doesn't need a lot of resources, doesn't need a lot of intervention. It's something they know already, something they understand, but the difficulty may be providing access within the new areas they're in. And that's something we need to think about. And beyond pharmacological intervention, we need to look at public health policies to reduce the discrepancies in socioeconomics, discrimination, access to care for ethnic minorities as well. Last few slides are more political, philosophical commentary. Is we need to look at these kinds of models of environmental exposures and social stresses in communities. And tribal communities, when I say this or highlight this type of slide, is not suggesting we must go back to some tribal type of life, but we need to extract the information that is useful and apply it into modern civilization in a technologically advanced world. And that is possible. Take what is useful, reject what isn't, and make the rest your own. I think this is very important. Some of these reviews have highlighted the social determinants of health and diabetes, and everything from socioeconomic and political context to social class, gender equality, ethnicity I've highlighted here, including housing, sanitation, access to food, natural food. These are the things that need to be addressed if we are going to curb the pandemic of diabetes across the world. It is no longer a disease of the West, of the affluent, of Caucasian patients. It's not just more aggressive in ethnic minorities. It's a global problem that needs a global solution. And I don't think we must miss the opportunity to highlight the need for the introduction of a new culture, because it's the interaction of the human with the world that is critical in this pandemic. We are advancing very rapidly at the scientific level. Our guidelines are changing, consensus statements are changing based on new science. And unfortunately, in today's world, a lot of the science is driven by pharmaceutical industries. There's very little independent science. So we have to play in this game, but we've got to maintain our independent objectivity and ask how we can use real culture to help human beings make better decisions in a world where it's difficult to make choices correctly. And that, I think, is very important. So to finish off in the last 2 or 3 minutes that I have left is the idea of culture and various definitions, ideas, customs, and social behavior. But the one that I got through my studies in India has been that culture refers to a group of people living in a geographic region for a long period of time. But the critical part is respecting certain values of a higher life. And what are those values? Those are the values that help us choose better. This is the foods of nations of the past, natural food coming from our environments. And this is what it looks like today. And it's marketed to put pressure on people to buy the stuff through vanity and sensory gratification. We know that there is a design to these junk foods that the companies have hired scientists and psychologists to create an addictive nature to these products. And these serve no higher value. They actually hurt human health at the end of the day. And then what happens is we go into this kind of nutritionism where we create products through scientific understanding of what food ought to be, but that doesn't help because, one year you hear less fat, the other year you hear less carbs, but inculcating an objective relationship with just food that comes from nature and improving agriculture and those practices may be the solution ultimately. We have become very sedentary, and is this evolution or not? And how do we activate people? Professor Kunti just showed that being active can add a few years to your life. For the sake of time, I won't go through this whole narrative, but this was a story written by a tribal ancestor in the USA, and he's highlighting we used to grow our food. Now, of course, times have changed, but certainly we could get our farmers to assist with perhaps a more natural food. In the last 2.5 minutes, this is a sensitive slide. These are the actual pictures of slaves brought from India to South Africa to work on the sugarcane plantations, which served the colonizers in the UK who couldn't grow the sugarcane in their country because the climate wasn't conducive, and African slaves brought. Now, prior to this, diabetes was not known in these groups. These people worked on the sugarcane plantations that helped the lords make a profit. And that same sugar industry, unfortunately, exists in the corporate world now as the junk food industry, which we don't call out. We've culturalized that Western life as normal, and our people are now suffering from diabetes, having incorporated that as a normal culture. It's a big philosophical question, and we must not acclimatize to it. So ultimately, to get to a better level, I think we need to look at a question in medicine on the fundamental values of life, value systems, where work with an unselfish attitude, which is not just about a corporate type of approach for productivity and profit that serves a human need. We need collective direction as a species on the globe in our individual countries. Objectivity is necessary, working to duties and not just selfish rights, giving and not taking. Understanding that the universe and nature has given us enough to have a healthy life, and we just need to perhaps simplify, is a discussion that needs to be had. these values were no more better practiced than some great humans here on the slide who had interactions with India and South Africa, as Mahatma Gandhi and Nelson Mandela, and depicted as very lean and healthy, I might add. And I think this discussion is very necessary if we are to curb not just diabetes in minority groups and different ethnic groups, but as a humanity on this globe. Ubuntu is an African philosophy of I am because you are, and it's something that definitely, I think, needs some investigation. So beyond our science for the body with evidence-based medicine and precision medicine, and beyond policies which regulate the do's and don'ts like taxation, my summary for this talk is if we are to deal with diabetes in our groups, then we need to aim to help humans develop self-efficacy, self-sufficiency, self-actualization, a conversation not happening as it should in terms of the proportion of it. And I'll leave you with this final slide, which is a quote from the great Swami Ramatirtha, who was a philosopher and mathematician in the 1800s. And I'll leave that for you to read. The facts and figures are merely trickery. Fables and fictions is mere gossamer. Let's go inward to our own knowledge systems and let's use that to develop a new narrative to change the trajectory of diabetes. I hope this has encouraged some critical thinking for you, sometimes deemed controversial, but I think it's the need of the hour. And from here, we can work on solutions. I thank you for the platform.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sudhir. I think these were three absolutely outstanding, thought-provoking, state-of-the-art lectures. We are extremely thankful to Dr. Leszek, Dr. Kamlesh Kumti, and Dr. Sudeep for very thought-provoking and inspiring talks. I think I have one question for Dr. Leszek, if he's still around. Okay, can't. Okay, so in that case,
no, he's there. Leszek is there. You just ask. I'm sure he will unmute himself. Otherwise, we can have the next session with the final remarks.
Yes, so we'll move on to the keynote lectures, and I invite none other than the Secretary of Diabetes India, Dr. Banshi Sabu sir, and Dr. Mithun Bhartia and Dr. Rakesh Parekh to chair the session. Dr. Banshi Sabu sir needs absolutely no introduction because he is he's the absolute face of conferences in India and even internationally now. Dr. Banshi sir, please take over for the keynote lectures.
So, Purvi, what we have decided whether we will get first Dr. B. Mohan or Dr. Michael Nock?
I think Dr. Nock is right here. So, sir, is that okay if you can just unmute yourself and also switch on the video? We can have your talk first.
Dr. V. Mohan talk is recorded once, so you just ask Michael Nock whether he's comfortable now or will he be joining little later.
No, that's fine. I'm fine with starting.
Great.
So I have
that's great.
I have to share my screen, I guess.
No. Before that, Neelam is sharing your CV. Dr. Purvi, please introduce Dr. Michael Nock. Then we are really thankful to him that he could join live and giving talk for our World Congress of Diabetes India.
An absolute honor for me to introduce Professor Nock, who has particular research interest in the role of gastrointestinal peptide hormones, incretins, GIP, GLP, and the rest in the physiological regulation of metabolism and has volumes of work in the field. He has contributed pivotal studies proving a therapeutic potential of GLP-1 in type 2 diabetes, also contributed to the development of incretin-based glucose-lowering medications such as GLP-1 receptor agonists and inhibitors of DPP-4. Additional areas of interest include spontaneous hypoglycemia, pancreas transplantation, cardiovascular complications, and so on and so forth. His scientific contributions have been honored with several awards, including the Ferdinand Bertram Award in 1993, the Werner Creutzfeldt Award in 2007, and the Paul Langerhans Medal of 2012 of the German Diabetes Association. He has served as a reviewer for all major diabetes journals and published extensively in books and peer-reviewed journals, including original articles, and has been quoted more than 57,000 times. His age index is 102, and he has been a highly cited researcher. Was voted amongst that in 2019. Professor Nock is also a member of a number of professional societies, including the German, European, American Diabetes Association, and the International Diabetes Federation. Without much ado, sir, we welcome you to Diabetes India, and it's an honor to have you with us.
See. I think someone has to.
Alex, can you please give the right
sharing the.
Yes, sir. You can share your slides, sir.
Great.
So then please briefly confirm that you see the slide.
We can see that.
And you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can
Good.
hear you too.
So the topic you gave me was GLP-1 receptor agonist as treatment for NASH, fatty liver disease. Here are some disclosures, and this is my agenda. And I thought it was appropriate that I first introduce GLP-1 receptor agonists. As you know, they are derivatives of the parent compound GLP-1, which is a linear peptide amidated and is subject to proteolysis through DPP-4. And all the GLP-1 receptor agonists, starting with the natural product exendin-4, they do not have this sequence that is attacked by DPP-4, and they have some feature for prolonged pharmacokinetic profiles. For example, liraglutide and semaglutide have a free fatty acid promoting binding to albumin, and others are large molecules with GLP-1 attached, and the large protein guarantees a very slow elimination from the circulation. So semaglutide and dulaglutide can be used as once weekly injections. Albiglutide was made the same way, but it is no longer available because the company believed it was not competitive on the diabetes market. We have to see that the degree of effectiveness in lowering HbA1c is different between different agents. So generally speaking, the short-acting agents, exenatide and lixisenatide, they have weaker effects on HbA1c, and the long-acting ones have the stronger activity, with the exception of albiglutide. And one agent sticks out, and that is semaglutide, because it gives you the greatest reduction in HbA1c, and even a novel oral formulation is able to have substantial effects on HbA1c. All these GLP-1 receptor agonists, on average, make the patients lose body weight by 3-4 kilograms for most of them. Here, we do not see this systematic difference between short and long-acting agents. Albiglutide, again, is very weak in its activity to lower body weight, and semaglutide sticks out. So even the oral form, it gives you a better reduction in body weight compared to injectable GLP-1 receptor agonist. And with semaglutide, we have gotten used to weight reductions in the order of 6 to 7 kilograms on average, however, highly individually variable. We have also learned about the mechanism. So what you can see here is patients with NASH or NAFLD versus controls. And you can see that if you give them a test meal or a glucose tolerance test, then the GLP-1 response in those with fatty liver disease is reduced. And it doesn't make a difference whether you take patients with NASH or NAFLD. They have pretty much the same reduction in GLP-1 secretion, whatever that means. GLP-1 and the GLP-1 receptor agonists have the ability to not generally access the central nervous system, but there are spots like the arcuate nucleus in the hypothalamus and some areas in the brain stem where there are receptors indicated by these spirals. And within the arcuate nucleus, that's probably the most important part of the brain where body weight is regulated, there are receptors on certain neurons producing POMC and CART, and they interact with NPY neurons, which raise appetite, so they are inhibited, and there is some stimulation of the parabrachial nucleus in the brainstem, and there are some other influences from the area postrema where also these receptors are found. And that is the main reason that we see reductions in body weight. And what that means is that if you are exposed to one of these agents, and here I'm talking about the high dose of semaglutide for treatment of obesity, that will dramatically reduce your energy intake. And if you eat less calories, that will lead to weight loss automatically, even if there is no other change. And that means after a period of treating with semaglutide high dose, the original energy intake is reduced much more than with placebo. And when you ask the subjects when they have been exposed to semaglutide, then they will say they are less hungry, more full, more satiated. They don't want to eat that much. And then there is an overall appetite suppression score. So a high value indicates better suppression. And all these factors are influenced in a significant manner. And because that is so, the diabetes drug GLP-1 receptor agonists has also been tried in clinical studies in patients with obesity, but without type 2 diabetes. And typically, and this is a study about semaglutide, you see more women participating in obesity trials. They have a body weight of 105 kilograms to start with. Many have pre-diabetes, which means IGT or impaired fasting glucose. And a number of these patients will have non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. So every obesity study, in a way, is also a fatty liver study. And now you see with this high dose of semaglutide that the patients over a period of more than 1 year lose approximately 15% of their original body weight. So this is more than what you have seen in diabetes trials, and that may be due to the fact that they are non-diabetic subjects and also the high dose. And what that really means is that you get patients to targets like minus 5% of original body weight, more than 85%, more than 10% reduction, 70%, more than 15% reduction in half of the patient, and even minus 20% is a realistic goal that we can expect. And a side effect of these studies was that it was observed that semaglutide here given daily and will reduce liver transaminases, suggesting that there is a beneficial effect on steatosis and the like. And this will lead to the normalization of ALT, for example, over a period of 52 weeks in up to almost half of the patients, depending on the dose, the higher doses being more effective. And this has prompted dedicated trials of GLP-1 receptor agonists with the aim of reducing intrahepatic triglyceride. So one of the studies, the earlier studies, was with exenatide BID, and the reference treatment was just according to guidelines, and usually magnetic resonance imaging and magnetic resonance spectroscopy is used to measure intrahepatic fat, and that was done before and after exposing these subjects to exenatide or control treatment. And what you now can observe is, yes, exenatide makes the subjects lose weight. In this case, it was 5.5 kilograms. The HbA1c change was not so much different from the reference treatment, which was state-of-the-art glucose-reducing treatment. And however, only with exenatide, not with lowering glucose in other ways, there was an improvement in hepatic triglyceride content. The normal value usually is assumed to be below 5.6% of liver weight. And then they also subdivided into subgroups and found out if you lose less than 5% of your body weight, then with exenatide, you don't have a reduction in triglyceride. If you, however, lose greater than 5% body weight with this treatment, then your chances of reducing your liver fat is great. And meanwhile, numerous such studies have been performed, and they are displayed here. And this is taken from a recent review that was has just appeared in print. And you can see, especially those starting with very high levels of intrahepatic triglyceride, they have a major reduction. And the reduction correlates with the degree of body weight lowering in those studies. A smaller effect, but again, relying on the body weight reduction that is observed, is also seen with SGLT2 inhibitors. And with pioglitazone, which has a major effect on intrahepatic triglyceride, it's the other way around, because that's probably target engagement. Those where pioglitazone is very effective, they usually gain a little bit of weight, and those who gain more have the better effect on hepatic triglyceride. But in fact, it is not only about fat in the liver, it is about the other changes that are typical for NASH and different stages of fatty liver disease. And for those, usually histology is needed. And in one study of liraglutide versus placebo in patients with non-alcoholic steatohepatitis, you can see the effect on body weight, again, like 6 kilograms weight loss, on HbA1c, on liver enzymes, and I'm not talking about the lipids and blood pressure in this circumstances. And the histological results were reported in this table. So there are many more patients with a resolution of non-alcoholic steatohepatitis, 39 versus 9%, relative risk 4.3, significant. And when you look at the components, ballooning, 61 versus 32%, significant. Steatosis, improvement in 83 versus 45%. Inflammation was not changed very much. And fibrosis, there was a much lower proportion of patients where during the period between the first and the second biopsy, there was a worsening, while that occurred in 36% with placebo. However, the difference in improvement, it was 26 versus 14%, was not significant. And another study now with semaglutide, again with daily administration of semaglutide, thus the lower milligram doses that you see here, has been performed, and you see patients with high body mass, 35, 36. Many of those have diabetes, but not everyone. This explains the HbA1c in the diabetic range. They have elevated liver enzyme levels, and they have all stages of liver fibrosis, but very well matched between the groups. And what these people found, that is regarding the primary endpoint, and now you have to carefully listen, the resolution of NASH with no worsening of liver fibrosis. So that means you have less triglycerides, less ballooning, and so on. And the patient must have no progression of fibrosis in order to be counted here. And indeed, in a somewhat dose-dependent manner, the semaglutide-treated patients had a higher percentage reaching this primary endpoint. However, if you want to go further and ask for evidence for the improvement in liver fibrosis stage, and at the same time, no worsening of NASH, that was a secondary endpoint, there was no real pattern. And although perhaps overall this was reached in a higher percentage with semaglutide treatment, this difference was not significant. And when we now look at various studies that have reported steatosis and fibrosis in studies with GLP-1 receptor and SGLT2 inhibitors, you see the improvement in steatosis in all the studies where a placebo control was available. And you can see the progression of fibrosis in the two studies that I've shown you with placebo, which was more or less reduced substantially with the treatment of GLP-1 receptor agonists. As a supplementary method, elastography has very often been used. And when you use, this is an ultrasound method, then you can estimate steatosis from the signal that you measure. And again, you see a reduction in the signal for steatosis when you treat with semaglutide. In this case, the study with liraglutide showed a similar trend, but that was reported as not being significant. I'm not talking about the SGLT2 inhibitors. And when it comes to fibrosis, I have shown you the histology results of that study. Then apparently there is progression with placebo and improvement with semaglutide treatment, and similar differences in the liraglutide trials. So this contradicts in a way the fibrosis data we have seen from the histology in the same study, but in a way it's also complementary. In the end, I want to talk about possible mechanisms explaining the resolution of steatohepatitis and fibrosis with GLP-1 receptor agonists. And one message is important to me. And here I show you a study that probably is not correct in indicating that you can detect GLP-1 receptor messenger RNA in normal livers and at a reduced expression rate in subjects with NASH when you take liver biopsies. And the same here was shown at the protein level. I think there is general agreement that the human liver, certainly hepatocytes, do not express GLP-1 receptors. And what does this tell us? It tells us that we have to assume that any effect of GLP-1 receptor agonists on the liver must be indirect. And the first mechanism is the weight loss that I have talked about, which will reduce adipose tissue mass. And if you have a reduced adipose tissue mass, that means the fat cells can no longer release as many free fatty acids and glycerol, which could be a substrate for building lipids in the liver. Also, it means that the adipocytes will not produce as much of some of the cytokines that adipose tissue usually produces. So you have less inflammatory signals to the liver. We also have direct effect on inflammatory cells, and that will reduce the highly inflammatory M1 macrophage subtype and increase the less inflammatory M2 subtype. That will result in reduced IL-6 and TNF-alpha formation in these macrophages, which may reside in adipose tissue. And that again will have less inflammatory input into the liver. And also we have the stimulation of insulin secretion and the reduction in glucagon secretion. We have effects on the gut resulting in much lessened absorption of triglyceride in the form of chylomicrons, and insulin and glucagon will impact on the regulation of metabolism in the liver. And I think this taken all together is a very helpful approach to treating fatty liver disease, and considering that patients with advanced fatty liver disease are also at risk for cardiovascular complications. When you use GLP-1 receptor agonist for this kind of treatment, at least there is no dedicated study on that, but I think it would be reasonable to assume that this will also protect from cardiovascular complications that are commonly associated with fatty liver disease. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Nock, for that masterclass in fatty liver disease and GLP-1 receptor agonists. It was indeed, it was eye-opening and very, very beautifully explained. So thank you for that. I have one question, sir, for you. If you have to prioritize just one or the other, GLP-1 receptor agonists or SGLT2 inhibitors, which one would it be?
So among the GLP-1 receptor agonists, I would probably choose semaglutide because it has the greatest effects, both on HbA1c and especially on body weight. And among the SGLT2 inhibitors, although I cannot be sure that this was a chance finding, I like empagliflozin because of its reduction in mortality.
Great. So thank you for that. And thanks again for joining us today at Diabetes India. Indeed, a wonderful session. And we appreciate your presence and doing a live lecture. But in the future, we'd love to have you here in person with us as well.
That would be nice.
Absolutely. So we move on to the next talk for the evening, and that's Professor V. Mohan, sir. So introducing the international expert from India, Dr. V. Mohan, sir, is a moment of huge pride and privilege and honor. He's the chairman of Dr. Mohan's Diabetes Specialty Center and president Madras Diabetes Research Foundation, Chennai. His main research interests are epidemiology of diabetes and its complications, genomics, and precision diabetes, to name the least. He's been conferred fellowships from all the 4 Royal Colleges of Physicians and all 3 Science Academies of India, including fellowship of Indian National Science Academy. He's received over 190 awards, including the Dr. B.C. Roy National Award by the Medical Council of India and the Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Centenary Award for Excellence in Biomedical Research from the ICMR, and the highest award for biomedical research in India. In 2018, he also received the Dr. Harold Rifkin Award from the American Diabetes Association, and he is the first Indian to receive so. Recently, he was also conferred with the Fellowship of the Royal Society of Edinburgh from the Royal Society of Edinburgh. Published over almost 1,500 papers in peer-reviewed journals and textbooks, and has more than 160,000 citations and an H-index of 140, ranked amongst the top 2% of scientists in the world and highest ranked scientists in Tamil Nadu by Stanford University, and among the top 0.1% researchers in type 2 diabetes by Expertscape et al. He has also been conferred the Padma Shri from the Government of India in 2012 and is an author of Making Excellence and Habit, published by Penguin India, which is also a bestseller. Without much ado, he's a wonderful human being, and let's hear it from him. We have his recorded lecture, and I request RX team to play the same.
I would like to thank Team Diabetes India, particularly Dr. Banshi Sabu, Dr. Arvind, and others, for inviting me to give this talk. Unfortunately, I'm not able to attend in person, but I'm happy to give this talk virtually, a recorded talk. I would also like to thank Boehringer Ingelheim for sponsoring this talk. The topic of my presentation is diabetic cardiomyopathy outcomes, implications from Emperor Preserved study. You may be wondering why in a diabetes meeting we are talking so much about heart failure. And the reason for that, of course, you all know, is that we now have a class of drugs, the SGLT2 drugs, which have become the drug of choice for heart failure. And of course, diabetes has a lot to do with heart failure, as we will see. If you look at the global burden of the global burden of disease study, the GBD study, and if you look at the CV deaths in the Indian population, I am also associated with this particular study. In 1990, only 15% of the deaths were due to cardiovascular disease. But by 2016, this had increased to 28%. It's almost a doubling. With that, the communicable diseases came down, non-communicable disease went up, and CV death alone, more than a quarter of all the deaths. And of course, these numbers are very rapidly increasing. So if you do this now in 2022, you'll probably find it's much more. It's probably more than 30 or 35% now. The national health policy goal is to reduce the premature deaths in India by 25%. So if we have any drug which can reduce CV deaths, obviously that will be of interest to us. This is a paper we published in Heart Asia some years ago, where we made the point that type 2 diabetes and cardiovascular disease share a common soil. In other words, if you look at the risk factors for diabetes and cardiovascular disease, many of them are the same: age, male gender, South Asians are more prone to it, family history, physical inactivity, unhealthy diet, obesity, low birth weight, inflammation, hypertension, dyslipidemia. All these are associated with both diabetes, not to mention psychosocial stress and smoking. These are associated with both diabetes and CVD. And therefore, any attempt that we make at treating diabetes will have a beneficial effect on CVD and vice versa. Now, this is more recent data from the UK Biobank, where they have looked at the risk of CVD in South Asians and Europeans. Now, we have known for a long time that South Asians in general and Indians in particular are more prone to cardiovascular disease. But has this changed over time is something which is always worth looking at. And this is 2021 data showing that if you look at the risk of CVD in South Asians and compare them with Europeans, if you look at coronary artery disease, the hazards ratio is 2.3-fold higher in South Asians. 2.31 is the incidence per 1,000 patient years in the European population, whereas it's 5.12 in the South Asians, more than double. If you look at heart failure by itself, again, there is a hazards ratio of 1.83, which means that there's an 83% increase in heart failure in those of South Asian origin compared to Europeans. So there's increased risk that we have for both CVD as well as heart failure has not gone away. If anything, it is increasing. Now, if you take a prototype of an Indian patient, a typical patient that you and I will see in our clinic, 60-year-old male, non-alcoholic, non-smoker. So 2 of the risk factors already gone. Diabetic for 10 years, hypertension for 20 years. And on asking, this person says, yeah, I do get a little bit of breathlessness on exertion. Often they won't tell you unless they are in frank cardiac failure. They may not tell you, but if you ask them, yeah, when I climb stairs, I feel terribly breathless. BMI is 29, that means he's obese. The waist is 95, that means he has central obesity. Blood pressure currently normal, but then he is taking amlodipine, hydrochlorothiazide, telmisartan. So 3 drugs already for hypertension. Now he is on metformin 1 gram and glimepiride 2 milligrams BD along with a statin, rosuvastatin. Let's look at his biochemical parameters. HbA1c is 8.1. Clearly for a 60-year-old, this is not well controlled. Fasting also slightly elevated. LDL seem to be okay with the rosuvastatin. You may argue that it should be lower in Indians, but at least it is below 100. Serum creatinine is 1.2, but the eGFR seems to be okay, 69 ml per minute. However, the patient does have urinary albumin excretion of 220, so he has microalbuminuria, moderate grade. Exercise test was done, a treadmill test, and it was positive. The CT angiography was done, and it showed 70% stenosis in the LAD artery. Echocardiography showed evidence of slightly reduced LV ejection fraction, 58%, with grade 2 diastolic dysfunction, which is very common in India, by the way. We are just completing a study looking at the Scottish population, UK population with the Indian population. And this diastolic dysfunction is much, much more in our population when you age match them, duration match them for their diabetes and so on. Now, my interest in diabetic cardiomyopathy was not now after the SGLT2 drugs came. This is a paper I published in 1981. This was part of my MD thesis. I was then working as a postgraduate in Madras Medical College under Dr. Thanikachalam. And we had taken our patients from our center to the Government General Hospital in Madras Medical College to do, at that time, there was no echo. Echo came after 81, after I finished my MD. We used to do what's called as the systolic time intervals. And by doing the PEP by LVET ratio, we could show that if you look at the duration of diabetes, you can see a very large number of people having subclinical diabetic cardiomyopathy, which of course we called it diabetic cardiomyopathy because there's evidence of LV dysfunction. But this was by a very crude method, which was available at that time. But what I'm trying to say is that more than 30 years ago, we have already shown that there is diabetic cardiomyopathy in India and evidence of heart failure. Probably this is the first study from India. And as I said, it's part of my MD thesis. Now, here is a study which shows that 46% of people with type 2 diabetes have left ventricular diastolic dysfunction. It's a study, it's a meta-analysis of 27 echocardiography-based studies. And as you can see, the prevalence is 0.46, which means that 46% of people with type 2 diabetes have left ventricular diastolic dysfunction. Now, this is actually based on a echo-based study and therefore much more reliable than the systolic time intervals, which I had reported earlier. Now, if you look at those, the heart failure, as you know, can be there with a preserved ejection fraction, what is called as the HFPEF, or with a reduced ejection fraction, which is called as the HFrEF, or the reduced ejection fraction. And we just compare and contrast these two, and you should know this very well. The preserved ejection fraction usually occurs in older people, whereas the reduced ejection fraction is more in younger people. Females have more of the preserved ejection fraction. The reduced ejection fraction is more in males. And of course, look at this: hypertension, diabetes, history of coronary artery disease, renal failure, obesity, all associated with both. There are some, like chronic lung disease, which is associated with the preserved ejection fraction and not with the reduced ejection fraction. Now, if you look at the prevalence of undiagnosed heart failure in those who have diabetes, type 2 diabetes, and who are aged more than 60 years, 1 in 4 people, 25%, may have previously unknown heart failure. So you'll have to look for it. It's not going to come and announce itself to you. You have to look for it. You have to use sensitive techniques, which we'll talk about later. So if you look at all patients, about 22% have the preserved ejection fraction heart failure, and 4% have the reduced. So obviously, the reduced ejection fraction is a more severe disease, and therefore, smaller percentage of people. It's like saying microalbuminuria or proteinuria as compared to renal failure, with EGFR down and creatinine high. Obviously, that will be the end stage, isn't it? So therefore, still significant percentages here. Look at males. It's almost 7% having a reduced ejection fraction. That's why I said this is more common in males, whereas the preserved ejection fraction is more common in females, as I mentioned earlier. Now, what are the clinical signs of heart failure? I'm very nice to go through this, because this is what we learned in our 3rd year, 4th year, and final year MBBS, and things have not changed. Specific signs of heart failure: we are taught that elevated jugular venous pressure, JVP, a hepatojugular reflux, a third heart sound or a gallop rhythm, and a displaced apical impulse. These are all signs of heart failure, and they have not changed over the years. What are the symptoms of heart failure? Breathlessness, of course, orthopnea. So you're not able to lie down and you develop the symptoms. PND, paroxysmal nocturnal dyspnea, is one of the first things we're taught when we go to the 3rd year clinical medicine posting. And reduced exercise tolerance, of course. Fatigue, not commonly recognized as a sign of heart failure, but symptom of heart failure, but that can be there. Of course, ankle swelling due to the edema. So you can have both signs and symptoms, but you must look for objective evidence. And what is that objective evidence? First of all, simple things. Start with the 12-lead ECG. It may not show you anything, may show an LVH. Transthoracic echocardiography, excellent. It will pick up heart failure. It will also tell you the ejection fraction. So it will tell you whether it's a preserved or the reduced ejection fraction. Chest X-ray, still good. I still use it. I still measure the cardiothoracic ratio, the CT ratio. The CT ratio is more than 0.5, very crude, but it still tells you the patient is in heart failure. And then today, the natriuretic peptide, about which we'll talk about, the pro-BNP and the BNP, are very good measures of heart failure. Of course, you should do the other tests like a complete blood count, kidney function test, electrolyte, thyroid function, often associated with cardiomegaly, glycemic lipid profile routine, and then iron, because the anemia or iron deficiency can also be associated with heart failure, particularly in a country like India. Now, let's talk about the use of this natriuretic peptides, or NP. NP should always be used in conjunction with other clinical information. Don't take it in isolation, because sometimes you can get a false positive or a false negative results. Also remember that obese patients have lower natriuretic peptide levels, and therefore, if you use a very high levels to diagnose heart failure, you'll miss it in obese people. So you'll probably have to use half the levels in obese patients. A patient with dyspnea, this NP testing or natriuretic peptide testing has a very high diagnostic accuracy. It also has high prognostic accuracy for heart failure events in people with stable heart failure. So if you find that the BNP or the pro-BNP are increased, then the prognosis is not very good. In patients with CV risk factors, screening for these peptides may help to allow for target measures to prevent development of heart failure. Of course, you can also use it for therapy to decide whether an SGLT2, for example, can be given. And both BNP and NT-pro-BNP are equally good. We were earlier using BNP, now we have switched over to the NT-proBNP. Now, why should we know all this? Because in the ADA standards of care, the 2022 guidance, that means the latest guidance, they are very clearly saying that in a person with type 2 diabetes, if there is evidence of atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease or of very high risk, then either a GLP-1 receptor analog or an SGLT2 can be used, or both also can be used, okay, in this group of patients. But look at this. If there is heart failure, clearly the SGLT2 coming right on top, because the GLP-1 receptor analog do not have any effect on heart failure. So the SGLT2s have been proven to be beneficial in this particular group. Now, if you look at the three groups of drugs shown here, metformin, SGLT2 inhibitors, and the GLP-1 receptor analogs, of course, they have different efficacy, different hypoglycemic effects, and weight change, and so on and so forth, renal effects, and so on. But if you look at just the cardiovascular effects, as far as metformin is concerned, heart failure is neutral, doesn't have any benefit. ASCVD, not proven, but maybe it is useful. But look at SGLT2, definite benefit proven with the SGLT2 drugs. And for heart failure, with all the drugs, EMPA, CANA, DAPA, and ER2. But for ASCVD, EMPA and CANA stand out to be better. So you can see that EMPA is there in both. It's the one drug which can be used for both. And of course, the GLP-1 receptor analogs have no effect on heart failure. They may have some benefit for ASCVD, particularly dulaglutide, semaglutide, and liraglutide. How do the SGLT2s work? They work on three particular sites. First is they work on the preload reduction. Then they work on the heart itself, on the myocardium, and then the afterload reduction as well. So you know that cardiac failure can be preload or afterload or effect on the myocardial function itself. On all the three, SGLT2s are shown to be better, and therefore it results in improved cardiac structure and function. Now, these are old data, which all of you know from 2015 onwards, where you can see that if you look at empagliflozin, and it offers very early risk reduction benefit for CV death in those with ASCVD and type 2 diabetes. This is the EMPA outcome trial, where you can see this is the placebo arm and this is the EMPA arm, and you can see when the graphs are beginning to divide. Just when you start giving, within the first 28 days or 1 month itself, you can begin to see the graphs divide, which means that there is a reduction in the events which occurs very early. No other drug has actually been shown to do this, including any other drug which has been used in the past. Now, do Asian patients respond as well? If anything, it is even better. If you look at the overall study population, hazards ratio is 0.62, which means that there is a 38% reduction. Look at the Asian group, it's 0.44, which means there's a 56% reduction. So Asians are doing better. And of course, you would have seen our paper in the diabetes care showing that the SGLT2 drugs do better in Asians, including Indians. Now, let me just now move on to the Emperor preserved study. So very few studies have looked at heart failure in those with preserved ejection fraction. And what they did in this trial was they took patients with heart failure, but with left ventricular ejection fraction more than 40%. So we had the empagliflozin arm as well as the placebo arm. And then we had a primary endpoint looking at the time to first event of adjudicated CV death or adjudicated heart failure, hospitalized heart failure. And then there were secondary endpoints, including some of the renal events as well. It's called as CKD-EPI. Now, if you look at the those with the reduced ejection fraction and the preserved ejection fraction, this is the baseline demographics of this group. Well, to be honest, there were some statistical differences between the groups. Naturally, when you look at those with the reduced ejection fraction, they are a little bit more severe. So look at their pro-BNP, NT-pro-BNP, higher than those with the preserved. And again, certain other things are a little different between these two groups. But having said that, these differences are very marginal. You can see 70.1 years, 72, very, very small differences between the groups. But the point that I'm trying to make here is that empagliflozin showed consistent efficacy both in the group with the moderately reduced ejection fraction, 41 to 49%. So everybody had above 40, but then it was further subclassified into ejection fraction between 41 to 49, which is called as moderately reduced ejection fraction, and more than 50, which is preserved ejection fraction. And you can see the hazards ratio, 0.71 here, showing that there's a 29% reduction, statistically significant between the placebo and the empagliflozin arm. And if you look at those with the preserved ejection fraction, a similar difference, 17% reduction, again, statistically significant. And the numbers needed to treat are given here, 21 and 42 cases. Now, if you do a sub-analysis, now a stratified analysis, what we call as, and if you look at it, males, females, was it significant? Now, anything on this side of the unity line there means it favors empagliflozin, and if it comes on that side, it favors placebo. So you can see males and females are on this side. We have diabetes, now no diabetes on this side. EGFR, more than 60, less than 60 is on that side. Whether they had a history of atrial fibrillation or flutter, it made no difference. Irrespective of what stratified analysis you did, it favored empagliflozin. That means across the board, empagliflozin was effective. Now, next question that you'll ask is, were there any side effects? Because, this euglycemic ketosis and all that has been talked about with the SGLT2 groups. What about hypoglycemia? Look at ketoacidosis, 0.1% empagliflozin, 0.2 in the placebo. So no difference at all. Similarly, with hypoglycemia, no difference at all. So virtually no difference between the two groups. And therefore, of course, you'll find a little bit more gentle infection that we know, 2% and 0.7%. So that is slightly more, but otherwise no other significant differences. So therefore, after this trial was over, the Emperor Preserved trial was over, 2021, you can see that right from the Charm Preserved trial, there are different drugs which have been used for treatment of heart failure and preserved ejection fraction. Candesartan is used, perindopril, irbesartan, spironolactone, and Arni, all have been used. Now, a new drug added for the treatment of heart failure with preserved ejection fraction, a completely new group of drugs being used. And you can see that the hazards ratio for the benefit was probably the risk reduction. You can see that minus 21%. All the others are 8%, 5%. These are the regular treatment for heart failure, which cardiologists and physicians have had all these years. The highest was only 14%. Now we're getting 21% reduction, risk reduction with empagliflozin. So it's, apart from being a diabetic drug, it has now turned out to be a superb drug for treatment of heart failure. Now, again, if you look at now, if you add that data onto this and look at all the data for EMPA that we have for treatment of CV death or hospitalization for heart failure, these two endpoints, if you take, if you just have type 2 diabetes and your CV risk is low, there is a reduction in the CV death and hospital heart failure. If you have just atherosclerotic heart disease, it works. If you have atherosclerotic heart disease with prior CV event, it works. If you use heart failure with preserved ejection fraction, it works. If you take with moderately reduced ejection fraction, it works. And if you have with markedly reduced ejection fraction, it works even better. So as the risk increases and you get more and more severe heart failure, the reduction also improves. Naturally, this is not so. People may ask, so shouldn't we use it in those who are normal? That doesn't mean anything at all. It is still having effect there. Now, it's like if your starting HbA1c is 11%, you will get a 4% reduction if you use any drug. If starting HbA1c is 8% or 7.5%, you will get only a 0.5% reduction. It depends on the baseline, isn't it? So similarly, if you have severe heart failure, it works much better. Whereas if you don't have it, it still works. So empagliflozin can be used in any type 2 diabetic patient from the time of diagnosis till late stage, and irrespective of the severity of the heart failure. And therefore, it is not surprising that the American Heart Association, American College of Cardiology, in their recommendation 2022 guidelines, I'm giving you all the latest guidelines. Look at this. Their recommendation is in patients with type 2 diabetes, this is hypertension general population. We are concerned with type 2 diabetes. In patients with type 2 diabetes in either established CVD or at high cardiovascular risk, SGLT2 inhibitors should be used to prevent hospitalization for heart failure, period. They've given it like that, black and white, they have given it. And these are not by the Diabetic Association people, but this is by the American Heart Association, American College of Cardiology. And this is for primary prevention for patients at risk for heart failure. This is to prevent heart failure. What about those who already have heart failure and preserved ejection fraction? Again, the guidelines are very clear. In patients with heart failure with preserved ejection fraction, SGLT2 can be beneficial in decreasing heart failure hospitalization and cardiovascular mortality. The writing on the wall is very, very clear. So with that, I would like to thank the organizer.
Thank you. After those two brilliant talks by Professor V. Mohan sir as well as Dr. Michael Nock, we move on to the diet talks from the US. We have 4 legendary speakers, and to chair the session, may I invite with honor Professor Dr. Shashank Joshi sir and Dr. Sanjay Reddy sir to take over, please. Professor Dr. Shashank Joshi sir needs no introduction. He is also a Padma Shri awardee and right at the forefront of India fighting the COVID-19 pandemic. And Dr. Sanjay Reddy is a consultant endocrinologist from the city of Bangalore, and also the organizing chairperson for Diabetes India.
Thank you, Purvi, for your kind words. Probably the most sought after speaker on planet Earth is Professor Ralph DiFranzo. You know, if Banting and Best was the people and scientists of the 19th century, of the 20th century, if somebody has made some landmark seminal contributions in type 2 diabetes treatment, it is Professor Ralph DiFranzo. I know him because of my mentor, Professor Sri Nair, and he came to India in Mumbai long time back. And after that, he's become an honorary Indian citizen. We would have loved to have you over here, sir. And he's no stranger to Indian audience. We all know that he's the chief of diabetes division at the University of Texas Center, Texas Diabetes Institute, at the Banting Award. We all know the DiFranzo's octet, DiFranzo's laws. But today, you know, he has been an active proponent of combination therapy in type 2 diabetes and how it has changed. And he has some cutting edge science, and what and how we treat diabetes today is what he had envisioned probably a decade and a half back. Ralph, we know that time is no limits for you, and you're always there for science, education, and research. You really are a mentor to many, and your path-breaking research has paved the way how people with type 2 diabetes live a better life today and a complication-free life. Over to you, Professor Ralph DiFranzo.
Okay, Professor Joshi, you are very, very kind. So it's a great pleasure to be joining you. I am not the computer whiz kid. My diabetes knowledge is a lot better than my computer knowledge. So let me see if I can get the screen up to share with you. This is always a problem for me. Oh, I can see. This is going to be a problem.
So Ralph, we can see your screen now.
Oh, you can?
Yeah, so we can. So you just need to get your slides uploaded now.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do.
I know.
There we go. Combination therapy.
Yes.
And let's see here. Okay, I'm getting closer.
Yeah.
Mute participants, new share, post share.
Slides.
Can you see the slides at this point?
Yeah, we can see them in the slides order, Ralph.
Yeah, what I'm trying to do now is to share, start at the beginning.
You can go on the right-hand corner below and just click on the slideshow.
Yeah.
You can go
That's
there.
what I'm trying to do.
Yeah.
Stop share, you're sharing screen, new share, pause, reconnect. Oh. I'm just trying to get this. It says, usually it comes up play from the beginning, and I don't see that right now.
You can go on to slideshow, which is right next to animations.
Yeah, I just don't see that on my screen. It normally comes up.
It's right there.
You can go on the top, Ralph, where slideshow is written. Click on that, and then you can just click on the slideshow there.
Yeah.
I can. Yeah. So after tell me view, you can see slideshow there on the top. Yeah. After animation is slideshow. Yeah. Slowly. Play from current slide. Yes. Almost.
Did that work?
Absolutely. Yes. Bingo.
Miracles do happen.
Yes. All yours, Ralph.
All right. Thank you. As I said, it's a great pleasure to be with you, even though it's long distance off here. Maybe next year, if we can clean up this coronavirus, I actually can get on a plane and fly to be with you. So we're going to talk about early combination therapy. And I have to say that this is a very appropriate topic because for the first year, if you look at the 2022 ADA guidelines, for the first time, there actually is a recommendation to consider early combination therapy in type 2 diabetic patients. And the recommendation is based on two references. One is our own edict study, which I'll review with you toward the end of the presentation. And the second is the Verify study from Dr. Del Prado. So even the American Diabetes Association now has come to recognize that there is a role for early combination therapy. And what I'm going to do is to hopefully set the scene from the pathophysiologic standpoint, translated to the clinical standpoint, as to why combination therapy will be effective. Now, the one thing that you will not find in any of the guidelines is a consideration of the choice of medication based on the pathophysiology. And Dr. Yoshi and Dr. Reddy know well that I'm a strong believer that you need to pick drugs that are going to correct the underlying etiologic disturbances. And if you don't, you're not going to be very successful. So when I gave the Lilly lecture in 1987, our understanding of what caused type 2 diabetes was really quite simple. And I referred to it as the triumvirate. We know that the liver is insulin resistant. And this insulin resistance in the liver is manifested by an overproduction of glucose throughout the sleeping hours. The diabetic wakes up in the morning, they're going to have their breakfast, then lunch and dinner. The carbohydrate that's in the meal is taken up in the muscle. But now because the muscle is resistant to insulin, you get postprandial hyperglycemia. And then you can see here at the top, you really don't develop type 2 diabetes, even though insulin resistance is present, unless your beta cells start to fail. So as I said, in 1987, this was a pretty simple portrayal of the pathophysiology of type 2 diabetes. But when I gave the Banting lecture in 2008, I titled it From the Triumvirate to the Ominous Octet, a new paradigm for the treatment of type 2 diabetes. So the three pillars, of course, are still present: insulin resistance in the liver, lower left; insulin resistance in the muscle, lower right; beta cell failure, upper left. But now we need to add at least 5 other players. So the fat cell initially is your friend. You overeat, you put calories into the fat cell, and for a while they'll stay there and they won't hurt you. But if you continue to overeat, you fill up the fat cell too much, the fat cell becomes resistant to insulin. You start to break down the triglycerides, and then you release the FFA into the bloodstream. And elevated FFA exacerbate the insulin resistance in liver and muscle, promote beta cell failure. Now at the top, the gut is a giant endocrine organ. It releases 2 very important incretins, which we're going to talk about in some detail, GLP-1 and GIP. GLP-1, when you ingest a meal, is stimulated, and it accounts for about 70% of the insulin that's secreted in response to a meal. And we know that your beta cells in the upper left have become resistant to GLP-1. And I think everybody who's listening in knows that we now have pharmacologic approaches to reverse or overcome the insulin resistance. At 9 o'clock here, you can see the alpha cell. Dr. Unger showed many, many years ago that your alpha cell hyper secretes glucagon, and that elevated glucagon drives hepatic glucose production throughout the sleeping hours. To the far right at 3 a.m. is the kidney. And we showed many, many years ago that the reabsorptive capacity for glucose of the kidney is markedly increased. And we now have drugs, the SGLT2 inhibitors, which in fact I actually invented back in the 90s, that will reverse this defect at the level of the kidney. And then here at the level of the brain, we know that there's dysregulation of the appetite. Our diabetic patients overeat, and when they overeat, they become insulin resistant. So if you really understand the pathophysiology, and I could probably add a few more defects as well, the point to be made here is that there are many, many problems, and no one drug can correct all of these problems. So when you start to pick drugs, in my opinion, you're going to need multiple drugs in combination to correct these multiple defects. And when you're selecting drugs, you should be selecting drugs that are based on known pathophysiologic disturbances. You can't just pick drugs that lower the A1C, but don't correct the underlying pathophysiology. If you do that, and I'll show you what those drugs are in a second, with time, the efficacy is going to wane. And then I think you need to start very early in the natural history of the disease before you start to lose beta cell mass. So Dr. Robert Turner in the United Kingdom prospective diabetes study showed us many, many years ago what would not work. And you may be a little bit surprised at what I'm going to show you now. So Dr. Turner was a very good friend of mine, and he really believed that if you took newly diagnosed type 2 diabetic patients with a A1C of 7, and you put them on a single oral agent, and the two medications we're going to look at are sulfonylureas and metformin, the A1C would come down, and it would stay down for the longevity of that patient's life. So in this study, there were about 4,500 individuals, and they were divided into three groups. One group got conventional therapy. This is diet and exercise. You see the A1C rose progressively. Dr. Turner showed this was all due to beta cell failure. A second group got glibenclamide, a sulfonylurea. It binds to the sulfonylurea receptor, and the beta cell kicks out insulin. A1C comes down, you see in the first year, but then there's a progressive rise in A1C thereafter due to progressive beta cell failure. And this is probably what's going to be surprising to you. The third group is metformin. Contrary to what you have been taught by your professors, metformin is not an insulin sensitizing drug. Metformin gets into muscle through the organic cation transporter, and the organic cation transporter does not exist in muscle. So metformin can't get into muscle. There's no way it could be an insulin sensitizer in muscle. It inhibits gluconeogenesis at the level of the liver. Fasting glucose comes down. But because it is not a true insulin sensitizer and it does not affect beta cell function, there's a progressive rise in A1C. So Dr. Turner showed us many, many years ago that on a long-term basis, neither sulfonylureas or metformin are going to be successful. Nonetheless, this is a landmark study. Why? Because this 1% separation in A1C between the conventional and the two treatment groups resulted in a 37% decrease in microvascular complications. And this was really the first demonstration that good glycemic control was important. So let's now move on and let's take a look at the drugs that really work. So here now you see the thiazolidinedione class of drugs, which is one of my favorite classes of drugs. I've been using pioglitazone for many, many years and have continued to do so. And you can see whether it's pioglitazone or rosiglitazone, and we no longer have rosiglitazone in the US, a very different picture than what happened in the UK PDS. The initial drop in A1C differed because the study designs were different, but whatever that initial drop was, the A1C remained decreased for upwards of 6 years. Now, why is this? So I'm sure that everybody knows that pioglitazone, which I'm going to focus on for a while, is a very potent, in fact, it's the only true insulin sensitizing drug. But if the A1C comes down and stays down, that drug, pioglitazone, must have a big effect on the beta cell. And in fact, we've studied this extensively. And the most important action of pioglitazone, it's not its insulin sensitizing effect, it's its effect to preserve beta cell function. So if we come back now to the ominous octet, you can see that TZDs are going to be very effective in treating our patients. Why? They correct for the problems. They correct the insulin resistance in the liver. They correct the insulin resistance in the muscle, lower right. They correct the insulin resistance in the fat cell, upper right. And they improve beta cell function, upper left. We also know from the proactive study, which is a big study involving over 5,000 individuals with a previous cardiovascular event, who were randomized to pioglitazone in orange or placebo, that there was a highly significant reduction in recurrent cardiovascular events. It was 0.84. And we also know from a more recent study, the IRIS study carried out by Drs. Kernan and Inzucci, if you take non-diabetic, I want to emphasize that, non-diabetic individuals who had a previous stroke or a TIA, and you then randomize them to pioglitazone or placebo, you can see over a course of 5 years, the orange curve for pioglitazone sits above the yellow curve for placebo. So what's plotted on the y-axis is the cumulative probability of event-free survival. And you can see here the hazard ratio is 0.76. Now, in this study, the mean A1C is 5.8. So over half of these people actually didn't even have prediabetes. The majority of them had normal glucose tolerance. And what I can tell you in a follow-up paper that Dr. Spence, Kernan, myself, and Zuccio published, that a dose of pioglitazone of 15 to 30 milligrams was as effective as a dose of 45 milligrams. Let's now turn our attention to the incretins. So I mentioned earlier that when you give glucose orally, as compared to giving glucose intravenously, you get a much larger rise in the plasma insulin concentration. And when you ingest glucose, that GLP-1 and GIP that come out, those incretin hormones, account the bottom two lines for about 60% of the insulin that's secreted during a meal. Now, in people with type 2 diabetes, they secrete sufficient amounts of GLP-1 and GIP. The problem is that they're very resistant to the GLP-1. And of course, as everybody knows, and we're going to go into this in a little bit more detail in the next couple of slides, the beta cells in people with type 2 diabetes is resistant to GLP-1. And we now have developed a number of incretin hormones to address this problem. So the very first incretin hormone that we had was exenatide, short-acting, which we give BID. And then we developed liraglutide, Victoza, which is once weekly. And then it was once daily. And then we have the once weekly drugs, exenatide by Durion. We have dulaglutide, Trulicity. More recently, semaglutide. We now have an oral semaglutide. It's called Rybelsus. And people now are now working on hybrid combinations of GLP-1 with glucagon or GLP-1 with GIP. And as many of you may know or may not know, this combination drug GLP-1 GIP, tirzepatide, was just this week approved by the Food and Drug Administration in the United States. And I'll show you some data with tirzepatide in a few moments. So if we now come back to the ominous octet, what do we know in terms of pathophysiology? Well, GLP-1 by giving it back in a pharmacologic dose, is going to overcome the resistance at the level of the beta cell and markedly increase insulin secretion. And this is, in fact, the major mechanism of action of this class of drugs. We're going to inhibit glucagon. The increase in insulin and decrease in glucagon shuts down hepatic glucose production. GLP-1 works on the brain to promote weight loss through decreased appetite. And when you lose weight, you improve insulin sensitivity in muscle. They're not direct insulin sensitizers in muscle, but the weight loss leads to an improvement in insulin sensitivity. So you can see we are going to correct 6 of the 8 problems. This is going to be a fantastic class of drugs for treating our diabetic patients. Now, until this week, of the approved drugs in the United States, the 2 most potent ones were semaglutide and dulaglutide. And in the left 2 bars, I've shown you the comparison of the 1 and the 1.5 milligram doses for these 2 drugs, which are comparable in milligrams. And you can see that semaglutide is a little bit more potent in dropping the A1C, 1.8 versus 1.4. And then if we look at the right-hand panel, which shows the change in weight, again, semaglutide is a little bit more potent. Now, I want to just take a moment to tell you, it really doesn't make any difference which GLP-1 you use. Yes, it is true that some are more potent than others, as I've shown you here, but all of these drugs are fantastic drugs. So the worst one is a great drug, okay? The next better one, I would say, is a world-class drug. And then the top one would be a universe drug. And then, as I'm going to show you, tirzepatide, I don't know what gets bigger than the universe, but tirzepatide may be bigger than the universe. So here, I'm going to show you to the left the change in A1C with 3 doses of tirzepatide, 5, 10, and 15 milligrams, compared to semaglutide, 1 milligram, with more efficacy. So if you're starting with an A1C of 8.5 to 8, and I drop you by 2.3%, you are in fact getting the A1C close to 6, which is really pretty close to normal. And now if we look at weight loss, and this is now in kilograms, you can see at the top dose, we're losing about 11 kilos more potent than the semaglutide. But please note that this is the 1 milligram dose of semaglutide. And for now weight loss, we can go up to over 2 milligrams. So this difference is not quite as pronounced in terms of weight loss as we see here to the right. Nonetheless, tirzepatide, which, as I said, is a hybrid combination of GLP-1 and GIP, is a very, very potent anti-diabetic agent. Now, these drugs also have very important cardiovascular effects. So if we start from left to right, and we look at liraglutide in liter, if we have individuals who have had a previous cardiovascular event, you can see hazard ratio 0.87, 13% reduction in recurrent cardiovascular events, statistically significant. If we look at SUSTAIN 6 with semaglutide, again, hazard ratio 0.74, 26% reduction, significant. The Excel study didn't quite reach statistical significance, p-value 0.06 with exenatide once weekly, but this study was confounded by drop-in of SGLT2 inhibitors. And if you then look at the people who did not receive an SGLT2 inhibitor, exenatide once weekly was statistically significant. And then to the right, we have the REWIND study with dulaglutide, further advanced because this showed, in fact, if you look at people with risk factors, people who had yet to have their cardiovascular event, we also see a beneficial effect. So it really didn't make any difference which of these GLP-1 receptor analogs we look at. They're really all quite powerful. Now, I know that a lot of people like to use DPP-4 inhibitors. I'm not amongst those people. So this is a head-to-head comparison of sitagliptin in left in yellow, and then liraglutide in orange. And you can see that the liraglutide is clearly more potent in dropping the A1C. I might also say that these are the best data that I've ever seen in drop A1C with a DPP-4 inhibitor. Now, if we were to use a head-to-head comparison with semaglutide or tirzepatide, these newer drugs would be even more powerful in terms of separation of A1C. And if we look at the cardiovascular studies with the DPP-4 inhibitors, they're all neutral. They really don't give you any cardiovascular benefit. So I'm not a big proponent of DPP-4 inhibitors. They have modest efficacy. They are, of course, quite safe, and they do not provide any cardiovascular protection. So let's now take a look at the SGLT2 inhibitors. So as I mentioned, invented this class of drugs. All of the early work was done with fluorescein, and then I worked with Bristol Myers Squibb and eventually AstraZeneca to bring dapagliflozin to the marketplace. But these are excellent drugs, and they are correcting this novel pathophysiologic defect that we demonstrated at the level of the kidney. So the kidney's reabsorptive capacity is markedly increased. The threshold for spilling glucose into the urine is markedly elevated. And when I treat you with an SGLT2 inhibitor, I lower that threshold, you spill glucose into the urine. So high glucose levels impair beta cell function and they cause insulin resistance. So as the glucose disappears in the urine and the blood glucose comes down, we reverse glucotoxicity, we improve beta cell function and insulin sensitivity. We get a nice drop in the A1C. Because we're losing calories in the urine, we get weight loss. Because the drug works on the kidney, we can use the SGLT2 inhibitors with any other class of drugs. These drugs block sodium as well as glucose reabsorption in the kidney. You get a little natriuretic effect, so you get a nice drop in blood pressure. A very important safety benefit is no hypoglycemia. Now, in addition to these very beneficial effects in terms of glycemic control and weight loss, improving insulin resistance, and a number of other factors, one might also expect these drugs to give you cardiovascular benefit. And in fact, we know that they do. So let me first just come back to the ominous octet. You can see at 3 o'clock, the major mechanism of action of these drugs is on the kidney. As the glucosuria is initiated and the glucose comes down, you remove glucotoxicity and insulin sensitivity in the muscle improves and beta cell function improves. So let's now turn our attention to the cardiovascular benefits. So the very first study was carried out with empagliflozin, and in the first panel, you can see the MACE endpoint. In order to get a drug approved for a cardiovascular intervention in the United States, you have to show a significant benefit on the MACE endpoint. This stands for Major Adverse Cardiovascular Events. There are 3 of them: non-fatal MI, non-fatal stroke, and mortality. And in fact, the hazard ratio is 0.86, highly significant. If you look in the middle here, this is mortality, dramatic reduction, 0.62, highly statistically significant for the this 38% reduction. And then if we look at hospitalization for heart failure, hazard ratio 0.65, again, highly statistically significant. And I am not going to show you the data with dapagliflozin and canagliflozin, ertugliflozin, but they're very similar to what I've shown you here. So really quite marked cardiovascular benefit, quite marked drops in A1C. And then we also know that these drugs are really very, very effective in preventing the progression of chronic kidney disease. So the original studies were carried out with canagliflozin in Credence, and the endpoints were halving of your GFR, doubling of your serum creatinine, and progression to end-stage renal disease, as well as a cardiovascular combined endpoint. And you can see in Credence, hazard ratio is 0.66, highly significant. And if you now separate the cardiovascular benefit from the renal benefit, both were benefited. Now, if we come over here to DAPA-CKD, very similar data, even more greater reduction, 44%. But what was unique about DAPA-CKD is that it included diabetic as well as non-diabetic patients. So we know that, in fact, that these drugs, the SGLT2 inhibitors, work from the standpoint of the diabetic as well as the non-diabetic patient. So I believe that we need to have a pathophysiologic based algorithm. I'm not a big sort of advocate of the American diabetes approach. So I'm going to show you my algorithm, the Franzo algorithm. Of course, this must be the correct one, okay? So yes, lifestyle is always a very important cornerstone. But then we start with triple therapy right from the beginning. And that triple therapy, I like pioglitazone. It's the only true insulin sensitizing drug. I like the SGLT2 inhibitors, but metformin could also come into play here. And I like the GLP-1 receptors. So I'm going to come back and show you the EDIC study in a few moments. And my goal is to get the A1C to 6.5. And in fact, I'm going to show you, if you start with combination therapy right from the beginning, and we have now data from the EDIC study for upwards of 6 years, you can achieve that goal of getting the A1C down to less than 6.5. So the EDIC study stands for Efficacy and Durability of Initial Combination Therapy in Type 2 Diabetics. And this study was carried out in newly diagnosed patients. So of course, they're drug naive, they're new onset patients. It's actually quite large study for a 6-year follow-up. I'm going to show you the 3-year data, but we now have data upwards of 6 years, 318 patients. And one group, half of the patients, are going to receive initial combination therapy with metformin, pioglitazone, and exenatide. So when we started this study, the SGLT2 inhibitors were not available, and exenatide was the once weekly GLP-1 receptor agonist. So of course, we now have the SGLT2 inhibitors. We have more powerful GLP-1 receptor agonist. The second group was the standard ADA approach, the standard worldwide approach. I start you on metformin, and you are going to fail because metformin really has no effect on the beta cell. And when you fail, we're going to add glipizide. And as I showed you earlier, glipizide in the UK PDS, and in fact, in all other studies, does not have a long-term durable effect on the beta cell. So the A1C starts to rise. And then when you fail, we add glargine insulin. Now, the goal of the endpoint of therapy in this study was the number of subjects with an A1C less than 6.5 after 3 years in the triple therapy versus the conventional therapy. Now, again, I just want to point out that once your A1C rose above 6.5, you failed. So, of course, if you're failing when the A1C is above 6.5, you're not going to see huge differences in the A1C between the two groups. The primary endpoint is how many people kept their A1C less than 6.5. So let's now take a look at the results in the EDIC study. The conventional therapy, which is in yellow, initially in the first 6 months, they really did quite well. The starting A1C was 8.8. And it dropped very nicely, not as well as in the triple therapy, but you can see the triple therapy came down and it stayed down, whereas in the conventional therapy, the A1C started to rise. And at 3 years, the difference in A1C is 6.9 versus 6.1, which is highly statistically significant. But the primary endpoint of this study is shown here to the right. It's the number of people who maintain their A1C less than 6.5 after 3 years. Well, you can see that in yellow, this is the standard ADA approach. There's progressive failure, and at 3 years, over 50% of the people had an A1C that was above 6.5 and it failed. This is in marked contrast to the triple therapy group, and in whom 70% of the people who were still very well controlled, meaning an A1C less than 6.5. Now, if we look at carotid intimal medial thickness, it progressed in the conventional therapy, and in the triple therapy, it did not progress at all, a highly statistically significant difference. And carotid intimal medial thickness is considered to be a very good marker of atherosclerotic disease. If we now look at some of the other risk factors for cardiovascular disease, a big drop in triglycerides in the triple therapy group compared to the conventionally treated group. This is to the left. If you look at HDL cholesterol, it went up really quite markedly in the triple therapy group and decreased modestly in the conventional therapy group over 3 years. And again, if you look at blood pressure, a highly statistically significant of about 7 systolic in the triple therapy group. Now, what about the pathophysiology? If we now look at the Matsuda index of insulin sensitivity from the OGTT, you can see quite dramatic improvement in insulin sensitivity. Not surprising, because pioglitazone in this group. In the group treated with metformin, sulfonylurea, no improvement in insulin sensitivity. If we now look at beta cell function, so this is the increment in C-peptide during the OGTT divided by the increment in glucose, all factored by how insulin resistant you are. No improvement in beta cell function in the conventional therapy, whereas in the triple therapy group, dramatic improvement. So not surprisingly, this is going to translate to a more sustained, preserved reduction in A1C. Now, Dr. Abdul Ghani, who was a very important co-investigator with me in this Edict study, also carried out a big study in Qatar called the Qatar study. And in this study, as opposed to the Edict study, in Edict, we looked at new onset diabetics. We're going to look at poorly controlled diabetics who've got long-standing disease. And these people were on sulfonylureas and metformin. And again, it's a pretty big group. There are 251 of these individuals. And then they have an A1C greater than 7.5. And I'm going to show you that the numbers were a lot bigger than A1C greater than 7.5, very high. And they're going to be randomized to exenatide and pioglitazone or to basal bolus insulin therapy. And the aim of the study was to get the A1C less than 7. So here are the patients in the two groups. Mean age is 52. Again, as in our Edict study, the people tend to be obese. But now here, a big difference. In Edict, these were newly diagnosed diabetics. Their duration of diabetes is 10 to 11 years. And you can see here, their A1C is even higher than in Edict. In Edict, it started at 8.8. Here, it's 10 and a very high fasting glucose. So these people are very, very poorly controlled for long duration. And you might think that these people would require insulin therapy. And that maybe the exenatide and pioglitazone wouldn't work so well. This just shows you the background therapy. So let's look at what happened. They start with an A1C of 10. Now, the basal bolus insulin therapy actually did pretty good over the first 18 months. In fact, the data from 3 years have been published and they're very similar to the 18-month data. So we got the A1C down to 7.1. And it was very difficult to get it below this because we started to see a lot of hypoglycemia. In contrast, if you look at the combination therapy of exenatide and pioglitazone, we got the A1C to 6.2. We got it less than 6.5, and it stayed less at year 3. Now, people might think that this is surprising. Because these people had such long-standing diabetes and such poor control. So we said, let's now take a look at those people who were symptomatic. I mean, they had polyuria, polydipsia, weight loss, okay? So here now are the people separated into the individuals who are symptomatic in orange versus the ones who are not symptomatic. So the people who are symptomatic, they had a starting A1C that's close to 12, okay? The ones who were not symptomatic, A1C is about 8.8 to 9. And you can see that it didn't make any difference which group you were in. If you got pioglitazone and exenatide, there was a very nice drop in both groups in A1C. And importantly, it stayed down at 18 months. And these data now have been extended. It stays down for at least 3 years. Now, most people would say, look, if you got a duration of diabetes that is close to 15 years and a starting A1C of 12, there's no way that therapy other than insulin is going to get the A1C down and keep it down. Well, in fact, we just showed you that if you use the right drugs, you in fact can get these people pretty well controlled. So in conclusion, combination therapy, it really works as long as you use the correct medications that correct the underlying basic pathophysiology that are present in our diabetic patients. So what are those medications? They're the TZDs, and the one that we've used is pioglitazone. The other ones are no longer around, although some newer TZDs just approved in China, and the GLP-1 receptor agonist. So this is my triple therapy approach. We, of course, would have done EDIC with the SGLT2 inhibitors if they were available, but they weren't. We always use a GLP-1 receptor agonist. Now, I personally use pioglitazone over metformin. I think Dr. Yoshi and Dr. Reddy know that I brought metformin to the US in 1995. So I like metformin. It's a good drug, but in my opinion, it's not as good as the other drugs. So these are my 4 good drugs. And we always start people on triple therapy. At a minimum, I think you need to use at least 2 drugs. And as I said, I prefer the 3 drugs. And again, if you read the ADA standard of care, 2022, the ADA has finally come out of the dark ages. I'm not sure they're yet into the 21st century, but maybe into the 20th century. And they do say, consider combination therapy. Well, I would like to see them say, yes, please do combination therapy and pick drugs. And this is very important, that correct the underlying pathophysiologic disturbances. So this is my last slide. I'm very glad that Dr. Joshi and Dr. Reddy asked me to join you today. I just hope that next year we can do this in person. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Ralph. As usual, you are simply outstanding. Sanjay, any comments?
Just rethinking how you keep changing based on data and your beliefs, the way we're going to treat. First, the pathophysiology, understanding of pathophysiology of diabetes is one which you gave across to the world, and now we're coming out with how to treat them with triple drug combination and using the right drugs. Thank you very much. It was very insightful, so as usual.
Thank you.
Ralph, one final question to you. Do you think that the era has come to use a quadruple combination? And what would be the difference of quadruple?
Well, if it was going to be quadruple, I would probably put metformin on board, because these are the 4 best drugs. I just like to get people to use 2 drugs. Going to 4, I mean, I would think I would have died and gone to heaven.
Thanks.
Okay. All right. Very, very glad to see you. If it's only on the camera, you're all my friends, and I've been to India many, many times. As you know, I have a number of Indian doctors who are part of our team. And so hopefully next year we'll be able to meet. And I don't know if you're coming to the American Diabetes Association.
Yeah.
Okay, then I'll see you actually in a couple of weeks in New Orleans.
Yes. 10 days from now.
Okay,
Sure.
very good.
Thanks,
All right.
Thanks.
I'm going to sign off, and thank you again for inviting me to join you.
Thank you so much for the outstanding talk. And then from one outstanding speaker, we have another legendary speaker, Professor Adrian Vela. Professor Adrian Vela is a professor of medicine at the famous Mayo Clinic. He's an outstanding clinician, researcher, and teacher by excellence. He has been under the tutelage of Professor Bob Rizza, who was the president of the ADA. And now he's the chief of the diabetes core group and the research chair for the whole division of endocrinology and metabolism. He has some very high impact cutting edge science papers in various spaces of metabolic medicine, in diabetes and vascular medicine. He has a huge interest in the genomics of prediabetes, pathogenesis of diabetes, and beta cell function. And he's also been investigating a lot of hypoglycemic issues. He's originally from Malta, but now is a part of United States at the Rochester, Minnesota Mayo Clinic. And he's a very close friend of India and a close friend of mine. And it's always a pleasure to listen to insights from Professor Vela. Adrian has been very insightful in some of his original cutting edge work. So whatever he will be presenting today, a lot of that would be NIH funded work at the Mayo Clinic done in his own lab, which is the Vela lab. And he's going to really give us an insight on how is it possible to look at halting pre-diabetes to diabetes. That's really the essence of his talk. Over to you, Professor Adrian.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. Thank you for the invitation. I apologize that in the beginning there was some difficulty getting connected, but thankfully it all worked out. Thanks to my good friend Dr. Shah, who managed to help with the vagaries of our network. Anyway, so I was asked to talk about the subject close to my heart, which is the progression of prediabetes to diabetes. And I think my career inspiration came from this slide, this figure, which was in a paper published by a friend of mine who was also in the Rizza lab. The reason for this research was done for other reasons, but basically this is taken from Olmsted County, which is where the Mayo Clinic is situated. And it shows that the higher your fasting glucose, the higher your 10-year risk of progression to diabetes. So if your fasting glucose is less than 100 milligrams per deciliter, your 10-year risk would be about 5%. Conversely, if your fasting glucose is 110 to 125, your 10-year risk is approximately 40%, which is high. But you could flip that on its head and say, well, 60% of these people actually do not develop diabetes. So why is it that some people progress and others do not? The other thing that I should show you, and it's good that I'm following on Dr. DeFronzo, is this slide which came from Dr. Rizza. Dr. Rizza always started his talks with this slide, and I've become almost like that too. In that, to highlight the differences between non-diabetic and diabetic individuals, you must note that although fasting insulin concentrations are higher in people with diabetes, it's clearly inappropriate for the higher fasting glucose, but then in response to a glucose challenge, the insulin response is delayed and decreased compared to non-diabetic individuals. Coupled with this is the fact that glucagon fails to suppress, in fact, may paradoxically rise. And this was always how I was taught to think about the pathophysiology of diabetes. So the factors affecting postprandial glucose concentrations are better understood than the factors affecting fasting glucose concentrations. But be that as it may, insulin secretion is probably one of the more important modulators. Insulin action, which is the ability of insulin to stimulate glucose uptake and suppress glucose production. Glucagon suppression, as I've already shown you. And then there's a phenomenon which is often neglected called glucose effectiveness, because glucose itself has an ability to suppress its own production and to stimulate its own uptake. And finally, gastric emptying, or the rate at which calories leave the stomach and get absorbed into the systemic circulation. And I use these 5 pathophysiologic pillars, so to speak, to help characterize insulin diabetes therapy. And when I'm discussing the use of rational combinations of drugs, I find this to be quite helpful. And I won't belabor the point too much because Dr. De Fronzo has made these points before me. Here, I've highlighted some of the compounds that have been used to try and prevent the progression of diabetes. So thiazolidine diones, acarbose, has been used to prevent diabetes. Interestingly, I haven't highlighted SGLT2s, but SGLT2s have never been trialed directly, although there is a ton of data in press currently from the use of SGLT2s in non-diabetic subjects and its benefits in preventing progression to diabetes. Anyway, so when we come to discussing insulin secretion and action, I always like to show this slide. So this is Concorde, this is HMS Ark Royal. Both of them have the same engines and the same number of engines. One does 35 miles an hour, the other one breaks the speed of sound. And the reason for that is obvious. Although they have the same power, insulin secretion in a sense, the weight of the two objects that are being moved is very different. And so, in a sense, the power to weight ratio of these two vehicles is very similar to insulin action and insulin secretion. You have to express one as a function of the other. And this concept was first formalized by my friends Richard Bergman and Claudio Cobelli. And these are typically the curves that are produced to express this hyperbolic relationship between insulin sensitivity and insulin action. So a normal person, in this case, in pregnancy, becomes more insulin resistant. But because they can secrete insulin appropriately, they remain on the normal curve. The people who actually become insulin resistant in pregnancy but cannot secrete enough insulin fall off the curve to the left, okay, and have gestational diabetes because they cannot compensate for the decrease in insulin secretion. And in fact, if you look at the relationship between insulin action and insulin secretion, you can see that normal subjects tend to fall to the left and downwards as they become glucose intolerant and then frankly diabetic. So this is to illustrate what we're really looking for when we measure beta cell function. Now, acarbose, surprisingly enough, has been shown to decrease the rate of progression to diabetes in prediabetes. This was the STOP NIDM trial. Unfortunately, after stopping acarbose, the placebo and acarbose groups started to coincide with the passage of time. And so this is an illustration of how you can, while on treatment, change glucose. You can change progression to diabetes based on glucose, but the minute you stop therapy, you actually haven't changed the natural history of the disease. So this is really the reality and then the myth in the sense that you're actually changing pathophysiology with this treatment. In terms of prevention of diabetes, the best study to date has been the Diabetes Prevention Program, which showed that lifestyle is more effective than metformin in preventing progression from impaired glucose tolerance to frank diabetes. And the benefits of lifestyle persisted for a lot longer than the effects of metformin. Again, metformin clearly was masking the progression, I'm sorry, I should go back one, was masking the progression of diabetes by treating it as it happened. With the passage of time, these two curves converged. So in a sense, it was effective while on therapy in decreasing the incidence of diabetes, but it hasn't really changed the natural history of prediabetes. Now, I show the diabetes prevention program for another reason, because several years later, my good friend Jose Flores actually used TCF7L2, which today remains the gene most strongly associated with common type 2 diabetes, and showed that people with 2 copies of the T allele were more likely to progress, this is the diabetes-associated allele, were more likely to progress to diabetes in this cohort. Metformin, interestingly enough, was as effective, i.e. there was no statistical significance in the difference between groups in terms of preventing progression. But in the placebo group, there was a clear effect of the TCF7L2 genotype on progression to diabetes. What's also interesting is that with lifestyle intervention, again, there was no genotype effect, i.e. lifestyle can overcome genetics in this circumstance. The other point that Jose made was that using relatively crude measures of insulin secretion, that the T allele was associated with impaired beta cell function. And that is true. In fact, in our hands, we saw the same thing, although the effect was a bit more marginal. So if you compare, you remember before I showed you the hyperbolic relationship between insulin action and insulin secretion, you can see that people homozygous for the diabetes-associated allele, their curve is shifted slightly to the left and downwards compared to the CC group. So for a given insulin action, in the presence of insulin resistance, there's slightly less insulin secreted in these people. However, what was more important, more germane to what I'm trying to say here is that in addition to defects in beta cell function, these people, interestingly enough, and unremarked upon before, also had defects in alpha cell function, manifest mainly as impaired suppression of glucagon in response to a glucose challenge. So it brings home the concept that in prediabetes, both beta cells and alpha cells are abnormal. This was not a study performed in people with prediabetes. These were frankly diabetic individuals, but basically the ADOPT trial showed that insulin sensitizers have greater durability of response long-term than do secretagogues. And I raise this because so far, clearly, we do not have effective therapy that changes beta cell function long-term while off therapy. The largest studies to date that have looked at pathophysiology have actually usually involved the sensitizer. In this case, the original thiazolidinedione, troglitazone. This comes from the tripod study with Tom Buchanan. These are people who had a history of gestational diabetes and who have a 50% 10-year risk of developing diabetes. And as you can see, again, illustrating the relationship between insulin action and insulin secretion, troglitazone, so the solid circles are baseline. The open circles are treatment with troglitazone. You can see that troglitazone, by improving insulin action, decreases insulin secretion. And by offloading the beta cell, so to speak, troglitazone prevented progression of diabetes in these people compared to placebo. And again, this is similar to what I was saying. What was interesting is in a subsequent study with pioglitazone, Dr. Buchanan saw the same effects. But what was interesting was that the decrease in diabetes incidence paralleled the initial reduction in insulin output produced by sensitizing the individual. So because insulin action improved, insulin secretion was able to decrease, and therefore this concept of beta cell rest or decreasing beta cell strain might have helped prevent progression of diabetes. Another study with another thiazolidinedione, this is the DREAM study, which showed that while on treatment, rosiglitazone decreased the risk of progression to diabetes compared to placebo. The unfortunate thing is these people were also randomized to receive ramipril or placebo. The unfortunate thing is that rosiglitazone, once it was washed out, the people who originally had received rosiglitazone started to convert to diabetes at the same rate as the people with placebo, implying that with the progressive passage of time, there were no long-lasting effects of thiazolidinedione on diabetes pathophysiology. The other thing, of course, is to consider the risk versus the benefit. So in DREAM, for example, congestive heart failure occurred in a significantly higher percentage of people receiving rosiglitazone compared to placebo. There was also an incidence of macular edema, et cetera, et cetera. So we have to consider the risk versus the benefit in terms of using these medications in pre-diabetes. This is a study with liraglutide, a GLP-1 receptor agonist, and the point to be made is that, again, it prevents the risk of, it actually clinically lowers blood sugars and would decrease the risk of progression to diabetes. But once you stop the medication, the effect starts to wane rather quickly. The converse is, can we do things to people with diabetes to improve their beta cell function? This data actually comes from Tom Wadden and David Kelly a long time ago. And they showed that in people with diabetes, independent of weight loss, if you restrict calories, you improve insulin action very rapidly. And this is the phenomenon associated with diabetes remission after bariatric surgery or after caloric restriction. So you can see, this is from my lab, in people with marked hyperglycemia, fasting glucose of 10 millimolars, 180 milligrams per deciliter, peak postprandial blood sugars of about 250 milligrams per deciliter, with 6 weeks of caloric restriction, 800 calories a day. You can see that their fasting blood sugars and their postprandial glucose concentrations almost normalize. And what's interesting is that with further caloric restriction, the effect stabilizes despite ongoing weight loss. And in fact, with bariatric surgery, you can predict whether diabetes remission is going to occur and be durable based on factors such as age, A1c at the time of surgery, number of medications, and whether they're treated with insulin, as to whether they're going to remit successfully from diabetes or otherwise. These are all factors that are likely to affect beta cell function. So again, to date, there is no clear evidence that we can change beta cell function independently of ongoing pharmacotherapy and medication. And indeed, this comes from the group in Copenhagen, where they exposed people post-bariatric surgery to secretagogues such as hyperglycemia, arginine, and GLP-1 and GIP, and showed that there's actually, before and after, there's actually no change in response of insulin secretion to supramaximal stimuli of beta cell function. So beta cell mass and function doesn't really change after Roux-en-Y gastric bypass. So I'll stop here. I'll say that islet cell function and insulin signaling are the primary regulators of glucose metabolism in humans. Abnormal glucagon suppression is an early change in the pathogenesis of type 2 diabetes. To date, there is no therapy that clearly changes the natural history of prediabetes progression. However, treatment can be indicated if people are considered to be at high risk of developing diabetes, if the clinical context justifies it. And there has to be a careful discussion of the risks versus benefits of early treatment in such situations. So I'll conclude there. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you very much for having me, and I'll be happy to answer any questions. I think the organizers will be pleased that I've given you back some time from Dr. De Fronzo. But there you go.
Sanjay, you there?
Thank you, Doctor. No, I'm there. No, my internet just went off. Sorry about it. Thank you, Dr. Adrian Vella, for this wonderful deliberation on halting the progression of pre-diabetes to diabetes, myths and realities, and ultimately with all the drugs which you enumerated to us and say which one is going to work even after you stop. I don't think anyone as of now. So what is your take? Which one would you predict will do better in future?
Well, so the promise, I think, for me right now lies in trying to match pathophysiology with the drug. So in reality, I think if somebody has poor beta cell function for reasons, maybe they have a late atypical presentation, type 1 diabetes, etc., unfortunately, pharmacotherapy isn't really going to change that. However, somebody who, for example, might be obese will likely benefit from treatment with a long-acting GLP-1 receptor agonist. Actually, the dual agonists that were mentioned previously, like GIP and GLP-1 agonists, and there's another class of glucagon and GLP-1 receptor agonists round the corner, like bariatric surgery, for that matter, if indicated, might actually prevent diabetes. In that sense, diabetes is a weird disease when you think about it, because it's defined by blood sugars, right? But the underlying pathophysiology that led to the development of hyperglycemia doesn't really go away just because you lower the blood sugars or have bariatric surgery. So we have to remember that the underlying defects so far remain, whatever we can do to ameliorate and offload the burden on those beta cells is likely to be helpful to some extent. But obviously, treatment has to be individualized and discussed around these principles, I believe.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from anybody? Dr. Manoj, any comment? Anybody else? Okay, we don't have anything in the chat box too. Thank you very much, Dr. Adrian. It was a pleasure listening to you. Hope we have better answers in coming days. So look forward to the other two classes of drugs which you mentioned and what that's going to happen.
Yes, agreed. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, for the next talk, we have none other than Dr. Steve Nissen, and I think what cardiovascular the cardiovascular safety studies with diabetes drugs actually were probably one of the reasons the FDA changed is after Dr. Steve Nissen's findings on glitazones earlier a decade ago. He's the Chief Scientific Officer, Sindel and Arnold Miller Family Heart, Vascular and Thoracic Institute, and holds the Levi's and Patricia Dixie Chair in Cardiovascular Medicine. Special and clinical interest are general cardiology, intravascular ultrasound, diabetes and heart, drug safety, coronary intensive care. He's more than 35 years in experience as a physician. He's world renowned for his work as a cardiologist, patient advocate and researcher. Equally as significant is his pioneering work in IVUS technology and its use in patients with atherosclerosis. He has testified both in the Senate and the House of Representatives on the topic of drug safety and as well the need to reform the FDA. Over to you, sir. RX team, over. Dr. Steve Nissen joined?
Yes.
Hello. Is there a recorded talk?
I think there's a recorded one.
Yeah, I asked them.
Team RX.
Yes, sir.
Recorded talk.
सर वो ज्वाइन नहीं हुए हैं.
Do we
Has he sent a recorded one or is he joining live?
सर ज्वाइन हो रहे हैं वो, अभी ज्वाइन नहीं हुए सर, मेल कर दिया है सर उनको।
We'll wait for a couple of minutes and okay, Manoj and I will start the discussion on something of now. If it wasn't, if it doesn't for Dr. Steve Nissen, I don't think the FDA would have changed this. Cardiovascular wouldn't have asked companies to give cardiovascular safety data. All started with the rosiglitazone story. Then you had the musaglitazar story, and I got a message from Dr.
Sanjay, I think Dr. Abraham is here and he's ready.
I think we can.
So we could proceed with Dr. Abraham's talk, and then once Dr. Nissen joins in.
Then we will move.
Thank you, Dr. Abraham.
Regret for
Sanjay,
the small
please.
change. We didn't have Dr. Steve Nissen joining us, or no, we have his recorded talk. I think he's supposed to join.
You're mute, Sanjay.
No, I'm not. Manoj, can you hear me? Can you hear me? I think it's the...
Yeah. Please go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. So we have Dr. Amar Ibrahim from the US. He's going to talk on, is it okay with wound dressing? Thanks for joining in earlier, sir. He's the General Director, Indian National Institute of Diabetes, President of the South and Central American region, SACA of the International Diabetes Federation. Over to you, Dr. Amar Ibrahim, for your talk on is it okay with wound dressing in diabetic foot, diabetic cancer patients. Over to you, sir. Sir, you're muted. Dr. Amar Ibrahim, sir, you're muted.
Yeah, sorry. Good morning or good afternoon. Really, I'm so happy to share with you. It is my third time to participate in Diabetes India. I'm honored to be with you. The first time I participate with Dr. Shaukat Sadikot. I'm a surgeon and diabetic foot surgeon. And we'll talk about some wound dressing, especially for young physician and young practitioner, as we have hundreds of wound dressing for diabetic foot. So I'll try to do something about that. I'll share my screen. Wait 1 second, please. Okay. Is it clear?
You're perfectly clear, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. So we'll talk about some wound dressing. I have no conflict of interest. As I said, we have hundreds of wound dressing and young physician, young surgeon trying to choose the best one for management of diabetic foot ulcers. So we have something to explain and to orientate these young people. As a history, remember the wound dressing began in the early 15th century, as you can see, with some linters, papers, cut and goes. And then after that, in the 20th century, we have a new modality of wound dressing. And the new century, 21st century, we have sensorial monitors, we have medicated polymers, chemical sensors, and so on. It's important to know that the treatment of diabetic foot ulcer and diabetic foot in general, it is a multidisciplinary approach. It is not only a treatment of ulcer, it is not only a treatment of wound. So we have to treat infection, we have to revascularize, we have to offload the pressure of the bottom of the foot, and finally we should take care of the wound and use the wound dressing. For that, we have some important facts. Wound dressing are not a treatment of diabetic foot ulcers, never replace the correct and appropriate approach of diabetic foot. They, together with the adequate treatment of diabetic foot, will help healing of the wounds of these patients. And there is not enough evidence to support the use of any of these dressing, as we'll see at the end of this short conference. So as we know, in the chronic wounds, dermis is damaged or not exist. because we have a lack of collagen, lack of fibroblasts, keratinocytes, and cytokines. What should be the ideal characteristic of a wound dressing? Should be sterile, easy to use, and cost-effective. Should provide a protective cover, maintain a moist wound healing environment, absorb the excess of the exudate, easy to change, non-adherent, non-toxic, and non-allergic. Also, does not contaminate the wound with foreign particles, protect the wound from microorganisms, allow gaseous exchange and control wound odor, provide thermal insulation and mechanical protection, and the most important, to be available in the area where you work. So for the dressing choice, we have a lot of factors that determine the use or the choice of specific wound dressing. Most important is the cause of diabetic foot, location and depth of this wound, amount of scar detachment, is this wound have high, low or moderate exudate, condition of a wound emergence, presence of infection and or pain, need of adhesions, and as we said, the dressing adaptability. How to select the adequate dressing? We have a most important criteria is the clinical judgment of the physician. Others, to keep wound bed continuously moist, keep surrounding skin protected and dry, control exudate, caregiver time, and cost-effective consideration. So for that, we have some primary consideration like moisture, drainage, control, minimized dead space, autolytical debridement, thermal protection, and external barrier. And for the advanced consideration of secondary consideration, we have enzymatic debridement, decrease in the bioburden, cellular stimulation, skin substitutes, and angiogenesis. Important to know before using wound dressing, 3 important questions. If we are able to answer this question, sure we will have the perfect choice for a wound dressing. Why to apply dressing is the first question. Second one, what to expect from this dressing? And the third question, how often they should be changed. So for the classification of wound dressing, we have 3 main classifications as a function. Passive wound dressing, protect action, or have a protective action. Acute wounds, we use it in acute wounds, absorbable responsible amount of exudate, and guarantee good protection. For active, modify the physiology of the wound, stimulate cellular activity and release the growth factor, used usually in chronic wounds, and maintain a humid environment that stimulate the healing process. For the interactive wound dressing, create a moist wound environment, interact with the wound bed component to further enhance wound healing, will reduce the colonization count, will reduce the level of exudate, will improve wound bed moisture retention, will improve wound collagen matrix, and will provide the protection from the epithelializing bed. So we'll begin with the most important types of wound dressing that we can find. The first group, hydrogels. They produce non-surgical debridement agents. They rehydrate wound bed, provide moisture control, promote autolytic debridement, and provide cooling for the lesion. We should use them in dry, low to moderate exudate wounds with combined presentation with silver as antimicrobial activity. Contraindicated, the use in highly exudated wound or where anaerobic infection is suspected and may cause maceration of the wound borders. We have many studies and many publications about hydrogel dressing, and this is one of the most important. This meta-analysis of 3 studies carrying hydrogel dressing with basic wound contract dressing found significantly greater healing with hydrogel. So it's important the use of this component. Second one is a calcium alginate dressing derived from seaweed, come in a form of calcium alginate, or sometimes calcium sodium alginate, or other times with alginic acid. Form a gel that absorbs exudate when in contact with wounds, help prevent scar formation and promote wound contraction, allows gas exchange necessary for a healthy wound bed. Also have a low adherence, reducing trauma at the time of dressing change. They conform to wound counters, low fiber shape, easy to remove. Calcium ions make the dressing take on a gel-like appearance and facilitate wound healing by providing a favorable microenvironment. So the action is the left side, as to absorb the fluid, to promote analytic debridement, as we said. Here are the most important indication: moderate to high exudate wounds, special cavities, and with combination with silver will have antimicrobial activity. Precaution: don't use with dry or have very necrotic wounds. Use with caution on friable tissue, and don't pack cavity wounds tightly because that will reduce blood irrigation. Also, many publications about alginate dressing. The third group is hydrofiber containing carboxymethyl cellulose, an absorptive textile fiber bed, also available as ribbon for packing of deep wounds. This material is covered with a secondary dressing always. The hydrofiber combines with wound exudate to produce a hydrophilic gel. Hydrophil with Ag contains ionic silver that have a very strong effect as topical antimicrobial agent and to protect against many resistant bacteria. Absorb wound fluid and create a soft gel which maintain a moist wound environment, absorb and retain exudate and harmful component such as bacteria contained within exudate directly to its fiber. And as a result of that, will reduce or help to reduce the pain and the trauma upon dressing removal, and conforms to the body or to the wound surface. Used in moderate to highly exudate chronic wounds. Also, many publications, and most important that conclusion we had standard care was appropriate offloading. The use of hydrofiber is so effective. We have some wound dressings that they use honey as the topical antiseptic and antimicrobial. The history of honey use is for thousands of years. Its action rehydrate wound bed to promote autolytical debridement, antimicrobial action, and some topical nutrition. The indication is low to moderate exudate wounds, highly colonized wounds, and the precaution may cause drawing pain or as asthmatic effect and some non-sensitivity. Also, many studies and many published papers about the use of honey dressing. One of these publications is this one that I'm presenting, that the conclusion of this study is that suggests that honey dressing effectively promote healing in diabetic foot ulcer. The second or next group of wound dressing is nanocrystalline silver. Have antimicrobial action. It is indicated in critically colonized wound or clinical signs of infection, low to high exudate wounds, and with combination with foams or alginate will increase the effect. Precaution, some may cause discoloration, some types of sensitivity to this substance, and to discontinue after 2 weeks of no improvement and reevaluate the use of this nanocrystalline silver. Also, we have combination of both with honey, and the studies between both to know which is better. Nanocrystalline silver alginate was potentially superior to honey and conventional dressing in healing diabetic foot ulcer in terms of ulcer size and reduction of the rate time for healing. Some groups are formed by foams, absorb the fluid, moisture control, and it is conformability for wound bed. We use it to moderate to highly exudate wounds, special cavities, low adherence version of available for patients with fragile skin. It is contraindicated, or some precaution, don't use in dry necrotic wounds or those with minimal exudates. Also, we have many studies about that result indicates that highly hydrophilic polyurethane foam dressing may provide an effective treatment strategy for diabetic foot ulcers. Next group, we have hydrocolloids, absorb fluid to promote autolytical debridement. It is indicated in clean, low to moderate exudate wounds. Combined presentation with silver also have a very important antimicrobial activity. As a precaution, don't use it on dry or necrotic wound or highly exudate wounds. May encourage overgranulation. We have to pay attention for this point, as this overgranulation may produce highly moisture wounds and may cause maceration to the border of the wounds. As hydrocolloids, we have no research evidence suggests that any type of hydrocolloid wound dressing is more effective with other dressing in diabetic foot ulcer at least. We have a low adherent wound contract layer, most common commercially or publicly as silicone wound dressing, protecting new tissue growth, atraumatic to peri-wound skin, and conformable to body counters. Indication, low to high exudate wounds, use as a contact layer on superficial low exudating wounds. As a precaution, may dry out if left to place for too many days, and we have some type of sensibility. Also, I can add that silicone in hot country may increase the temperature of the skin and may produce some thermic lesion, especially in people with diabetes. There's a diabetic foot ulcer pilot study. Does silicone help sheeting reduce the incidence of the ulceration? As a result, does not seem to reduce the risk of re-ulceration, because many people use silicone insoles as a prevention of re-ulceration. And this study demonstrates that there is no way as a prevention. Next one is a PHMB, is antimicrobial action. It is indicated in low to high exudate wounds, critically colonized wounds or clinical signs of important infection may require secondary dressing. As a precaution, don't use in the dry or necrotic wounds, and if there is some sensitivity to these products. We have many studies about PHMBs, as you can see, the action and the function of this important wound dressing. And as a summary, is effective as antimicrobial agent. And if we use it with a broad spectrum of antimicrobial and low toxicity. So the next one, we have a platelet-rich plasma for diabetic foot ulcer. It has been used in recent years with a very important results. And the topical application of platelet-rich plasma for diabetic foot ulcer result in statistically superior healing rates and lower complication rates compared to any other control. Other study demonstrates the same. And we have the function of collagen with or without calcium alginate. There's a structural support of collagen with gel forming properties of alginase, maintains a moist wound environment and create ideal condition for healing. It is adherent, flexible, and conformable, sterile, and soft. Also, we have many studies supporting the use of collagen dressing in diabetic foot ulcers. We have dextranomer hydrophilic granules contain microspheres in dry form composed of the dextranomer hydrophilic polysaccharide. When the granules come into contact with the fluid, they absorb water and they swell until saturated. When placed in secreting ulcers, the granules absorb, exudate, and subsequent swelling and fermenting of a gel-like mass have been found to be an efficient method of reducing exudate and removing debris from cutaneous ulcer. Also, we have activated charcoal dressing, absorb exudate and bacteria from ulcer bed onto the dressing material, acts as a barrier and absorb and filters the malodorous chemical which evaporate and are released from the ulcer. Some dressing combine activated charcoal and silver at 0.15%, and so this combination will be perfect for odor control and infection control. So if we classify diabetic foot ulcer as a fluid production, low to moderate, and high, we can choose which type of wound dressing is more effective for low, for moderate, and for high production. Angiogenesis, always we talk about that. I think there is not enough time to talk it. It is negative pressure wound therapies, and negative pressure was first used for open abdomen with high intra-abdominal pressure. Later, they discovered the importance of this technique to close diabetic foot ulcer, especially if there is no arterial compromise. We have many studies supporting that. And finally, we have a lot of studies that demonstrate that there is no superior effect or selectivity of wound dressing about diabetic foot ulcer healing in general. It's so important that for each type of wound, each type of ulcer, we have specific type of wound dressing that may be more effective for this type of dressing. Finally, question to ask when considering advanced or a new treatment. Are there other treatable reasons the ulcer is not healing, especially if we have infection, importance of vascular arterial supply, some patient factors, and the most important, I think, pressure relief. Would additional consultant be appropriate? Always we say yes, as diabetic foot ulcer treatment is not only one specialty, it's not one person, it is a multidisciplinary team. And the last question, is there adequate evidence-based medicine that the treatment or product is effective, particularly for the situation of this patient? So as we classify by the colonization and infection, you can see not all diabetic foot ulcer need antimicrobial indication or antibiotics, but if we have some criteria for infection, it is necessary the use of antibiotics. So we have many ways to choose the type of dressing related, the quality of the wound, the quality of the patient, quality of vascular irrigation. And the last one we classify the wound in necrotic, sloughy, exudate, granulating, and epithelializing. And which in each type of this type of wound, we have a lot of options of wound dressing to be chosen. So as a final message, diabetic foot ulcer treatment. It is not unique. It is not only one pattern. We have many ways. We should see the patient as a complete patient, not only as an ulcer. We should know exactly what is the cause of the ulcer, what are the components of this ulcer. So according to all these criteria, we can choose which type of dressing. Thank you very much. This is my email for any question in the future. Thank you, and thank you all for diabetes in India. And I think not in India, in all the world, we have to look to diabetes in India and to do the same, because you have a very, very important role in education for both physician and patient. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Amar Ibrahim. That was very nice of you to look at. The most important thing which I learned in today's lesson is all dressings are not for all wounds. Please classify the wound. Depending on the nature of the wound, choose the type of dressing, and choose dressings which have evidence base, which are affordable. In a country like us, I understand the dressings are available. One of the most common complications, diabetes foot, with an ulcer in the foot, and the man is not working for quite a long time till we know how difficult it is to heal them. And it was very insightful, your thoughts, and thanks for sharing all this data with us. Now, I just had a small question. Do you use honey in practice?
Honey as a honey, no. But there is a new dressing that you have honey as a component. And in my practice, they have some good result, especially in some patients. But we cannot use it as in all the patients.
I just wanted to know, because I was impressed with some data which you showed about honey, which is available quite abundantly. And thank you very much. And Dr. Shaukat Sadikot, who I think is instrumental for founding this organization and be a good friend. So thank you, sir. Thank you for being with us. And thank you for agreeing to speak earlier, because the other speaker during his time. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to listen to you. Thank you. I think good evening, everybody, once again, and we're coming to the end of today's event. We don't have Dr. Stevenson had to pull out, was not unable to join because he had he had an emergency, and so I think so he was not able to connect. We tried to reach him, but we couldn't, and we regret that we didn't have a recorded talk of his. So I will. I see Dr. Bansi Sabu. I think I'll ask him to give the closing remarks, sir, for today. And Dr. Purvi.
So, Dr. Sanjay, we are done for the day. Thank you all for joining in this virtual program in the Shaukat Sadikot Hall. And thank you again, Dr. Sanjay Reddy, sir, as well as Professor Dr. Shashank Joshi, sir, for handling this session seamlessly. And with that, we come to the end of day one, and we welcome you all once again to join us tomorrow for the real hybrid conference that's going to be relayed live from Goa in India.
So
I think we have Dr. Banshi with us. Maybe he can.
Yes, Purvi. First of all, thanks for you were really today fabulous to handle all three halls, and Sanjay, you have done great job. And today all sessions were online, and we were handling 3 sessions and 3 halls. Many of our coordinator and moderator were traveling to reach Goa, and we all were here at Goa, and we were handling all the halls. But once again, thanks to all international and national faculty for joining us live, and many of them could not join, so they have sent their video, but they were live for question answer. Thanks to all our delegates from all across the country, and some of the from Middle East and North Africa to join us live and listen. And now we are just closing this whole A, but we will be waiting for all of you again from tomorrow, where real hybrid meeting is be there, and we all will be joining from Grand Hyatt Convention Center. So now good night. This is the time to celebrate. So those who are at Goa, please join us for faculty dinner, and other 2 halls are still going on. So Desmond Schwartz's last talk is going on in another, and Charlene is talking in other hall. So I think maybe in another 15-20 minutes we will be ending for all the halls. Thank you very much once again. Good night.
Good night, sir. Thank you.